constitute a critical juncture for the European Union. Coming on the heels of previous crises, it is yet another serious test of the EU's capacity to react to external shocks, absorb the economic costs, and maintain a unity of purpose. 23.5 Conclusion. 3 observations can conclude this overview of the development of mechanisms of regional cooperation and integration. First, regionalism is a truly global phenomenon. It is not the case that the entire world is engulfed in a single process of globalization or that the world is being divided along simple ideological or civilizational fault lines. Rather, different parts of the globe are looking for different ways to accommodate themselves in the globalized world order, and regional arrangements are one important way of doing so. There is thus no paradox and even less a contradiction between regionalism and globalization. Instead, regionalism is one aspect of the process of globalization, and developments in one region inform and affect developments in others. Second, within the global trend towards regionalism, there are important differences in the types of organizations that are being set up, ranging from rather loose and non-binding agreements such as the Gulf Cooperation Council to the complex institutional architecture set up by the European Union, depending on the scope and depth with which members are seeking to address issues of transnational governance. Third, there is no single or simple path of regionalism. The ways in which different regional mechanisms develop are contingent on a multitude of factors, both internal and external to the region. Both the driving forces for more regional integration and cooperation and the obstacles that may limit those aspirations vary across the different continents. Even as multilateralism in global politics is being challenged, regionalism remains as a global phenomenon, but so do the differences among the kinds of regional arrangements that are being developed in different parts of the globe. Key points. The process of integration in post-war Europe was launched in the context of long debates about the creation of a federal system, but ultimately the choice was made in favor of a gradual path towards an ever-closer union. Integration has proceeded by conferring competence for many economic sectors to supranational institutions that can take decisions that are binding on the member states. Over time, more politically sensitive areas, such as monetary policy and internal and external security, have also become the domain of the European Union. Successive reforms of the EU treaties have sought to maintain and enhance the legitimacy and efficiency of a union that has grown to 27 member states, the latest being the coming into force of the Lisbon Treaty at the end of 2009. Since 2009, the EU has had to confront a number of existential crises that challenged the viability of existing institutional arrangements and raised questions about the limited popular support for further integration, yet also saw the deepening and strengthening of certain aspects of European integration. Questions. 1. What have been the driving forces behind processes of regional integration and cooperation? 2. What are the relative weights of economic and political factors in explaining the emergence of regional institutions? 3. How have the dynamics of regionalism changed since the 1990s? 4. What role can regional organizations play in maintaining peace and security? 5. What impact have processes of regional integration and cooperation had on the Westphalian state? 6. Compare and contrast European integration with the process of regional cooperation in at least one other continent. 7. What are the main differences between supranationalist and intergovernmentalist approaches to the study of the European Union? 8. How important has the legal dimension been to the evolution of the European Union? 9. What role do supranational institutions play in the European policy process? 10. Has the European Union been able to respond effectively to the changed circumstances of global politics? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Borzel, T. and Riss, T. eds. 2016, The Oxford Handbook of Comparative Regionalism, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive guide to regional orders providing comparative analysis of the sectoral and institutional aspects of regional governance arrangements across the globe. Christensen, T. Jorgensen, K. and Wiener, A. eds. 2001, The Social Construction of Europe, London, Sage. Applies insights from social constructivism to discuss different aspects of European integration and also includes critiques of this approach. De Lombard, P. edition, 2006, Assessment and Measurement of Regional Integration, London and New York, Routledge. An informative and innovative collection that employs different perspectives to consider the challenge of evaluating the actual impact of regional arrangements. Fioramonti, L. edition, 2012, Regionalism in a Changing World, Comparative Perspectives in the New Global Order, London, Routledge. A recent set of theoretical as well as regional perspectives. Hicks, S. and Hoyland, B. 2011, The Political System of the European Union, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan. This advanced textbook approaches European regionalism from a comparative politics angle, looking in detail at executive, legislative, and judicial politics as well as at developments in various policy areas. Tello, M. Edition, 2016, European Union and New Regionalism, Competing Regionalism and Global Governance in a Post-Hegemonic Era, 3rd ed., Abingdon, Routledge. Offers a good set of theoretical perspectives on regionalism in the global context as well as examining alternative models of cooperation and the role of the EU as an international actor. Wallace, H. Pollock, M. A. Roeder-Arinning, C. and Young, A. R. eds. 2020, Policymaking in the European Union, 8th N. Oxford, Oxford University Press. A wide-ranging textbook that covers all major policies and also examines ways of studying the institutional setting and the dynamics of governance in the EU. World Bank, 2005, Global Economic Prospects, 2005, Trade, Regionalism and Development, Washington, D.C., World Bank. A thorough discussion of regionalism from an economic perspective, looking both at the rationales and the results of regional arrangements around the world as well as their implications for multilateralism. Journals in the field of regional cooperation. Asia-Europe Journal, a journal published by the Asia-Europe Foundation in Singapore, publishing articles. Asia-Europe Journal, a journal published by the Asia-Europe Foundation in Singapore, publishing articles by both academics and practitioners on relations between the European Union and Asia. Editors, Yeo Lei and Ulrich Volz. Journal of Common Market Studies, the first journal devoted to interdisciplinary research on regional cooperation in Europe, with occasional articles also on other parts of the world. Editors, Tony Hastrup and Richard Whitman. Journal /1468595. Journal of European Integration and Interdisciplinary Journal, publishing articles on various aspects of the integration process in Europe. Editors, Thomas Christensen, Olivier Costa, Maye Cross and Anna Junkos. Journal of European Public Policy, a leading journal focused mainly on public policy making and public administration in the context of the European Union. Editors, Jeremy Richardson and Berthold Rittberger. Websites: United Nations University Institute on Comparative Regional Integration Studies. This is the most comprehensive reference site on regionalism. The central website of the European Union, providing links to all EU institutions, bodies, and agencies as well as access to news, publications, official documents, and social media accounts. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. In this final part of the book, we want to give you an overview of the main issues in contemporary world politics. The previous 4 parts have been designed to provide a comprehensive foundation for the study of contemporary international issues. As with the other sections, this one also has 2 aims. Our first aim is to give you an understanding of some of the more important problems that appear every day in the media headlines and that, directly and indirectly, affect the lives of each of us. These issues are the stuff of globalization, and they take a number of different forms. Some, such as the environment and nuclear proliferation, pose dangers of global catastrophe. Others, such as nationalism and humanitarian intervention, raise important questions and dilemmas about the twin processes of fragmentation and unification that characterize the world in which we live. Yet other issues, such as global health, refugees and forced migration, terrorism, global trade and global finance, human rights, poverty, development, and hunger, are fundamentally intertwined with globalization. Our second aim, of course, is that by providing overviews of these issues, we are posing questions about the nature of globalization. Is it new? Is it beneficial? Is it unavoidable? Does it serve specific interests? Does it make it more or less easy to deal with the problems covered in this part of the book? The picture that emerges from these chapters is that the process of globalization is a highly complex one, and there are major disagreements about its significance and its impact, as well as debates about the contemporary crisis of globalization. Some contributors see opportunities for greater cooperation because of globalization, while others see dangers of increased levels of conflict in the early 21st century. What do you think? Part 5. International Issues. Kukuma/Getty Images. Framing questions. Must globalization and development come at the expense of the physical environment? Can state governments cooperate to protect the planet? Is climate justice possible? Environmental issues. John Vogler. Reader's Guide. As environmental problems transcend national boundaries, they become a feature of international politics. This chapter indicates that environmental issues have become increasingly prominent on the international agenda since the 1970s, assisted by the effects of globalization. It shows how this has prompted attempts to arrange cooperation among. Chapter 24. States, and it surveys the form and function of such activity with reference to some of the main international environmental regimes. Because climate change has become a problem of such enormous significance, a separate section is devoted to the efforts to create an international climate regime. This is followed by a brief consideration of how some of the theoretical parts of this book relate to international environmental politics. 24.1 Introduction. We are living in the age of the Anthropocene. This means that human activity has become the dominant influence on the climate and the biosphere on which life as we know it depends. The rate of physical change since the 1970s is unprecedented in human history as we exploit land, sea, and the animal kingdom while causing pollution and climate change. Behind these direct changes are the indirect drivers with which this chapter is mainly concerned. These include production and consumption patterns, population trends, and local through global governance. According to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services (IPS), in the past 50 years, the human population has doubled, the global economy has grown nearly fourfold, together driving up demand for energy and materials (IPS 2019. 5). Here we may see the impact of globalization, which has stimulated the relocation of industry, population, movement away from the land, and ever-rising levels of consumption along with associated emissions of effluents and waste gases. The relevant relationships can be complex and contradictory as humans and natural systems are telecoupled, sometimes over vast distances under extensive globalization. These connections are not always damaging. Economists argue that the extension of free markets can, under the right circumstances, increase efficiency and reduce pollution, and there is little evidence that deglobalization would necessarily improve environmental quality. Similarly, globalization has promoted the sharing of knowledge and the influential presence of non-governmental organizations (NGOs) in global environmental politics. What is undeniable is that the ecological footprints of individual human beings and states vary to an extraordinary extent. See, for example, the map of the world, see Figure 24.1, which shows the carbon dioxide emissions per capita. Figure 24.1 map showing per capita carbon dioxide emissions in 2020 source, Our World in Data CC by 4.0, and highlights the large inequalities in per capita emissions across the world. Indeed, if everyone were to enjoy the current lifestyle of those in the developed countries, more than 3 additional planets would be required. Whatever the ecological balance sheet of globalization, the resources on which human beings depend for survival, such as fresh water, a clean atmosphere, and a stable climate, are now critically endangered. Managing such problems requires global environmental governance, yet local or regional action is also vital. A defining characteristic of environmental politics is the awareness of such interconnections and of the need to think globally, act locally. NGOs have played a key part in governance processes, CCH 22, although effective action still depends on a fragmented international political system of over 190 sovereign states. Global environmental governance consequently involves bringing to bear interstate relations, international law, and international organizations alongside networks of private and transnational actors in addressing shared environmental problems. Using the term governance as distinct from government implies that regulation and control have to be exercised in the absence of a central government delivering the kinds of service that a world government would provide if it were to exist. Environmental issues on the international agenda, a brief history. Box 24.1 gives a chronology of events in the development of an international environmental agenda. Before the era of globalization, there were 2 traditional environmental concerns: conservation of natural resources and the damage caused by pollution. Neither pollution nor wildlife respect international boundaries, and action to mitigate or conserve sometimes had to involve more than one state. There were also some, mostly unsuccessful, attempts to regulate exploitation of maritime resources lying beyond national jurisdiction, including several multilateral fisheries commissions and the 1946 International Convention for the Regulation of Whaling. Post-Second World War global economic recovery brought with it evidence of new pollution, leading to international agreements in the 1950s and 1960s covering such matters as discharges from oil tankers. This was, however, hardly the stuff of great power politics. Such apolitical matters were the domain of new United Nations specialized agencies, for example the Food and Agriculture Organization, but were far from central to diplomacy at the UN General Assembly (UNGA) in New York. However, in 1968 the UNGA agreed to convene what became the 1972 UN Conference on the Human Environment (UNCHE), to focus government's attention and public opinion on the importance and urgency of the question. This conference led to the creation of the United Nations Environment Programme (UNEP) and the establishment of environment departments by many governments. Yet it was already clear that for the countries of the Global South constituting the majority in the UNGA, environmental questions could not be separated from their demands for development, aid, and the restructuring of international economic relations. This provided the political basis for the concept of sustainable development, see Box 24.2 and CH 27. Before the Brundtland Commission formulated this concept in 1987, WCD 1987, the environment had been edged off the international agenda by the global economic downturn of the 1970s and then by the onset of the Second Cold War, see CH4. Since the 1970s, new forms of transnational pollution such as acid rain had been causing concern. Alongside dawning scientific realization that some environmental problems, the thinning of the stratospheric ozone layer and the possibility of climate change, were truly global in scale. The relaxation of East-West tension created the opportunity for a second Great UN Conference in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Its title, the UN Conference on Environment and Development (UNCED), reflected the idea of sustainable development and an accommodation between the environmental concerns of developed states and the economic demands of the Global South. The 1992 UNCED, or Earth Summit, was at the time the largest international conference ever held. It raised the profile of the environment as an international issue while providing a platform for Agenda 21, a substantial document issued by the conference, International Conventions on Climate. Box 24.1 Chronology of Events in International Environmental Politics. Change and the Preservation of Biodiversity. The most serious arguments at UNCED and subsequent summits were over aid pledges. While these UN conferences marked the stages by which the environment entered the international political mainstream, they also reflected underlying changes in the scope and perception of environmental problems. As scientific understanding expanded, it was becoming commonplace by the 1980s to speak in terms of global environmental change, as most graphically represented by the discovery of the ozone hole, and the creeping realization that human activities might be endangering the global climate. Alongside actual environmental degradation and advances in scientific knowledge, the international politics of the environment has responded to the issue attention cycle in developed countries and the emergence of green political movements. They were fed by public reactions to what was seen as the industrial destruction of nature, exemplified by Rachel Carson's influential book Silent Spring, 1962, and a long series of marine oil spills and industrial accidents, which caused popular alarm. The failure of established political parties to embrace these issues effectively encouraged the birth of several new high-profile NGOs, Friends of the Earth, Greenpeace, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature, alongside more established pressure groups such as the US Sierra Club and the British Royal Society for the Protection of Birds. In the developed world, public attention waxed and waned, reviving in the early years of the 21st century as the specter of climate change appeared in people's everyday experience. The rapid increase of plastic and microplastic waste in the oceans and the dire consequences for marine wildlife received widespread publicity, while all the time scientific evidence revealed the frightening rate of biodiversity loss. There was a growing understanding of the complex linkages between climate change, biodiversity loss, and human welfare as expressed in the SDGs. On the basis of the various international scientific assessments, UNEP declared a planetary emergency in which the current expansive mode of development degrades and exceeds the Earth's finite capacity to sustain human well-being. The world is failing to meet most of its commitments to limit environmental damage, and this threatens the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, UNEP 2021-21. It is essential that these existential problems be tackled together by the further development of key multilateral agreements, but what exactly does this entail? Section 24.3 addresses this question by reviewing the functions of international environmental cooperation. Box 24.2 Sustainable Development. Over 50 separate definitions of sustainable development have been counted. The 1987 Brundtland Commission report provided its classic statement. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Brundtland et al. 1987, 43. Behind this lay an explicit recognition of limitations to future growth that were social, technological, and environmental. In addressing them, emphasis was placed on needs, and the highest priority was given to the needs experienced by the world's poor. Central to the concept was the idea of fairness between generations as well as between the rich and poor currently inhabiting the planet. By the time of the 2002 World Summit, the concept had been subtly altered. To ensure a balance between economic development, social development, and environmental protection as interdependent and mutually reinforcing components of sustainable development. UNGA/RES/57/532/Add.1, December 12, 2002. Ensuring environmental sustainability by integrating sustainable development principles into national decision-making was the seventh of 8 UN Millennium Development Goals agreed in 2000. By 2015, these had been replaced by a comprehensive set of 17 Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) that integrate poverty reduction, development, gender equality, and environmental goals to be achieved by 2030. UN 2017. Plastic waste in the oceans photo by 7 inches from Pexels. 24.3 The functions of international environmental cooperation. International cooperation establishes governance regimes to regulate transboundary environmental problems and sustain the global commons. It is part of a wider liberal approach to global reform, CCH7. Moreover, there are other functions and consequences of international cooperation beyond the creation of regimes to solve shared environmental problems. As realists, CCH9 would assert, the pursuit of power, status, and wealth is rarely absent from international deliberations. Discussions of international environmental cooperation often neglect this, even though many of the great international gatherings and even some of the more mundane ones clearly reflect struggles for national and organizational advantage. Organizations seek to maintain their financial and staff resources as well as their places within the UN system. For example, despite extensive debates over granting UNEP the higher and more autonomous status of a UN specialized agency, it remains a mere program. Some suspect that much of the activity at international environmental meetings is simply about issuing declarations to persuade domestic publics that something is being done, even if environmental conditions continue to deteriorate. 24.3.1 Transboundary trade and pollution control. When animals, fish, water, or pollution cross national frontiers, the need for international cooperation arises. The regulation of transboundary environmental problems is the longest established function of international cooperation, reflected in hundreds of multilateral, regional, and bilateral agreements providing for joint efforts to manage resources and control pollution. Prominent examples of multilateral environmental agreements (MEAs) include the 1979 Long-Range Transboundary Air Pollution Convention and its various protocols and conventions governing such things as the cross-border movement of hazardous waste and chemicals. Controlling, taxing, and even promoting trade has always been one of the more important functions of the state, and trade restrictions can also be used as an instrument for nature conservation, as in the 1973 Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species (CITES). The use of trade penalties and restrictions by MEAs has been a vexing issue when the objective of environmental protection has conflicted with the rules of the World Trade Organization (WTO). See Box 24.3 and CH28. Such a problem arose when the international community attempted to address the controversial question of the new biotechnology and genetically modified organisms (GMOs) by developing the 2000 Cartagena Protocol to the UN Convention on Biodiversity. Opponents argued that measures to regulate the movement of GMOs were an attempt to disguise protectionism rather than to safeguard the environment and human health. Whether the WTO trade rules should take precedence over the emerging biosafety rules was debated at length until the parties agreed to avoid the issue by providing that the two sets of rules should be mutually supportive. The background to such arguments is a wider debate about the relationship between trade and the environment. 24.3.1.1 Norm creation. Since the 1990s, the development of international environmental law and associated norms of acceptable behavior has been both rapid and innovative. Some of these norms are in the form of quite technical key points. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, international environmental politics was strictly limited, but from around 1960 its scope expanded as environmental problems acquired a transnational and then a global dimension. The process was reflected in and stimulated by conference diplomacy at the UN. These UN conferences made the connection between the international environmental and development agendas, as expressed in the important concept of sustainable development. International environmental politics reflected the issue attention cycle in developed countries and relied heavily on increasing scientific certainty as to the damage being wrought by human activities and overconsumption. Policy concepts that have been widely disseminated and adopted as a result of international discussion. For instance, the precautionary principle has gained increasing, but not uncritical, currency. Originally coined by German policymakers, this principle states that where there is a likelihood of environmental damage, banning an activity should not require full and definitive scientific proof. This was a critical issue in the discussions on GMOs mentioned in section 24.3.1. Another norm is that governments should give prior informed consent to potentially damaging imports. The UN Earth Summits were important in establishing environmental norms. The 1972 Stockholm Conference produced its Principle 21, which combines sovereignty over national resources with state responsibility for external pollution. Under the Aarhus Convention, 1998, Member governments agreed to guarantee to their publics a number of environmental rights, including the right to obtain environmental information held by governments, to participate in policy decisions, and to have access to judicial processes. In the 2010s, there was a marked trend for global-scale conferences to set targets for future action, such as at Aichi for the preservation of 20 key biodiversity elements, or for the related 17 SDGs which focus on human well-being. Unfortunately, most of them have not, and probably will not, be achieved within the set timeframes. UPSC 2019, 24-7. The highest profile targets are those emerging from the 2015 Paris Agreement for the transition to net zero emissions by 2050. The long-term effectiveness of target setting is yet to be established, but there is always the suspicion that it allows governments to appear to be tackling environmental problems without having to make difficult choices about more immediate action. 24.3 1.2 Aid and capacity building. Frequent North-South arguments since Rio about the levels of aid and technology transfer that would allow developing countries to achieve sustainable development have been attended by many disappointments and unfulfilled pledges. In 1991, UNEP, UNDP, and the World Bank created the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, an international mechanism dedicated to funding environmental projects in developing countries. Most environmental conventions now aim at capacity building through arrangements for the transfer of funds, technology, and expertise, because many of their member states simply lack the resources to participate fully in international agreements. Agreement in the UNFCCC has increasingly come to depend on the willingness of wealthy countries to fully fund not only mitigation but adaptation activities as well. Since promises of $100 billion per annum for climate aid that were made in 2009 have not been fulfilled, likely to be reached only in 2023, this has been a cause of deep mistrust in the sincerity of the developed countries. Even more difficult is the question of loss and damage compensation for poor and vulnerable states suffering from actually occurring climate change. Both the US and the EU, though willing to assist, have refused to acknowledge liability or the idea of climate reparations. 24.3.1.3 Scientific understanding. International environmental cooperation relies on shared scientific understanding, as reflected in the form of some important contemporary environmental regimes. An initial framework convention signals concern and establishes mechanisms for Box 24.3 Trade and the environment. The issue of the relationship between trade and environmental degradation is much broader than disputes over the relationship between the WTO and particular multilateral environmental agreements, MEAs. Globalization is partly shaped by the efforts of the WTO to open protected markets and expand world trade. Green activists argue that trade itself damages the environment by destroying local sustainable agriculture and by encouraging the environmentally damaging long-range transport of goods. The rearrangement of patterns of production and consumption has indeed been one of the hallmarks of globalization. Liberal economists and WTO advocates claim that if the externalities, such as the pollution caused, can be factored into the price of a product, then trade can be beneficial to the environment through allowing the most efficient allocation of resources. In this view, using trade restrictions as a weapon to promote good environmental behavior would be unacceptable, and indeed, the rules of the WTO allow only very limited restrictions to trade on environmental grounds, GATT Article XXG, and certainly not on the basis of process and production methods. Also, developing country governments remain resistant to green trade restrictions as a disguised form of protection for developed world markets. On the other hand, the European Union (EU) has attempted to include climate change clauses in its trade agreements and is contemplating the highly controversial introduction of carbon border adjustment measures which aim to ensure that imports pay for their carbon content in the same way as products manufactured within the EU. Developing and sharing new scientific data, thereby providing the basis for taking action through a control protocol. Generating and sharing scientific information has long been a function of international cooperation in such public bodies as the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and myriad research organizations, such as the International Council for the Exploration of the Seas, ICES, and the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Disseminating scientific information on an international basis makes sense, but it needs funding from governments because, except in areas such as pharmaceutical research, the private sector has no incentive to do the work. International environmental regimes usually have standing scientific committees and subsidiary bodies to support their work. Perhaps the greatest international effort to generate new and authoritative scientific knowledge has been in the area of climate change, through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. See Box 24.4. In 2012, it was joined by its rather less than snappily titled counterpart, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. 24.3.1.4 Governing the Commons. The global commons are usually understood as areas and resources that do not fall under sovereign jurisdiction. They are not owned by anybody. The high seas and the deep ocean floor come into this category, beyond the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, as does Antarctica, based on the 1959 Antarctic Treaty. Outer space is another highly important common, its use being vital to modern telecommunications, broadcasting, navigation, and surveillance. Finally, there is the global atmosphere. The commons all have an environmental dimension, as resources but also as sinks. The fish and whale stocks of the high seas have been relentlessly overexploited to the point where some species have been wiped out and long-term protein sources for human beings are imperiled. The ocean environment has been polluted by land-based effluent and oil, and other discharges from ships. International regulation is patchy and often doesn't include the 50% of the world's oceans that lie beyond sovereign control. In 2018, the process commenced of drafting a new treaty under the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea to provide an overarching regime to protect marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. It has also been a struggle to maintain the unique wilderness of the Antarctic in the face of increasing pressure from human beings, and even outer space now faces an environmental problem in the form of increasing amounts of orbital debris left by decades of satellite launches. Similarly, the global atmosphere has been degraded in a number of highly threatening ways, through damage to the stratospheric ozone layer and, most importantly, by the enhanced greenhouse effect now firmly associated with changes to the Earth's climate. These developments are often characterized as a tragedy of the commons. Where there is unrestricted access to a resource that is owned by no one, there will be an incentive for individuals. Where there is unrestricted access to a resource that is owned by no one, there will be an incentive for individuals to grab as much as they can, and if the resource is finite, there will come a time when it is ruined by overexploitation as the short-term interests of individual users overwhelm the longer-run collective interest in sustaining the resource. See Box 24.5. Box 24.4 The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Set up in 1988 under the auspices of the WMO and UNEP, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, brings together the majority of the world's climate change scientists in 3 working groups on climate science, impacts, and economic and social dimensions. They have produced 6 assessment reports which are regarded as the authoritative scientific statements on climate change. The reports are carefully and cautiously drafted with the involvement of government representatives, and they represent a consensus view. The 5th IPCC Review 2013-14 concluded that warming of the climate system is unequivocal, and since the 1950s, many of the observed changes are unprecedented over decades to millennia. The atmosphere and oceans have warmed, snow and ice have diminished, and greenhouse gases have increased. IPCC 2013-4. Human influence on all this change is clear. IPCC 2013-15. By the 6th Review 2021-2, the findings had become truly alarming. Code red for humanity, in the words of UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres. It concluded that the disastrous and accelerating climate change associated with exceeding the temperature thresholds of 1.5 to 2 C above pre-industrial levels was inevitable, unless deep reductions in CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions occur in coming decades. IPCC 2021-14. Moreover, many of the changes due to past and future greenhouse gas emissions are irreversible for centuries to millennia, especially changes in the ocean, ice sheets, and global sea level. IPCC 2021-21. Within the jurisdiction of governments, it may be possible to solve the problem by turning the common into private property or nationalizing it, but for the global commons, such a solution is, by definition, unavailable. Therefore, the function of international cooperation in this context is the very necessary one of providing a substitute for world government to ensure that global commons are not misused and subject to tragic collapse. This has been done through creating regimes for the governance of the global commons which have enjoyed varying degrees of effectiveness. Many of the functions discussed in Section 24.3 can be found in the global commons regimes, but their central contribution is a framework of rules to ensure mutual agreement among users about acceptable standards of behavior and levels of exploitation consistent with sustaining the ecology of the commons. Of particular importance is monitoring, reporting, and verification (MRV) to ensure transparency as to physical developments and the actions of others. The problems here are in some ways equivalent to those encountered in the field of arms control, CCH 30. Enforcement poses difficult challenges due to the incentives for users to free ride on these arrangements by taking more than a fair share or refusing. to be bound by the collective arrangements. This can potentially destroy regimes because other parties will then see no reason to restrain themselves either. In local commons regimes, inquisitive neighbors might deter rule-breaking. NGOs can perform a similar role at the international level. However, it is very difficult to enforce compliance with an agreement involving sovereign states even when they have undertaken to comply. This is a fundamental difficulty for international law, see ch 19, and hardly unique to environmental regimes. Mechanisms have been developed to cope with this problem, but how effective they and the environmental regimes to which they apply can be as hard to judge, as this involves determining the extent to which governments are in legal and technical compliance with their international obligations. Moreover, it also involves estimating the extent to which a given international regime has actually changed state behavior. Naturally, the ultimate and most demanding test of the effectiveness of global commons regimes is whether or not the resources or ecologies concerned are sustained or even improved. For the Antarctic, a remarkably well-developed set of rules designed to preserve the ecological integrity of this last great wilderness has been devised within the framework of the 1959 treaty. The situation in the Arctic is essentially different because it is covered by the law of the sea. The Antarctic regime is a rather exclusive club. The treaty's consultative parties include the states that had originally claimed sovereignty over parts of the area, while new members of the club have to demonstrate their involvement in scientific research on the frozen continent. Antarctic science was crucial to the discovery of a problem that resulted in what is perhaps the best example of effective international action to govern the commons. In 1985, a British Antarctic survey balloon provided definitive evidence of serious thinning of the stratospheric ozone layer. A diminishing stratospheric ozone layer is a global problem par excellence because the ozone layer protects the Earth and its inhabitants from the damaging effects of the sun's ultraviolet radiation. A framework convention was signed about the issue in 1985, followed in 1987 by the Montreal Protocol imposing international controls over ozone-depleting chemicals. The further evolution of the ozone layer regime offers the paramount example of Box 24.5 The Tragedy of the Commons, Local and Global. Many writers, including Garrett Hardin, 1968, who coined the term tragedy of the commons, have observed an inherent conflict between individual and collective interest and rationality in the use of property that is held in common. Hardin argued that individual actions in exploiting an open access resource will often bring collective disaster as the pasture, fish stock, common pool, or river common sink concerned suffers ecological collapse through overexploitation. Of course, no problem exists if the carrying capacity of the commons is sufficient for all to take as much as they require, but this is rarely now the case due to the intensity of modern exploitation and production practices. At the same time, recent scientific advances have sharpened humankind's appreciation of the full extent of the damage imposed on the Earth's ecosystems. Hardin's solution to the dilemma enclosure of the commons through privatization or nationalization has only limited applicability in the case of the global commons for two main reasons: it is physically or politically impossible to enclose them, and there is no central world government to regulate their use. How international cooperation can achieve an effective solution to a global environmental problem. The problem's causes were isolated, international support was mobilized, compensatory action was taken to ensure that developing countries participated, and a set of rules and procedures was developed that proved to be effective at least in reducing the concentration of the offending chemicals in the atmosphere, if not yet in fully restoring the stratospheric ozone layer, see Box 24.6. Box 24.6 The Montreal Protocol and Stratospheric Ozone Regime. The thinning of the stratospheric ozone layer arose from a previously unsuspected source: artificial chemicals containing fluorine, chlorine, and bromine, which were involved in chemical reaction with ozone molecules at high altitudes. Most significant were CFCs, chlorofluorocarbons, developed in the 1920s as safe, inert industrial gases and which had been blithely produced and used over the next 50 years for a whole variety of purposes, from refrigeration to air conditioning and as propellants for hairspray. There was no universal agreement on the dangers posed by these chemicals, and their production and use continued except, significantly, when the U.S. Congress decided to ban some non-essential uses in 1978. This meant that the U.S. chemical industry found itself under a costly obligation to find alternatives. As evidence on the problem began to mount, UNEP convened an international conference in Vienna in 1985. It produced a framework convention agreeing that international action might be required and that the parties should continue to communicate and to develop and exchange scientific findings. These proved to be very persuasive, particularly with the added public impetus provided by the dramatic discovery of the Antarctic ozone hole. Within 2 years, the parties agreed to a protocol under which the production and trading of CFCs and other ozone-depleting substances would be progressively phased out. The developed countries achieved this for CFCs by 1996, and meetings of the parties have continued to work on the elimination of other substances since that time. There was some initial resistance from European chemical producers, but the US side had a real incentive to ensure international agreement because otherwise its chemical industry would remain at a commercial disadvantage. The other problem faced by the negotiators involved developing countries, which themselves were manufacturing CFC products. They were compensated by a fund set up in 1990 to finance the provision of alternative non-CFC technologies for the developing world. The damage to the ozone layer will not be repaired until the latter part of the 21st century, given the long atmospheric lifetimes of the chemicals involved. However, human behavior has been significantly altered to the extent that the scientific subsidiary body of the Montreal Protocol has been able to report a measurable reduction in the atmospheric concentration of CFCs. Key points. International environmental meetings serve political objectives alongside environmental aims. The key function of international cooperation is transboundary regulation, but attempts at environmental action may conflict with the rules of the World Trade Regime. The international action is needed to promote environmental norms, develop scientific understanding, and assist the participation of developing countries. International cooperation is necessary to provide governance regimes for the global commons. 24.4 Climate change. Unlike the ozone layer problem, scientists have long debated climate change and the enhanced greenhouse effect, but only in the late 1980s did sufficient international consensus emerge to stimulate action. At this time, there were still serious disagreements over the likelihood that human-induced changes in mean temperatures were altering the global climate system. The greenhouse effect is essential to life on Earth. Greenhouse gases, GHGs, in the atmosphere insulate the Earth's surface by trapping solar radiation. See Figure 24.2. Before the Industrial Revolution, carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere were around 280 parts per million, ppm, and have since grown continuously to a 2021 figure of 415 ppm due to burning of fossil fuels and reductions in some of the sinks for carbon dioxide, notably forests. Methane emissions have also risen as agricultural production has increased. By 2020, mean temperatures had already reached 1.1 C above the pre-industrial level, and the IPCC issued a stark warning about the consequences of business as usual, see box 24.4. According to international consensus, the avoidance of dangerous climate change requires that global mean temperature rises should be held well below 2 C, and that limiting it to 1.5 C by the end of the century, Paris Agreement, IPCC 2015 Art. 2A has moved from desirability to necessity. In the first decades of the 21st century, unusual weather patterns, storm events, and the melting of polar ice sheets have added increasing public alarm to the dire predictions of the scientific community. Climate change is really not a normal, international environmental problem. It threatens huge changes in living conditions and challenges existing patterns of energy use and security. There is almost no dimension of international relations that it does not actually or potentially affect, and it has already been discussed at G7 summits and in UN meetings at the highest political levels, although its urgency has sometimes been obscured by the persistent problems of the global economy. To understand the magnitude of the climate problem, a comparison may be drawn with the stratospheric ozone issue discussed in section 24.3.1.4. There are some similarities. CFCs are in themselves greenhouse gases, and the international legal texts on climate change make it clear that controlling them is the responsibility of the Montreal Protocol. Also, the experience with stratospheric ozone and other recent conventions has clearly influenced efforts to build a climate change regime based on a framework convention followed by a protocol. The 1992 UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, envisaged the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and their removal by sinks, hoping that a start could be made by including a commitment from the developed nations to cut their emissions back to 1990 levels by 2000. In a US election year, this proved to be impossible, and the parties had to be content with a non-binding declaration that an attempt at mitigation would be made. There was, however, a binding commitment for parties to draw up national inventories of sources and sinks. As this included the developing nations, many of whom were ill-equipped to fulfill this obligation, funding was also provided for capacity building. The convention also locked the parties into holding a continuing series of annual conferences, the Conferences of the Parties, COPs, to consider possible actions and review the adequacy of existing commitments, supported by regular intersessional meetings of the subsidiary scientific and implementation bodies and working groups. At the second COP in Kyoto in 1997, the parties agreed on a control measure, the Kyoto Protocol, involving emissions reductions, commitments, by developed countries, an average of 5.2% by 2012, facilitated by flexibility mechanisms including emissions trading. The problem faced by the framers of the Kyoto Protocol was vastly more complex and demanding than the problem their counterparts at Montreal had confronted so successfully in 1987. Instead of controlling a single set of industrial gases for which substitutes were available, reducing greenhouse gas emissions would involve energy, transport, and agriculture, the fundamentals of life in modern societies. Whether this must involve real sacrifices in living standards and impossible political choices is a tough question for governments, although there are potential economic benefits from cutting emissions through the development of alternative energy technologies. A second difference from the ozone regime experience was that, despite the IPCC's unprecedented international scientific effort, there was no scientific consensus of the kind that had promoted agreement on CFCs. Disagreements over the significance of human activities and projections of future change have since narrowed dramatically. One generalization that could be made with certainty was that the Figure 24.2 greenhouse gas contributions to global warming source, IPCC, 2007, radiative forcing components, 16. Source data from Solomon, S. et al. eds. Climate Change 2007, The Physical Science Basis. Working Group I contribution to the fourth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Cambridge, UK, and New York, USA, Cambridge University Press. Copyright 2007 IPCC, published by Cambridge University Press. Developing nations with limited infrastructure and major populations located at sea level are most vulnerable. International attention began to shift towards the problem of adaptation to the effects of climate change as well as mitigation of its causes. The comparative simplicity and uniformity of the stratospheric ozone problem is evident. The effects of ozone depletion were spread across the globe and affected North Europeans as well as those living in the Southern Hemisphere. The structural divide between North and South is at the heart of the international politics of climate change. See CHS 11 and 27. For the Montreal Protocol, there was a solution available at an acceptable price, delivered through the Multilateral Ozone Fund. Once again, climate change is different. A key principle set out in the UNFCCC was that of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. That is to say that, while climate change was the common concern of all, it had been produced as a consequence of the development of the old industrialized nations, and it was their responsibility to take the lead in cutting emissions. The Kyoto Protocol acknowledged this, but it was soon undercut by U.S. refusal to participate, leaving the EU to lead the development of the protocol. Yet even by 2005, when it entered into force, it was clear that an arrangement that did not include both the US and China would never be adequate. In fact, it turned out that the Montreal Protocol, by removing CFCs, which were also powerful greenhouse gases, had been 5 times more effective than the Kyoto Protocol, World Meteorological Organization 2011. Plans were made to negotiate a new agreement involving all parties in mitigation and adaptation activities. The intention was that this should be finalized at the 2009 Copenhagen COP, and the EU and the Obama administration in the US made pledges of future emissions reductions. The Copenhagen experience revealed the extent of international structural change reflected in the emergence of the basic group of Brazil, South Africa, India, and China as key players in climate diplomacy. They, along with other developing countries and the Alliance of Small Island States, see Case Study 24.1, continued to demand the retention of Kyoto and substantial development aid to assist with mitigation and adaptation. In the shadow of the 2007-8 global financial crisis, developed countries backed away from further commitment to Kyoto, and the stalemate was reflected in a weak Copenhagen Accord, very far from a new comprehensive and binding climate agreement, but one which, in retrospect, contained the seeds of the 2015 Paris Agreement, see Box 24.7. By the 2011 Durban CP, it appeared that the strict division between Annex I, developed countries, and the rest of the world's states had begun to dissolve, and that there would now be a comprehensive agreement involving most of the world's governments. And Case Study 24.1, the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS. A number of key coalitions operate in climate diplomacy, including the umbrella group of non-EU developed countries, the Environmental Integrity Group that includes Switzerland, South Korea, and Mexico, and the Group of 77/China, which has long attempted to represent the South in global negotiations. Because of the widening differences between its members, the G77/China often fractures into the basic countries, the fossil fuel exporters, less developed mainly African countries, and the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS. AOSIS, set up in 1990, has played a disproportionately large role. Its 44 members may represent only about 5% of the world's population, but they are driven by an awareness that their national survival is at stake. For members such as Nauru, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu, the sea level rise associated with climate change threatens inundation within the foreseeable future. AOSIS is an ad hoc lobby and negotiating voice coordinated through the UN missions of its members. It was influential in the initial decision to set up the Kyoto Protocol and has agitated consistently for a 1.5°C rather than a 2°C threshold, plus compensatory arrangements for loss and damage caused by climate change. After the Copenhagen COP in 2009, AOSIS was involved with the EU, Australia, and a range of other progressive and less developed countries in setting up the Cartagena Dialogue. At Paris in 2015, the position of small island states received wide international support in the High Ambition Coalition, resulting in the inclusion of a reference to 1.5°C in the agreement. Question 1. AOSIS has had an influence on international climate politics that is disproportionate to the populations of its member states. Which, if any, theories of world politics might explain this? Question 2. Do the divergent interests of AOSIS and, for example, oil producers such as Saudi Arabia or Venezuela indicate that the idea of a global South has little political relevance? Supported by a new understanding between China and the US. What was finally agreed in Paris at the end of 2015, COP21, was very different from the old Kyoto regime because it had an essentially bottom-up character in which countries made nationally determined contributions rather than binding emission reduction commitments. By the end of 2015, most countries had published their nationally determined emission reduction contributions (NDCs), which varied widely and were, if not improved, likely to lead to a temperature increase of 3.2°C by 2100. Climate Transparency 2018. 6. The parties to the Paris Agreement then spent 5 years in discussion of modalities, procedures, and guidelines required to make the agreement operational. Meanwhile, the Trump administration in the U.S. announced in mid-2017 that it intended to withdraw from the agreement. It was not joined by other countries, which signaled the degree of international commitment. The critical mechanism established in Paris was a review process to encourage parties to ratchet up their mitigation and adaptation contributions once the agreement entered into force in 2020. See Opposing Opinions 24.1. The CP commissioned a special IPCC report on what it would take to stay below the 1.5°C threshold, which gave a stark warning that an urgent reduction in emissions was essential before 2030. If the world was not to be locked into a future of dangerous temperature increases, IPCC 2018-16. Postponed by 1 year because of the COVID-19 pandemic, COP26 in Glasgow was regarded as a critical moment for the Paris Agreement, by which time the parties would publish their updated NDCs. These appeared. Box 24.7. The 2015 Paris Agreement aims to limit global temperature increases to well below 2°C and to pursue efforts to keep it under 1.5°C. Asks all parties to publish and improve on nationally determined emission reduction contributions (NDCs) at 5-year intervals. Includes a global stocktake starting in 2023 to measure and stimulate progress. Seeks to achieve peaking of emissions by 2020 and carbon neutrality by 2050. Enhances adaptation and loss and damage provision for the victims of climate change. Obliges developed countries to provide finance, technology, and capacity building for developing countries. No agreement on Paris Rulebook Transparency Framework for Measurement, Reporting, and Verification, MRV, or Carbon Trading, Article 6. Opposing Opinions 24.1. The failure so far of the Climate Change Convention, UNFCCC, to arrest the rising level of atmospheric greenhouse gases means that a solution must be sought elsewhere. 4. Transnational and local rather than international actors are the key. Nobel Prize winner Elinor Ostrom 2009 called for polycentric governance where local initiatives and voluntary climate action at all social levels flourish in the absence of a global agreement. For example, over 1,000 U.S. mayors have agreed to work on local ways to reduce GHGs, just as the Carbon Disclosure Project has created new incentives for businesses to achieve the same result. UN conventions have proved more useful for political grandstanding than progress. In the 29 years since it entered into force, the UNFCCC with its multilateral approach has failed to curb GHG emissions. The convention was structurally flawed in that it avoided treating many of the key drivers of climate change. and was prone to political grandstanding and activities that had little to do with its stated purposes. Funding should support adaptation activities and real human development, not the UNFCCC. Neither the 1997 Kyoto Protocol or Paris Agreement have made any difference to global temperatures. There should be a concentration on local action to ensure that even the poorest people can have access to low-carbon sustainable energy. Against. The Paris Agreement establishes the enduring framework the world needs to solve the climate crisis. President Barack Obama, December 2015. This represents a near consensus. Over the preceding months and, taken together, indicated that at best they would yield a temperature increase of 2.4 C, reduced to 1.8 C if all the additional pledges of action promised in Glasgow were counted. For the first time there was mention of coal in a COP document where parties agreed to phase down its use. The original text reading phase out was changed at the 11th hour by India and China. More positively, the COP attempted to keep 1.5 alive by requiring parties to improve and review their NDCs on an annual basis and by agreeing to the previously disputed Paris Rulebook, UNFCCC 2021. The entire Glasgow Pact was almost derailed because of the strong objections of African and other developing countries over the ongoing failure to provide adequate adaptation funding and to agree to loss and damage compensation. 24.5 The Environment and International Relations Theory. The neglect of environmental issues in traditional and realist IR theorizing is exemplified in Hans J. Morgenthau's famous text, Politics Among Nations, 1955, which mentions the natural environment only as a fixed contextual factor or a constituent of national power. Nevertheless, the academic study of the international relations of the environment has developed through the attempt to understand the circumstances under which effective international cooperation, for example the ozone regime, can occur. The discussion of climate change in section 24.4 shows that this question remains important. Those, such as Oren Young, 1994-2017, who try to explain the record of environmental treaty-making tend to be liberal institutionalists, stressing the joint gains arising from cooperative solutions to the problem of providing public goods, such as a clean atmosphere. Whereas orthodox approaches assume that behavior is based on the pursuit of power or interest by states, students of international environmental cooperation have noted the independent role played by changes in knowledge, particularly scientific understanding. This cognitive approach is reflected in studies of the ways in which transnationally organized view among those involved at a high level in climate diplomacy, including the UN Secretary-General and the Pope. Leadership by state governments is essential for success. Only they can leverage the funds that will be required and commit their citizens to taking action to reduce GHGs. Moreover, key long-term business investment decisions will be influenced by international commitments to achieve net zero. The UNFCCC and Kyoto may have already stimulated such changes. IPCC 2014. Lack of central monitoring risks climate cheating. In the short time available, the Paris Agreement provides an essential mechanism not only to encourage nations to raise their level of ambition, but to ensure that when others take action they are not undercut by free riders. 1. To what extent are transnational and local climate actions a substitute for multilateral cooperation by states party to the UNFCCC? 2. What have been the functions of the UNFCCC, and what is it expected to achieve in the future? 3. Is it possible to detect different theoretical positions underlying the debate about the utility of multilateral climate cooperation? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Key points. A climate change poses an unprecedented challenge for international cooperation. A limited start was made with the Kyoto regime, but this was later undermined by the withdrawal of the US and other major emitters. Although the 2009 Copenhagen conference was a disappointment to climate activists, subsequent meetings mapped out a new universal basis for international climate cooperation. The 2015 Paris Agreement involved universal, bottom-up, national contributions by all parties, stressing the importance of adaptation and additional funding for developing countries. Its success will depend on the ratcheting up of ambition and the level of national efforts. Groups of scientists, policymakers, and NGOs, often referred to as epistemic communities, have influenced the development of environmental governance. P. Haas, 1990. Liberal institutionalist analysis makes the important, but often unspoken, assumption that the problem to be solved is how to obtain global governance in a fragmented system of sovereign states. Marxist and Gramscian writers, Patterson 2001, Newell 2012, would reject this formulation, Cicich 8. For them, the state system is part of the problem rather than the solution, and the proper object of study is the way in which global capitalism reproduces relationships that are profoundly damaging to the environment. The global spread of neoliberal policies accelerates the features of globalization consumerism, the relocation of production to the south, and the thoughtless squandering of resources that are driving the global ecological crisis. CCH 28. The state can only assist these processes. It follows that international cooperation efforts at worst legitimize this state of affairs and at best provide some marginal improvements to the devastation wrought by global capitalism. For example, these writers would point to how free market concepts are now routinely embedded in discussions of sustainable development. This argument is part of a broader debate among political theorists concerning whether the state can ever be greened. Eckersley. 2004. The opposing view would be that, within any time frame that is relevant to coping with the threat of the immediacy and magnitude of climate change, international cooperation remains indispensable to providing the necessary global governance to address it. Vogler 2005. The other theoretical connection that must be made is to the preeminent concern of orthodox IR security. CCH 15. It is argued that environmental change contributes to the incidence of internal conflict and even interstate war, although the causal connections are complex. Desertification and the degradation of other vital resources are intimately bound up with cycles of poverty, destitution, and war in Africa. However, if we consider such predicted consequences of climate change as mass migrations of populations across international boundaries and acute scarcity of water and other resources, the outlines of potential future conflicts come into sharper focus. Homer Dixon 1991, 1994. The link between environmental change and armed conflict is essentially an extension of traditional thinking about national security, where environmental change, for example in the Arctic, represents a threat multiplier. See case study 24.2. A more intriguing question is whether the idea of security should now be redefined to encompass environmental threats, as well as those stemming from terrorism and war. CCH 15. Case study 24.2. The Geopolitics of Arctic Climate Change. In this instance, geopolitics is an appropriate description because physical changes have driven strategic competition. During the Cold War, as the US and USSR confronted each other across the Bering Strait, the Arctic had high strategic significance, but in its aftermath military facilities were allowed to run down. However, rapid changes to the Arctic environment, with rising temperatures and substantial loss of sea ice, have dramatically altered the situation, to the extent that it is likely that the Arctic will be free of sea ice, at least once, before 2050, IPCC 2021. 16. Climate change means that the long-sought-after Northwest Passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific is now a real possibility for shipping. It has also been estimated that the Arctic contains 13% of undiscovered global gas reserves and 30% of undiscovered global natural gas reserves, which may now be ripe for exploitation. Arcangelo 2019. 4. Shuelong, Snow Dragon, a Chinese icebreaker bondfriend / Wikimedia Commons. CC BY SA 4.0. 24.6 Conclusion. This chapter has shown how environmental issues have moved from the margins to an increasingly central place on the international agenda, where the linked crises of biodiversity loss and climate change are recognized as an existential threat. Environmental issues are intimately associated with globalization due to the strain that it places on the Earth's carrying capacity in terms of consumption levels, resource depletion, and rising greenhouse gas emissions. Two distinctive aspects of international environmental politics have played a central role. The first is the complex relationship between scientific understanding of the biosphere, politics, and policy, as exemplified by the interplay between the IPCC and the actions of governments building the climate regime. The second is the link between sustainability and development, the acknowledgement of which has been a precondition for international action on a whole range of environmental issues. Nowhere is this more evident than in debates about the future direction of the climate regime. Global environmental governance has been pursued through international cooperation. This chapter has given some insight into the range and functions of such activity, with some limited successes alongside huge shortcomings. The academic community has generally followed this enterprise by concentrating on the question of how environmental treaties can be negotiated and sustained. More critical theorists take a different view of the meaning of international cooperation. CCHS 12 and 13. Furthermore, the challenges posed to international relations theory by the global environmental emergency will undoubtedly involve the need to think through the connections between security, climate change, and globalization. New sea lanes and potential resource conflicts have highlighted the international legal status of the Arctic. Unlike the Antarctic, which is collectively managed as a global common under the 1959 Antarctic Treaty, the Arctic is governed by the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea UNCLOS. The 8 Arctic states, US, Canada, Russia, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Iceland, and Denmark on the basis of its Greenland territory, have a territorial sea up to 12 nautical miles from their coastline and enjoy an exclusive economic zone, EZ, out to 200 nautical miles or the limit of the continental shelf. Beyond this, the Arctic is a common but a disputed one. This is because there are rival claims by Russia and other states over ownership of the continental shelf. In 1996, an Arctic Council was set up to encourage international cooperation between the 8 states, but it acts only by consensus and explicitly excludes discussion of military questions. In 2007, Russia publicized its claims by planting its flag on the seabed at the North Pole. The following year, the EU's first report on climate change and security described physical changes in the Arctic as a threat multiplier, European Council 2008. Since then, this formulation has often been used as the Arctic powers have rebuilt and extended their military capabilities in the high north, exercised their forces, and conducted freedom of navigation operations. Meanwhile, China has developed its own Arctic policies with reference to a polar Silk Road, investments in Greenland and Iceland, and deployment of an icebreaker, the Snow Dragon. Thus, climate change has meant that the region has continued to move away from the strategic periphery and towards an uncertain mainstream in emerging global strategic discourses. Lantine 2019. Question 1. Is a tragedy of the commons being played out in the Arctic? Question 2. Would security be better achieved by sustaining Arctic natural resources rather than competing for them? Key points. The environment has been a growth area for IR scholars interested in identifying the conditions under which effective international cooperation can emerge. Scholars attach varying importance to different explanatory factors in their analyses of international environmental governance, including crude calculations of the power and interests of key actors such as states, cognitive factors such as shared scientific knowledge, the impact of non-governmental actors, and even the extent to which the system of states is itself part of the problem. IR scholars are also interested in the extent to which the environment in general and particular environmental problems are now being seen as security issues in academic, political, and popular discourse. There is debate over whether the securitization of the environment is something to be welcomed. Questions. 1. What are the possible connections, both negative and positive, between globalization and environmental change? 2. Why did environmental issues appear on the international agenda and what were the key turning points? 3. How would you interpret the meaning of sustainable development? 4. Can international trade and environmental protection ever be compatible? 5. Why did the Framework Convention/Control Protocol prove useful in the cases of stratospheric ozone depletion and climate change? 6. How does the tragedy of the commons analogy help to illustrate the need for governance of the global commons? 7. Describe the free rider problem in relation to reducing global GHG emissions. How does the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement differ from the Kyoto Protocol? 9. Consider the possible security implications of the climate predictions made by the IPCC. 10. Could a realist analysis provide a convincing account of international climate politics? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation, Negotiating the Lisbon Protocol. Further reading. Barnett, J. 2001. The Meaning of Environmental Security, Ecological Politics and Policy in the New Security Era, London, Z Books. This lively and critical book is recommended for readers who wish to explore the growing connections between environmental and security issues. Barry, J. and Eckersley, R. eds. 2005. The State and the Global Ecological Crisis. Cambridge, Massachusetts. MIT Press. A provocative set of essays on the continuing relevance of the state, long forsaken by green activists, but still the fundamental unit of global environmental governance. Brenton, T. 1994. The Greening of Machiavelli. The Evolution of International Environmental Politics. London, Earthscan. A diplomatic participant's account of the international politics of the environment up to and including the Rio Earth Summit. Cutting, G. and Herman, K. eds. 2018. Global Environmental Politics. Concepts, Theories and Case Studies, Abingdon and New York, Routledge. This collection pursues many of the themes in this chapter in greater depth. Newell, P. 2012, Globalization and the Environment, Capitalism, Ecology and Power, Cambridge, Polity Press. Examines the relationship between globalization and the environment from historical materialist and political ecology viewpoints. O'Neill, K. 2012, The Environment and International Relations, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. An excellent and comprehensive review of the theoretical literature in the field. Vogler, J. 2016, Climate Change in World Politics, Basingstoke, Palgrave. Analyses the way in which the UNFCCC was initially framed and how the international system has shaped its development. Young, O. 2017, Governing Complex Systems, Social Capital for the Anthropocene, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT. Essays by the leading scholar in the field. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. Can global health governance secure the world from health emergencies and pandemics? Are health emergencies a bigger threat to people's everyday lives than access to basic primary health care? Is global health more about protecting state interests than people's health? Global Health. Sophie Harmon. Chapter 25. Reader's Guide. COVID-19 has put global health at the top of every state and international institution's agenda. The most obvious reason is because of the threat of the virus to people's lives and well-being. However, as the virus has shown, global political interest in pandemics is about much more than just the threat to people's lives. It is about the knock-on impact health emergencies have on economies and every aspect of society, from social welfare to education to socioeconomic, gender, and racial equality. COVID-19 was not the first global health issue to show this. While the impact of health emergencies such as COVID-19 may be new to some parts of the world, other parts have been living with health security threats such as SARS and HIV/AIDS for decades. Global health was originally an extension of public health that sought to control the spread of microbes across borders, stimulate scientific discovery, and set standards in medical care and health systems. Fundamental to this original idea was that everyone in the world should be able to attain the best standard of physical and mental health. Contemporary global health has become much more than this. It is an area of international politics that is concerned with stopping the threat of global health emergencies, such as Ebola and pandemics such as COVID-19, using science to address complex threats in international relations, balancing health needs with economic and security interests, and a proxy for wider international disputes. This chapter will help readers make sense of global health politics. It will introduce the reader to global health governance, global health security, and the securitization of health and disease. The chapter provides clear conceptual definitions of these core concepts and uses case studies such as HIV, AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19 to apply them in practice. 25.1 Introduction. Why did health become a global issue? There are two reasons why health became a global issue. The first is related to state security and the relationship between war and disease. Throughout the history of warfare, disease and poor hygiene have posed a huge risk to the lives and well-being of armed forces. Lack of access to clean water and poor storage of food can lead to outbreaks of cholera and other diarrheal diseases that at best weaken the strength of a state's military, and worse may kill large numbers of military personnel. Furthermore, deadly diseases can alter the outcome of war. For example, the devastation of the plague on armies during the Peloponnesian War was said to have altered the outcome of the war and the subsequent peace. Compounding these issues, armed forces can also be seen as vectors of disease. Those who spread diseases such as sexually transmitted infections, as they move through populations and borders. Following the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, there was a growing sense that pandemics could be a bigger threat to state security than conflict and war. Rushton, 2019. With an estimated mortality rate of 50 million people, the pandemic caused far more deaths than the First World War. Health and disease have therefore long been a concern for state defense and security. States are concerned about how health diminishes defense and how global pandemics from Spanish flu to COVID-19 can pose a security threat to the state. War devastates health systems. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a growing concern and recognition, especially from non-state actors such as the International Committee of the Red Cross (ICRC) and the League of Nations, of the impact of war and conflict on health systems and the health of populations. This concern led to regulation on the impact of conflict on non-combatants and key parts of the health sector, e.g. not attacking hospitals, under the Geneva Conventions, and contributed to growing advocacy among peace movements around the physical and mental health costs of war. The threat of conflict on health systems and outcomes was global, and required global solutions and commitments either through rules of war or global solidarity for peace. The second reason why health became a global issue was the growth of world trade and economic globalization in the late 19th century. As people and goods increasingly moved across borders, so did the spread of microbes that cause disease. And as diseases spread around the world, states recognized the need to improve the hygiene and sanitation around how goods and people traveled, and to introduce regulations at borders such as quarantine. However, as with debates over the closure of borders in response to the spread of COVID-19, states had to work out how to balance their economic interest in keeping trade flowing as freely as possible with the introduction of new public health measures to stop the spread of disease. Individual state responses would be pointless. States would have to work together to introduce the same set of standards and regulations for hygiene and sanitation practices to work. The need to cooperate and introduce health regulations at borders led to the formation of the first international initiatives on health, the International Sanitary Regulations of 1903, the Office International de Hygiene Publique, OIHP, in 1907, and the Pan-American Health Organization in 1902. These regulations continue to underpin the systems we have today. See Box 25.1. In sum, health became a global issue during the late 19th and early 20th centuries due. Box 25.1, the International Health Regulations 2005. The International Health Regulations 2005, IHR, is a legally binding instrument of international law. The purpose of the IHR 2005 is to prevent, protect against, control, and provide a public health response to the international spread of disease in ways that are commensurate with and restricted to public health risks, and which avoid unnecessary interference with international traffic and trade, WHO 2005. Simply put, the IHR 2005 aims to get states to detect, prevent, and respond to health emergencies such as pandemic flu. To do this, the IHR 2005 has three main priorities. The first is to build state capacity to detect, assess, and report public health events. The World Health Organization, WHO, works with states to improve disease surveillance systems to quickly detect and report any new outbreaks. The second is to strengthen the WHO's role in coordination, detection, and response. The third is to agree on measures at borders to limit the spread of health risks, and crucially, to prevent trade and travel restrictions so that outbreak reporting does not lead to unnecessary and punitive trade and travel restrictions, WHO 2005. This last point is contentious post-COVID-19. The IHR 2005 is clear that states should not shut borders in the event of a health emergency due to the impact it has on state reporting. States may not report if concerned about harm to their economy, and how it may limit the response if goods and services cannot circulate. To two factors. The first was the realization of the impact of health and diseases on conflict and war, and, in turn, the impact of the devastation of war and conflict on health and well-being, and a growing concern that health could be a bigger threat to state security than conflict. Second, the globalization of world trade was accompanied by a globalization of health and disease as microbes moved around the world with goods and people. This led to the first international efforts to regulate and prevent the spread of disease across borders. 25.2 Global Health Governance. The International Sanitary Regulations and Office International de Hygiene Publique, OHP, were the foundations of contemporary global health governance that started to develop following the First and Second World Wars. Global health governance refers to transporter agreements or initiatives between states and or non-state actors to the control of public health and infectious disease and the protection of people from health risks or threats. Harman 2012. 23. While COVID-19 would suggest global health governance is mainly about controlling the spread of diseases and preventing pandemics, in fact it covers many more issues, from how to build health systems, pay for them, and staff them, to how to stop 830 women dying every day from preventable causes related to pregnancy. WHO 2017. 25.2.1 The World Health Organization and the United Nations. The principal institution of global health governance is the World Health Organization, Lee 2009. Officially formed in 1948, the WHO built on earlier efforts of the League of Nations International Health Organization and regional health actors to consolidate existing health laws, regulations, and regional bodies into one global actor. The consolidation of existing regional bodies makes the WHO a unique UN body in that its governance structure is organized across 6 regional offices: Africa, Europe, Pan-American, Southeast Asia, Eastern Mediterranean, and Western Pacific, and its headquarters in Geneva. The day-to-day running of the WHO is conducted by the Secretariat, led by the Director General. Decision-making is principally the responsibility of the World Health Assembly, WHA. The WHA is made up of member states and meets annually to review, discuss, and approve the institutional agenda, plan, program of work, and budget set out by the WHO's Executive Board of Experts. The main aim of the WHO is health for all, underpinned by the belief in the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental right of every human being. This is expressed as the right to health and universal health coverage and is central to the Constitution of the WHO. The WHO governs through the provision of scientific and technical expertise and guidance for the 194 member states in all aspects of health and detection and response to outbreaks and health emergencies. Central to its work is international health law. International health law can take the form of regulations, most notably the International Health Regulations 2005, IHR 2005, soft laws such as the right to health, and conventions such as the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, FCTC, CBOX 25.1. The role and function of the WHO has adapted to changes in global health, from new diseases such as HIV, AIDS, and COVID-19 to the persistence of old ones such as malaria, and enduring problems in financing healthcare and changes in state interests. A core focus of the WHO has been on investing in health services or health system strengthening in poor countries, providing global standards, stimulating scientific research and progress, ridding the world of deadly diseases, and providing a better standard of mental and physical. A core component of the IHR 2005 is the power of the WHO Director General to declare a public health emergency of international concern, PCIC. A FIAC flags that a health event constitutes an emergency and thus mandates for states to take immediate action. A FIAC has been called for in the contexts of swine flu 2009, polio 2014, Ebola 2014-16, 2019-20, Zika 2015-16, COVID-19 2020, and monkeypox 2022. The IHR 2005 is a modification on the international health regulations established in 1969, intended to strengthen the power of the IHR to deal with the problem of noncompliance. States were either not detecting or reporting outbreaks or doing so too late. This issue was seen to be particularly acute following the 2003 SARS outbreak. Health for many across the world. However, as the institution has developed, the funding available to do this work and the political will of states to finance it has waned. This change has led to tensions within the organization. Some critics are concerned that the WHO focuses too much on individual big issues such as polio, disease eradication, CBOX 25.2, or pandemic flu instead of the everyday basic public health needs of good hygiene and sanitation or functioning health systems. This is often typified as a debate between vertical, individual health issues and horizontal systems that underpin responses to health issues. The WHO has been a proxy for wider geopolitical interests throughout its history. During the Cold War, for example, the United States saw the WHO's commitment to universal health coverage as too close to socialist ideas. At the height of the COVID-19 crisis, President Donald Trump threatened to withdraw the United States from the WHO as he thought the institution was too close to China and not in accord with his America First doctrine. While the WHO maintains its apolitical status by emphasizing the technical and scientific aspect of its work, the impact of health on the world economy and global health security makes politics unavoidable. Harman 2012. The WHO is a UN agency. It works in collaboration with several other institutions within the wider UN system on health issues. These include the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF on child health, UN Women on HIV/AIDS, the UN Population Fund, UNFPA on sexual and reproductive health, UNAIDS on HIV/AIDS, and the International Labour Organization ILO on health workers and health and safety at work. Much of this collaboration is organized around global goals such as the 3 health-related Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, for 2015, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, and combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases, and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, for 2015, 30, CBOX 25.3. In addition, the WHO works closely with the UN Security Council on health issues pertaining to global security, see Case Study 25.1. A focus on health rights, equality, and health for all underpins the work of all these UN actors. 25.2.2 The World Bank and international financial institutions. Since the late 1980s, international financial institutions such as the World Bank have taken an increased interest in health and how it relates to economic development. For such economic actors, health matters as a. Box 25.2 Smallpox and disease eradication. Eradication is a contested topic in global health. Eradication of big diseases such as malaria appeal to the ambition and possibility of what the global health agenda might achieve. However, for some, eradication strategies distort funds and distract attention from other issues and often fail. Huge amounts of funding, research, activism, and scientific and social efforts have gone towards the eradication of malaria and polio, yet both diseases continue to exist. The disease that keeps the prospect of eradication alive is smallpox, the first disease to be officially eradicated. The WHO's smallpox eradication campaign existed between 1952 and 1979, with official eradication in May 1980. Smallpox is hailed as one of the biggest successes of the WHO and an example of what multilateral institutions can achieve with full member state support. Eradication would not have happened without the wider support of key member states and civil society groups. Bhattacharya 2010-2018. Box 25.3 The Right to Health. The Constitution of the WHO firmly situates health as a basic right of the world's population, the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental right of every human being. Mann et al. 1999. The right to health ensures freedoms and entitlements for the individual, the freedom to control your own health and body and freedom from interference, and the right to a system of health protection that gives everyone an equal opportunity to enjoy the highest attainable level of health. WHO 2017. The right to health is reaffirmed by the WHO in subsequent declarations such as the 1978 Alma-Ata Declaration and by associated health agencies within the UN such as UNFPA, UNICEF, and UNAIDS. As a form of international law, the right to health obliges member states to ensure access to health care, address the determinants of health, and support the right to health. The right to health can thus be adopted by member states through health and social policy or a recognition in domestic law or a state's constitution. For example, Section 27 of the South African Constitution clearly states, everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, including reproductive health care. Republic of South Africa 1996. Member states can contest or ignore their obligations either through the lack of public funding for health services or financial barriers such as costly insurance schemes or simple user fees. Domestic laws can limit access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services. Some states see the right to health as an imposition of socialist values or a paternalist breach of sovereignty by health actors. These perceptions are skewed by world events and domestic politics. The right to health is thus not a given, but something that activists, civil society, and individuals fight for and need to claim. Case Study 25.1 United Nations Security Council Resolution 1308. On July 17, 2000, the United Nations Security Council, UNSC, adopted Resolution 1308 to address the HIV/AIDS pandemic. This was highly significant as it was the first time the Security Council had ever passed a resolution that focused on a global health issue. The resolution was unequivocal in stating that the HIV/AIDS pandemic, if unchecked, may pose a risk to stability and security and is a health issue that is exacerbated by conditions of violence and instability. UN Security Council Resolution 1308-2000. Resolution 1308 emphasizes the need for member states to develop national HIV/AIDS programs to make progress on access to treatment, care, and prevention and to build on existing UN efforts. Notable is the resolution's focus on UN peacekeepers, the potential impact of HIV on the health of peacekeepers and the need to train peacekeepers to prevent them from spreading HIV. Resolution 1308 can be seen as an example of the securitization of a health issue. A health concern, HIV/AIDS, is framed by a security actor, the Security Council, to be a security issue, risk to stability and security. The resolution positions HIV/AIDS as somehow exceptional as a global health issue and elevated to a higher level of political concern and attention. For some, Resolution 1308 presented a real opportunity to get the attention of world leaders to do something about the HIV/AIDS pandemic. By the end of 1999, 34.3 million people were living with HIV/AIDS and 18.8 million people had died from AIDS. UNAIDS 2000. Life-saving drugs were unaffordable and unattainable in most countries around the world. Something had to change, and the hope was that high-level political acts such as Resolution 1308 would help. Others have been uneasy about Resolution 1308 and its impact on the HIV/AIDS response. At the time, civil society activism was high and world leaders were already committed to act on HIV/AIDS as it was included in Goal 3 of the MDGs. The resolution seemed too narrowly focused on peacekeepers. There were also substantive concerns as to the human and civil rights consequences and potential for discrimination when framing a health issue as a security threat. For example, stating that HIV/AIDS is a risk to security could be interpreted as saying a person living with HIV/AIDS is the risk. This can have real-world consequences of stigma and bans on travel and visa applications, particularly for people living in sub-Saharan Africa, which had the highest rates of HIV/AIDS at the time, and for women, more of whom are living with HIV/AIDS than men. Feminists point to the intersectional nature of such discrimination. Women are discriminated against because they are more likely to be living with HIV/AIDS. And African women are discriminated against further because they are women and live in the region with the most HIV/AIDS cases. Despite concerns over Resolution 1308, the Security Council resolution is an important mark of high-level political recognition in global health. There have been 5 subsequent health-related resolutions: 1, 1983, 2011 on HIV/AIDS, 2, 2177, 2014 on Ebola, 3, 2439, 2018. On Ebola, 4, 2532, 2020 on COVID-19, and 5, 2565, 2020 on COVID-19. Question 1. Can a UN Security Council resolution create political will towards addressing health issues? Question 2. Did UNSC Resolution 1308 help or harm people living with HIV/AIDS? Strategic investment: invest in the health of an individual or country and you have a healthy workforce to drive all aspects of development and as a potential barrier to economic growth. A population that is subject to poor health and disease means an unhealthy workforce, costly demands on health systems, and a disincentive to foreign investment. Why invest in a state where workers get sick? The World Bank first concentrated on small, specific neglected tropical diseases, but became increasingly interested in health with its flagship programs on HIV/AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa. Since 2010, the bank has expanded its interest in healthcare to health systems and to emergencies and pandemic preparedness, 2 areas that have historically been principal domains of the WHO. The main role of the World Bank is to provide financial assistance to states for health projects and programs. However, increasingly, the bank's role is to set agendas within global health through technical assistance and support to country health teams and the development of new financing mechanisms such as donor trust funds. The bank's role in COVID-19 is a good example of the expansion of its mandate in global health. It is involved in providing immediate short-term assistance for poor countries to respond to the pandemic and expanding social protection programs for vulnerable people, e.g., the transfer of cash to the poor for food. In addition, the World Bank is at the forefront of debates over Build Back Better for both health systems in poor countries and their wider economies. For some, the World Bank's role in health is contentious on account of its relationship to structural adjustment programs and conditional lending in the late 1980s and early 1990s, see ch 27. During this period, international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, IMF, offered short and long-term loans to low and middle-income countries on the condition that they introduce structural adjustments, opening up their economy to the private sector, world trade, and foreign investment. The period of adjustment was criticized for increasing poverty among already poor populations. Such policies encouraged states to cut funding to basic public health provision and investment in public health infrastructure on the proviso that the private sector would fill the gap. The consequences of such measures included the poor having to make greater out-of-pocket payments for health care, especially those people living in extreme poverty, and a lack of investment in public health systems and infrastructure. Many living in poverty no longer sought out health care as they could not afford it. While the bank and IMF shifted away from such policies in the late 1990s, unease persists over the bank's interest in healthcare and what Build Back Better post-COVID-19 means for the financing and provision of healthcare in poor countries. 25.2.3 Philanthropy and Public-Private Partnerships. Global health relies on multiple aspects of the private sector, such as pharmaceutical companies, procurement agencies, philanthropic organizations, and, increasingly, global accountancy firms that write and then monitor country and institutional action plans on key issues. This has led to a rise in public-private partnerships in health, such as the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. Philanthropic organizations such as the Rockefeller Foundation and the Wellcome Trust are central to the founding and subsequent development of global health governance. These actors invest in research and scientific innovation and global health projects throughout the world and in the institutions of global health like the WHO, Harman 2012. Perhaps the most famous contemporary philanthropic organization is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, established by the founder of Microsoft, Bill Gates, his now former wife and former Microsoft executive Melinda Gates, and Bill Gates. Senior as of 2020, the Gates Foundation had an endowment of $49.9 billion and had given $60.1 billion in total grants since its creation in 2000. The Foundation's global health program focuses on innovation in science to address high-profile issues such as polio eradication, HIV, AIDS, and malaria, as well as the bottom billion neglected tropical diseases. The scope of funding includes a broad range of grant recipients, from research bodies and universities to international organizations such as the World Bank and WHO to media outlets and country-based programs. Philanthropic organizations undoubtedly offer several strengths and advantages to global health governance. The first is money. Global health is relatively well-resourced in comparison to other areas of international concern. Second, philanthropists do not have to answer to citizens or parliaments and are therefore much freer in where they can allocate funds. This is supposed to allow for greater innovation and risk-taking. Third, the funding and often charismatic leadership of individual philanthropists allows them to get attention for the issues that they promote. However, there are also criticisms of the role of philanthropy, particularly around accountability and legitimacy. Philanthropists are accountable to their trustees rather than to the people who are affected by their initiatives. Given the scale and scope of funding, few people or institutions are willing to criticize these actors as they do not want to lose financial support. Finally, the scale of funding they provide can skew global health priorities to the interests of an elite minority. These concerns can have very real consequences. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Bill Gates became the subject of multiple and increasingly irrational conspiracy theories, particularly related to vaccines. One reason conspiracy theories connect with the public is due to a mistrust of elites, particularly those with unchecked power. When people cannot hold power to account through formal means, some people turn to conspiracy. Mistrust and the spread of conspiracy and untruths is profoundly unhelpful during a pandemic such as COVID-19 when clear communication and trust is necessary. 5.2.4 Civil Society Organizations. Civil society has a highly active role in the governance of global health. Large non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and activist groups are represented on the boards of global health institutions such as the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and have a visible presence in the strategy and implementation of global health projects in low- and middle-income countries. There are 4 strands to civil society activity in global health. The first is involvement in humanitarian emergencies and conflict. Actors such as Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, the ICRC, and Oxfam have a significant presence in establishing health infrastructure, support, and interventions in the context of war or disaster. The second is the everyday work of NGOs in development and global health. This can range from providing nets for preventing malaria to child nutrition programs. The third strand to civil society activity in global health is community groups that provide significant support to health infrastructures through independent fundraising and voluntary work. The final strand is activist groups. Activists are fundamental in holding states to account on health and human rights. This is most notable in HIV/AIDS, where ACT-UP predominantly in the United States and the Treatment Action Campaign in South Africa were pivotal in securing access to treatment for people living with HIV/AIDS. In contemporary global health, civil society actors have united around the People's Vaccine Campaign to ensure everyone in the world has access to COVID-19 vaccines. Activists and patient and survivor groups are vital in placing ordinary people at the center of global health strategies. ACT-UP sponsored the annual Out of Darkness Candlelight Vigil at the New York City AIDS Memorial. Eric McGregor / Pacific Press via ZoomaWire / Shutterstock. Key points. The WHO is the principal actor in global health governance. It governs through technical expertise, in-country support, and international legal frameworks such as the IHR 2005. Global health is an expansive field of governance that includes different UN agencies, private, public partnerships, international financial institutions, civil society organizations and activists, scientific organizations, and philanthropy. Some actors see health as a right or a public good, whereas others see health as an instrument to achieve other goals or interests such as economic development. Global health governance is underpinned by a tension between focusing on specific, big issues such as polio, HIV/AIDS, and COVID-19, and a more holistic, systems approach to building and strengthening health systems. 25.3 Health financing and vertical and horizontal approaches to global health. Global health initiatives are funded by a mix of state investment, private sector financing, medical insurance, pay at the point of access, and official development assistance, ODA. ODA towards global health projects and initiatives is commonly referred to as development assistance for health (DH). DH is most acute in low- and middle-income countries that are dependent on bilateral aid from other states and multilateral aid from global health institutions such as the World Bank. This creates a donor-slash-recipient relationship between rich and poor countries or global health institutions and poor countries. In the past, the donor-slash-recipient relationship and DH have been criticized on 3 grounds. The first is that donors, states, and multilateral institutions do not listen to the wants or needs of recipient countries or pursue a set of projects, policies, or strategies the recipients think the country needs. Second, DH and aid are accompanied by a set of conditionalities that recipient states are expected to meet. This erodes state sovereignty over decision-making and priority setting in health. The third criticism concerns the health impacts of the economic reforms attached to development aid. See the discussion of the World Bank in Section 25.2.2. Combined, these 3 factors connect DH and global health to wider concerns around dependency, exploitation, and legacies of colonialism. The outcome of such criticism is that bilateral and multilateral donors now increasingly present themselves as development partners with recipient states. The idea of partnership means that donors and recipients mutually decide on the health needs and priorities of a population and where DH should be allocated. In practice, this has led to a change in approach and way of working, but the balance of interests remains the same. The priorities of DH remain linked to the priorities of donors rather than those of recipients. The ability of powerful donors to define priorities within global health extends to the work of multilateral institutions such as the WHO. The WHO is funded by a mix of assessed and voluntary contributions. Assessed contributions are the set amount each member state of the WHO must pay in, based on its GDP. These contributions fund the core budget of the institution. Voluntary contributions refer to the additional amounts member states and private actors pay into the institution to support specific projects or health initiatives such as polio or health emergencies. As of 2021, just 17% of the WHO's annual budget is made up of assessed contributions. The rest is voluntary and project-specific. This creates a huge problem for the WHO and for global health. It means that the institution's budget and its priorities are set and defined by powerful actors and the issues they want to invest in, rather than funding what the WHO wants and needs to do its work. DH and the funding of global health institutions create a core problem in global health: the distinction between horizontal and vertical approaches to healthcare. A horizontal approach to health is one that focuses on addressing health systems, infrastructure, and the fundamental structures of providing good healthcare for all. This can include health education and training, logistics and supply chains of medicine and supplies, building and maintenance of health facilities, and how the system of health is delivered and coheres within a specific country. While fundamental to achieving health for all, horizontal approaches are underfunded. Harman, 2012. Vertical approaches, in contrast, concentrate on specific issues or diseases, for example HIV/AIDS, sexual and reproductive health, or polio. Vertical issues receive the most funding and political attention in global health. The reason why vertical approaches are prioritized over horizontal approaches is they are often linked to infectious diseases and thus potential health threats to donor states. States want their aid to control potential biosecurity threats and risks and therefore invest in specific measures to achieve this. Vertical funding thus aligns to the interests of donor states. For example, issues such as health emergencies receive more funding than sexual and reproductive health, as states are more interested in protecting their population from new viruses such as COVID-19 than reducing maternal mortality in poor countries. Furthermore, some issues are accompanied by high-level activism and civil society work or the personal interests of rich donors. Finally, a preference for vertical approaches aligns with a growing trend towards measurement and goal setting exemplified by the MDGs and subsequent SDGs. 25.4 Global Health Security. Global health security is a concept that emerged as part of post-Cold War concerns around non-traditional human security threats, CCH 15. Use of the concept grew in the late 1990s and early 2000s as states, academics, and public health practitioners increasingly began to frame health, and most notably infectious diseases, as potential risks or threats to international peace and state security. Feldbaum and Lee, 2004, identify 3 concerns that define global health security. 1. The threat of infectious disease in a globalized world. 2. The potential to weaponize deadly pathogens. And 3. The burden of disease on societies, economies, politics, and the military, in other words, state stability. These concerns are reflected in the inclusion of biosecurity. Key points. Global health is financed by a combination of state financing, private investment, and out-of-pocket payment, and foreign aid. Foreign aid is termed development assistance for health (DH) and can be funded by bilateral and multilateral partners. The WHO is funded by a combination of assessed and voluntary contributions. Voluntary contributions make up most of its budget, which affects how the institution works and carries out its mandate. Horizontal approaches to global health prioritize health systems and infrastructure. Vertical approaches to global health prioritize specific issues such as HIV, AIDS. Vertical approaches to global health prioritize specific issues such as HIV, AIDS, Ebola, or polio. Funding and political will is skewed more towards vertical approaches rather than horizontal ones. Bioterror and global health security in national security and defense strategies, the portfolios of international organizations, and on the agendas of military and security leaders, see Box 25.4. In 2000, HIV/AIDS was the first ever health issue to be identified as a potential risk to international peace and security by the UN Security Council. 25.4.1 What or who is the threat? A core concern with global health security is who or what the threat is and who needs to be protected. See Opposing Opinions 25.1. Sarah E. Davies, 2010, offers two ways of understanding this debate. The first is the statist approach, which sees the state as the referent object to protect. The sources of state insecurity are exacerbation of tensions or conflict and/or collapse or instability of basic services and infrastructure caused by a major health crisis. This type of threat is centered more on an emergency, crisis, or major outbreak or pandemic. The second approach is the globalist understanding. Here it is people that matter and the need to protect people from health threats and sources of insecurity. As for statist approaches, health emergencies and infectious diseases are potential sources of the threat. However, this understanding of health security is much more encompassing of the everyday health threats and sources of insecurity for people's lives. For example, these could include how people access health services, or how they can access safe and affordable sexual and reproductive health products and services. The globalist approach is rooted in the central values of global health governance: universal health coverage, the right to health, and health as a global public good. This is important, as it suggests global health security does not have to mean the exclusion of the health sector or the prioritization of security actors. Security is just another means of questioning what makes people insecure. The globalist approach aims to orient health security and problems around people's needs rather than those of the state. Security has become a seductive frame for some global health advocates. During the 2000s, HIV/AIDS received increased political attention from world leaders and high levels of funding. While this was a culmination of several factors, many practitioners in global health attributed it to the power of Resolution 1308 and the security frame, see Case Study 25.1. Doing in AIDS therefore became shorthand for reframing health concerns around security to create political will to act. However, later attempts to frame other health issues as security threats gained less traction. HIV/AIDS was exceptional in that states believed it to be a threat to national and international security, but more so because it was an issue with considerable transnational civil society activism that preceded the security frame, LISC 2010. 25.4.2 The securitization of health. Doing in AIDS tells us something about a specific dynamic in global health security: the securitization of health. The concept of the securitization of health draws on the work of Barry Busen et al., or the Copenhagen School Theory of Security. Securitization is the political process by which an issue acquires security status and thus becomes distinct from everyday politics. This process occurs through the identification of a clear threat, for example pandemic flu, to a referent object, for example state or person, by a securitizing actor, for example the UN Security Council, that then endorses. Box 25.4 Biosecurity. Biosecurity is a concept that often appears in the security planning and strategy documents of national governments and security actors. It refers to biological threats or risks to national security and efforts to address such threats and risks. These threats can be the deliberate use of pathogens by enemies or terrorists, also sometimes referred to as bioterrorism, accidental threats or risks emerging from poor safety protocols or errors such as laboratory leaks, new risks that emerge from food safety, for example, salmonella, food systems, such as current concerns around antimicrobial resistance in the food we eat, and standards, and the emergence of new lethal organisms and the lack of measures to control them. Enemark 2017. Prior to COVID-19, one of the biggest biosecurity threats has been antimicrobial resistance, AMR. In the most basic sense, AMR refers to our body's resistance to antibiotics, making them ineffective. Resistance to antibiotics will have devastating consequences for routine surgeries such as cesarean birth or hip replacements, as well as for how the world deals with routine infections. basic drugs and treatments will no longer work. Resistance to antibiotics is the result of a combination of the drugs humans take, the reliance on antibiotics when people do not have access to basic health care, and the food we eat. The use of antibiotics in meat farming and production, for example, develops AMR in both animals and the humans that eat them. This has led many to call for a One Health approach that sees animal health and human health as interconnected. Opposing opinions 25.1 Global health security is more about protecting powerful states from health threats and risks than about protecting people. For global health security is statist. It is about protecting states from emerging health threats and risks, both internally and globally. Health security is only partially about protecting people from risk of disease and death. It is mainly about protecting the state from collapse, including key services such as the health sector and structures such as the economy. Hence, global health security threats require the inclusion of security actors, such as militaries. Global health financing and governance prioritizes vertical health issues. The vertical issues that receive the most financing and political will in global health governance are infectious diseases such as HIV, AIDS, health emergencies, and pandemic preparedness. Preference for vertical funding is explained by powerful state interests in stopping the spread of infectious diseases where they are most prevalent or the perception of where they may emerge. The core tools of global health security are defined by powerful state interests. There has been no UNSC resolution or PHEIC for health crises such as cholera in Yemen, Zimbabwe, or Haiti. This is because the issue is not seen as a threat to global security or Western interests. Intellectual property rights safeguard the economic interests of states over people. Intellectual property rights ensure that patents are protected so that investors can recoup the costs of their innovations. This increases the price of medicines so that they are unaffordable to most of the world. It is in the interest of rich states to preserve intellectual property to maintain the financial benefits for their state's economy. Against global health security is globalist. The origins of the concept are grounded in the idea of human security and the need to secure the individual from health threats and risks. At the core of all global health security is the fact that health threats do not respect borders, and no one is safe until everyone is safe. Global health law and governance is based on the right to health. The WHO clearly states that everyone has a right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. The right to health and the obligations of member states to uphold this principle is embedded in global health law through the WHO's constitution and subsequent declarations. It underpins the wider work of UN agencies working on global health and the member states of these organizations. Exceptional crises have challenged state interests over intellectual property. The HIV/AIDS crisis led to a change in intellectual property rights, trade law, and trade-related intellectual property rights, TRIPS. The justification for doing so was the exceptional impact of AIDS and the human need of people living with HIV to access life-saving drugs and treatment to prevent transmission to children. The impact of health crises and insecurities on individual lives can challenge state economic interests. The tools of global health security strengthen weak state capacity. The IHR 2005 make clear provision to support the health systems and surveillance capacity of weak states. The IHR 2005 make clear provision to support the health systems and surveillance capacity of weak states to detect and respond to outbreaks, therefore securing their own population. Multilateral funding around pandemic preparedness is concentrated in low and middle-income countries. 1. Can global health security be a force for good in health? 2. Why do some health issues become major crises in global politics? 3. Which global actors play a central role in global health security? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss these questions. Emergency measures beyond everyday politics. What is key to securitization of health is that what constitutes a threat is not just determined by empirical evidence but by how it is received in public debate, and by whom and how it is presented. The emphasis here is on exceptionalism. Therefore, doing an AIDS does not work for all global health security threats. It can only work in exceptional circumstances, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. 25.4.3 Do we need to desecuritize health? Global health security is not without its critics. There is unease among the public health community about working with security actors because of how they understand the threat and referent object, and how they may compromise the neutrality of health work. There is also concern about who or what is framed as the threat and the consequences of this for racism, xenophobia, and discrimination, particularly at international borders. The concern here is that health security both creates new forms of discrimination and restriction and exacerbates existing practices, particularly against marginalized or minority groups. Finally, there is substantive concern around the distorting impact of global health security on global health financing and political interest. Critics suggest it exacerbates the vertical and horizontal funding problem and can lead to health security fatigue. Arguably, this was one of the problems with COVID-19. Global health security specialists had been warning about the big one for many years, so that when it came, no one initially believed the new coronavirus was as big as feared. 25.5 Medicalization of security. A key concern around health security has been the consequences of integrating security language, actors, and frames for global health outcomes. There has been less discussion about the other aspect of this relationship, the impact of science, scientists, and medicine on shaping contemporary security. It is not just security actors taking an interest and a growing role in global health, but also health actors taking a growing role in security. This changes how we understand security in the modern world, where non-traditional security actors such as epidemiologists and expertise such as genomic sequencing are as important as military strategists and nuclear deterrents. Drawing on ideas around medicalization of society and healthcare, Stefan Elba, 2010, calls this phenomenon the medicalization of security. He defines this term through three developments. 1. Insecurity as a medical problem in international relations. 2. A greater role for medical professionals in world politics. And 3. Securing populations through medical interventions. COVID-19 clearly shows how these three developments occur in practice. COVID-19 is a source of insecurity in international relations. While efforts to stop the spread and devastation of COVID-19 require a mix of public health, social and economic policy, and targeted health interventions, the main tools have been medical, protect hospitals and health services, prioritize genomic sequencing of new variants, and, most crucially, find a vaccine. Finally, the emphasis on those who make decisions has often focused attention not on political governments or security experts, but on scientists. The medicalization of security and the response to COVID-19 highlight several concerns for our understanding of both global health and security in the modern world. Those state and non-state actors, for example, pharmaceutical companies or universities, with medical and scientific expertise will accrue greater security and thus power in international relations. This will lead to divisions between states that have this strategic asset and those that do not. Science, scientists, and non-state actors such as pharmaceutical companies will have increased power in international relations. This raises questions as to who is accountable for specific actions and about codes of conduct over ethical use and access to the security assets they produce. Greater power for states with strong science sectors and for private actors will potentially widen inequalities in global health and power in the international system. See Case Study 25.2. Key points. A global health security gained traction at the end of the Cold War as a concept and concern of states and international organizations. There are three elements of global health security. 1. The threat of infectious disease in a globalized world. 2. The potential to weaponize deadly pathogens. And 3. The burden of disease on societies, economies, politics, and the military, in other words, state stability. A statist and globalist approaches to global health security differ in their understanding of what is to be protected and how. A securitization of health describes the process by which a health issue traverses politics as normal to become a security concern. A criticism of global health security and securitization focuses on the potential discriminatory impacts, skewing of the global health agenda towards security threats, and the introduction of security actors into the health realm. Case Study 25.2 COVID-19 Vaccines and Intellectual Property Rights. Advances in medicine and scientific discovery such as vaccines help stop the spread of disease and prolong life. The discovery of COVID-19 vaccines demonstrates the importance of vaccines in preventing death and disease from infection and the spread of the virus. However, discovery of a vaccine is only one part of the solution. The other is ensuring everyone in the world has access to vaccines. In the first 6 months of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout around the world, less than 1% of the 3.35 billion doses were administered in low-income countries. The majority of vaccines were concentrated in a few richer countries, notably Canada, the UK, Israel, the United States, Germany, Italy, and France, and in middle-income states such as India and Mexico. This led some states and activists to label the division between rich and poor countries vaccine apartheid, or vaccine inequity or injustice, Harman et al. 2021. The simple explanation for vaccine inequality is one of supply and vaccine nationalism. Vaccines cannot be manufactured quickly enough to meet demand, and key states have bought up and stockpiled available doses. Stockpiling doses in this way is often labeled vaccine nationalism, where states look after their own interests by buying up vaccines for their own population. This means vaccines are allocated based on the ability of states to pay and negotiate contracts, rather than prioritizing the most vulnerable groups in the world. This raises an ethical question for states whether it is right to vaccinate the less vulnerable and stockpile doses as insurance. But it also raises a security question whether vaccinating one population first secures it from future threats from the virus. At the start of the pandemic, the international community acted to preempt the problem of vaccine nationalism and to incentivize vaccine production through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and specifically through the COVID-19 Vaccines Global Access (COVAX) scheme. The point of COVAX was to pool resources to spread the risk of vaccine development and ensure enough vaccines would be available to cover 20% of every state's population. Richer countries would pay for their 20%, and poorer countries would be subsidized through ODA. The problem with COVAX was it did not work. Rich states hedged their bets by making bilateral deals on the side, and COVAX never received the development aid necessary to fund its operations. One solution to the equity problem is for poorer states to make their own vaccines. However, COVID-19 vaccines are patent protected and therefore cannot be reproduced, as this would violate intellectual property law. Patent and intellectual property justice debates are nothing new in global health. Patent and intellectual property justice debates are nothing new in global health. Pharmaceutical companies defend intellectual property rights as essential to innovation and the work that they do. Without them, they suggest that there would be no incentive to create new drugs and vaccines. Health advocates regularly contest this, pointing to the amount of public funds used to incentivize investment and pay for the university research that goes into them. This debate came to a head at the height of the HIV/AIDS crisis, when poorer countries with devastating AIDS epidemics had to pay more than rich countries for antiretroviral drugs. In 2001, the World Trade Organization, WTO, shifted its position on maintaining intellectual property rights to account for global health emergencies, such as HIV/AIDS. The WTO amended its trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights, TRIPS, agreement to state that states could produce generic versions of patented drugs in cases of exceptional health emergencies or crises. WTO 2017a. This would be done by states issuing compulsory licenses to allow for the manufacture of patented drugs. It is this loophole that states can produce and import generic drugs, in this case vaccines, during health emergencies that has ignited debate around a people's vaccine to counter vaccine inequality and nationalism. Led by civil society and the governments of South Africa and India, it is a movement to invoke this amendment within the WTO to waive intellectual property rights for the COVID-19 vaccine, the TRIPS waiver. Question 1. What is vaccine nationalism? Does it protect people from pandemics? Question 2. Why is intellectual property important in global health? Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss these questions. A Nepali paramedic prepares and administers the Pfizer vaccine, received through COVAX Subhash Shrestha/Shutterstock. 25.6 Conclusion. The death, disease, and disruption to international affairs caused by the COVID-19 pandemic is the culmination of decades of political contention as to what and who global health politics is for. Global health is inseparable from global politics. Global politics defines what issues and whose health is prioritized and how we respond to health threats and emergencies. States seeking to protect their own interests by hoarding vaccines, closing their borders, or ignoring international health law suggests that the future of global health is increasingly isolationist and statist. COVID-19 will only exacerbate an interest in global health security. This may lead to increased isolationist practices, a lack of regard to the right to health, and continued divisions in which health issues get funded, more vertical and fewer horizontal programs. It will certainly lead to a reframing of security that centers non-traditional security actors such as pharmaceutical companies and promotes new roles for old security actors such as militaries. However, COVID-19 may also result in a return to the idea of global health security as a collective problem, requiring collective, multilateral solutions. Politicians like to repeat the idiom that no one is safe until everyone is safe. Future commitments to multilateralism will test this. Global health politics is thus central to understanding past and contemporary international relations. In contrast to other issues and threats in the world such as migration or climate change, global health is an aspect of international relations that is well-funded and attracts substantive political will from several aspects of politics and society. Global health is governed through international health law, institutions with technical expertise, and a diversity of actors that minimize the impact of inter- and intrastate politics. Yet global health continues to fail to provide public health throughout the world and, despite knowing how to detect and respond to health emergencies, an outbreak of another new coronavirus could become a major pandemic. The problems of pandemics and global health inequalities are not caused by a gap in our scientific and medical understanding, but by the global politics of health. Questions. 1. Is global health security about protecting individuals or states from emerging health threats? 2. What is meant by the securitization of health? Can you give an example of a health concern that was framed as a security issue? 3. Does the right to health ensure better health for all? 4. How does international health law such as the International Health Regulations 2005 prevent and respond to current and future pandemics? 5. Should international institutions such as the WHO focus more on strengthening health systems than planning for future pandemics? Key points. A health security is not just about the impact of security on health, but also about the impact of health and medicine on security. A medicalization of security refers to how insecurity in international relations is increasingly caused by health and is dependent on medicalized solutions and scientific actors. A medicalization of security suggests new actor scientists. Pharmaceutical companies will have greater power in international security. COVID-19 vaccines are a good example of the medicalization of security. States that can create, produce, and purchase vaccines are able to secure their citizens more effectively than those without vaccines. 6. What is a public health emergency of international concern, PHEIC, and why does it matter in international relations? 7. What is the difference between horizontal and vertical financing in global health? Do we need more checks on the role and power of private actors such as pharmaceutical companies and philanthropists? 9. Does COVID-19 show the failings of institutions of global health security? 10. What is the role of civil society in global health governance? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Visit the online resources to apply theory to practice and take part in the simulation, Stopping an Epidemic. Further reading. Benton, A. 2017. Whose Security? Militarization and Securitization During West Africa's Ebola Outbreak. In M. Hoffman and S. O. eds. The Politics of Fear, Medicine Sans Frontiers and the West Africa Ebola Epidemic. Oxford. Oxford University Press 25-50. In-depth case study of how militarization and the securitization of global health happens or not, in practice, and the consequences of such practices for outbreak response and wider inequality in global health. Davies, S. E. 2008. Securitizing Infectious Disease. International Affairs. 84, 295-313. Essential reading for understanding the evolution and tensions of global health security and securitization of infectious disease, and how institutions such as the WHO attempt to manage infectious disease control amid such tensions. Davies, S. E. and Wenham C. 2020. Why the COVID-19 response needs international relations, international affairs, 96, 1227-51. Outlines the case for greater engagement with international relations in the global health community, with particular relevance to global health security, pandemic preparedness, and COVID-19. Elba, S. 2006. Should HIV/AIDS be securitized? The Ethical Dilemmas of Linking HIV, AIDS, and Security. International Studies Quarterly, 50, 119-144. One of the first of many papers to raise the ethical dilemmas of securitization and global health. Clearly sets out three concerns with regard to the HIV/AIDS pandemic, drawing on the work of Foucault. Farmer, P. 2015. The Caregiver's Disease, London Review of Books, 37, 10. Narrative essay about the 2014-15 Ebola outbreak and the devastation to the health system and death of care workers in Sierra Leone from a leading practitioner and thinker on the right to health. Covers an expansive range of topics from colonialism and the legacies of medical missionaries to contemporary humanitarian crisis caravans, to wider questions over what or who is left out in Covers an expansive range of topics from colonialism and the legacies of medical missionaries to contemporary humanitarian crisis caravans to wider questions over what or who is left out in global health. McInnes, C. and Lee, K. 2012, Global Health and International Relations, Cambridge, Polity. Clear introduction to the relationship between global health and international relations, outlining the core debates around the concepts of global health security, global health governance, and the political economy of global health. Distinct and including a focus on health and foreign policy. Ruger, J. 2018, Global Health Justice and Governance, Oxford University Press. Comprehensive book on all aspects of global health politics, concepts, and the evolution of global health governance with a strong rights-based focus. Rushton, S. 2011, Global Health Security, Security for whom? Security from what? Political Studies, 59, 779-96. Concise analysis of the challenges, inequalities, and tensions surrounding global health security. Relevant to understanding both global health security and the fault lines between rich and poor countries in global health. Yahya, M. 2007, Polio Vaccines, No Thank You. Barriers to Polio Eradication in Northern Nigeria, African Affairs, 106, 423, 185-204. Insightful case study on the intersection between global politics and inequalities in global health and vaccine hesitancy. Essential for understanding the politics of vaccines and the relationship between global and local politics in health and global politics. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. What are the main institutions and principal characteristics of the international regime governing refugees and forced migration? What are the political and policy implications of the shift from refugee to forced migration studies? What is the relationship between refugee law and racism, especially during and after COVID-19? Refugees and forced migration. Ariadna Estevez. Chapter 26. Reader's Guide. This chapter introduces students to the international politics of refugees and forced migration, examining how forced migration and refugees are produced and managed in the context of contemporary globalization. It characterizes forced migration as the compulsory mobility of people due to existing and potential threats, mostly in the global South and East. These threats are related to a variety of international issues, and there is debate concerning the underlying causes, including ongoing colonial legacies and existing power relations. Forced migration can occur nationally, internal displacement, or internationally, asylum seekers and refugees who cross borders. Although both internal and international forced migration relate to global political forces, only refugees are protected by legally binding international humanitarian law. To discuss forced migration with an emphasis on the international politics of refugee legislation and law, this chapter Phi RST locates the subject within the Phi ELD of International Relations IR. It goes on to provide an overview of the conceptual debate, presenting a critical discussion of new ways of characterizing forced migration along with their analytical and policy implications. It then examines how policymakers classify distinct types of forced migration. Finally, it analyses the institutions informing the international regime that governs refugees, their specify C definitions of the term and subsidiary categories. 26.1 Introduction. In legal terms, refugee is the status granted to forced migrants who cross borders seeking international protection in the event of political persecution. According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, refugee status is declaratory. This means any person who qualifies as a refugee is by that very fact a refugee, regardless of formal recognition by the host country. However, in a world where state sovereignty is crucial, as discussed elsewhere in this book, the reality is a far cry from the UN ideal, because asylum seekers only become refugees and acquire related rights in the host country when they can prove to an asylum judge or official that political authorities in their own country are unable or unwilling to protect them from persecution based on race or ethnicity, nationality, religion, political opinion, or belonging to a specific social group. International forced migration due to political economic crises, global development, criminal violence, or environmental degradation is not automatically protected by refugee law and international organizations, since these were issued and designed long before the appearance of widespread phenomena that have produced a surge of massive forced displacement. This is not to say that violence or the political economy are new. Rather, it is that many of their contemporary expressions, generalized criminal violence, drug/human trafficking, and climate change, fall outside the parameters of core legal instruments and the mandate of specialized multilateral organizations. Furthermore, the forced migrant is not a legal category with related rights or international protection. Forced migrant is increasingly used as a social and political term for people who leave their countries for reasons other than economic necessity or persecution. The former is often termed an economic migrant and the latter an asylum seeker, who may apply for refugee status. That international law related to contemporary forced migration seems outdated raises important questions for the study of international relations. Why has there been no change to international refugee law to include causes of displacement beyond individual persecution? Should it be modified? This chapter draws attention to the relationship between the lack of legal protection for the majority of forced migrants and refugees and how forced migration is produced and managed in and by globalization. The global issues leading to forced migration are discussed elsewhere in this volume and include war, CCH 14, international and global security, CCH 15, global political economy, CCH 16, gender, CCH 17, race, CCH 18, environmental issues, CCH 24, poverty, hunger and development, CCH 27, global trade and finance, CCH 28, terrorism, CCH 29, and human rights violations, CCH 32. These are all problems with root causes in colonial and post-colonial relations, CCH 11. Moreover, the policies designed for the management of refugees and forced migration are defined by many of the core concepts and theories examined in other chapters of this book, such as sovereignty, security, international law, CCH 19, international organizations, CCH 20, and regions, CCH 23. The consequences of forced migration are globally managed through international law, and policy is designed and enforced by international institutions, particularly the United Nations, CCH 21. International non-governmental organizations, NGOs, CCH 22, and through humanitarian interventions, all discussed in this book. The study of forced migration as such and not just political asylum emerged as a topic in the 1980s when people started to flee their home countries for reasons other than political persecution, which is the cornerstone of the international refugee regime. Like the field of IR, forced migration has a multidisciplinary research agenda that incorporates the international or global dimensions of disciplines such as sociology, economics, and human geography. For instance, global sociology focuses on the agent-structure problem, north-south inequality, and transnational flows facilitating or impeding mobility, Steputat and Sorensen 2014. Global political economy examines how trade and investment practices create forced labor and how multilateral and regional institutions rely on and process migrant labor and remittances. However, international law is the discipline most strongly associated with refugee studies, establishing the categories and parameters used to define who is and who is not a refugee. According to Alexander Betts 2009, the field of IR came late to the study of refugees due to a lack of interest by the once dominant theories of realism and liberalism. It is the increasing influence of theories focusing on the role of subjects, institutions, and other non-state actors such as constructivism, feminism, and post-colonialism that has changed this. 26.2 Concept Production and the Politics of International Protection. Determining who qualifies as a refugee who is worthy of international protection is a political decision made by nation-states. Certain countries, especially hegemonic and even neo-colonial powers, have frequently used refugee status to punish, harass, or pressure political and economic enemies. For example, from 1966 to 2017, as part of the Cuban Adjustment Act, the U.S. famously granted immediate asylum to Cuban and Chinese citizens, mostly activists, to punish communist regimes. Ramji Nogales, Schoenholtz, and Schrag 2008. The scope of this political decision has nevertheless been influenced by international law. The UN has argued that sovereignty should not be used as an excuse to refuse legal protection to people suffering from persecution and other threats. This is why, since the 1980s, Western democracies have imposed a legal and policy framework that simultaneously secures refugee rights and prevents refugees from reaching safe haven in their territories. Frelick, Keisel, and Podkul 2016. Gameltoft-Hansen, and Tan 2017. Some scholars have argued that from the beginning the term refugee was enshrined in law for policy purposes, without any critical content. Today, refugee does not describe the social, political, and economic conditions of a subject seeking refuge, but rather prescribes a series of legal requirements, the burden of proof for someone claiming asylum. Black, 2001. This is clear in the definition of refugees in the international regime, which refers exclusively to people who fled their countries before 1951. The time frame does not describe a condition that of the refugee but a time limit for legal and policy purposes. Others have argued that the lack of analytical content in the term refugee makes people invisible and privileges the worldview of policymakers, who are often guided by political agendas. Polzer 2008. Bakewell 2008. Indian legal scholar B. S. Chimney 2009. has argued that the legal category of refugee has been used for political purposes throughout the 4 phases of its evolution. During the first phase, 1914-45, when the international community witnessed the fall of the Ottoman and Habsburg empires, the First World War, and the Armenian Genocide, the incipient refugee regime was led by practical interests, such as attracting professional refugees, including medical doctors and scientists. The second phase, 1945-82, was marked by the political interests of the West in the immediate post-Second World War period, the split between capitalist and socialist countries, and Cold War politics in support of dissidents in one bloc or the other. The third phase, 1982-2000, was marked by the proliferation of countries producing refugees in the Third World, now more often known as the Global South, due to military coups d'état and interventions sponsored by Western democracies. Chimney 1998, 2009-13. For example, the Civil War in Guatemala shows how Western military intervention led to an exodus of thousands of people. In 1954, the U.S. helped the Guatemalan military overthrow democratically elected President Jacobo Arbenz to protect corporate interests and to prevent the spread of communism in Guatemala, where guerrilla groups fought the government. After a 20-year civil war, Guatemalan General Efren Rios Montt took power in 1982 and received military aid from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, to enforce counterinsurgency operations and eliminate guerrillas. Rios Montt infamously believed the Maya indigenous groups were naturally prone to communism, so counterinsurgency aimed to eliminate Mayans as a group. U.S. President Ronald Reagan sponsored counterinsurgency operations with arms and expertise, actively contributing to the killing of over 200,000 indigenous peoples. 1 million indigenous people were internally displaced, while another 200,000 fled to Mexico. Only a quarter of these refugees were housed in UNHCR camps. Jonas 2013. Rios Montt was found guilty of genocide in 2012. The fourth period in the evolution of the legal category of refugee corresponds to the current post-9/11 era. This period is marked by the threat of terrorism and criminal violence, as well as the intensification of climate change. Internal and international forced migration has continued to increase. Forced migration studies and greater interest within IR emerged during these last 2 periods. Chimney 1998, 2009-13. A focus on refugees as part of the wider topic of migration studies only emerged in the 1980s, in the context of increasing refugee numbers. According to Zetter 2007, by the late 1980s there was a fractioning of the refugee label within forced migration studies, that is, the multiplication of related labels used to manage intense migration flows and increasingly exclude more people from the legal protection of refugee status. These labels are referred to in this chapter as types of forced migration. See section 26.3. Zetter, 2007, regrets this shift from refugee studies to forced migration studies, since it has negative consequences for policy, since the refugee regime allowed for real protection from persecution. He claims globalization is reshaping the refugee regime, and therefore the concept of the refugee, since the original objective of determining how humanitarian assistance is distributed and accessed is replaced by an interest in distinguishing who is and who is not a refugee. Zetter 2007, 174. This means the politics of international protection is no longer focused on state obligation, but on restricting refugee status depending on who is considered a desirable migrant and who is not. Squire 2009, 7. In terms of policy and refugee law enforcement, this means a non-ideological model of refugee protection emerged. The deterrence model, see case study 26.1. The deterrence model is non-ideological in the sense that previously Cold War powers had used the refugee regime for political purposes to punish each other, making it an essentially distorted refugee regime. Instead, the post-Cold War model became reliant on deterrence rather than humanitarian principles and human rights values, while lauding the international asylum regime, Gameltoft-Hansen and Tan 2017. Discussing voluntary/involuntary migration or forced migration is a form of fractioning the refugee label, and some scholars seek to ground these new labels in human rights law and rhetoric for both analytical and policy objectives. Certain academics, some of them from the Global South, believe forced migration should become a legal category subsuming both internal and international displacement, while also including other types of forced mobility, such as deportation and qualified migration, which are often ignored. Riano Alcala 2008, De Genova 2002, Jesh 2012, Delgado Wise 2014. From a post-colonial perspective, see Box 26.1, Estevez 2021, claims it is necessary to incorporate the reasons for forced migration and the policies and COVID-19 and asylum processing. The demise of the deterrence model? After the Cold War, a new paradigm emerged. The deterrence model, which relies on policy and law enforcement strategies designed to prevent refugees from reaching safe haven in rich countries by land, sea, or air. Deterrence strategies focus on non-admission, non-arrival, offshore processing, criminalization, and redirecting refugees to other countries. While some scholars believe COVID-19 is leading to the demise of this model, at least two strategies seem to have adapted well. Outsourcing asylum through safe third country agreements and offshore processing. To guarantee the non-refoulement principle, the 1951 Convention defined a safe third country as an alternate host country for a person suffering persecution if the country of arrival was unwilling to host them. However, the EU has used the term to keep asylum seekers off Schengen territory. According to the EU's 2013 Asylum Procedures Directive, in the Schengen area, a member qualifies as a safe third country when it has ratified the Geneva Conventions and the European Convention on Human Rights. The directive acknowledges that the understanding of security is not universal and is case-dependent. European Parliament 2013. With increased migration in 2015, Europe abandoned the safe third country practice, and in 2016 promoted the so-called EU-Turkey deal, by which Turkey agreed to process applications and establish detention centers. In exchange, the EU agreed to relocate refugees, reduce visa restrictions for Turkish citizens, pay €6 million in aid for Syrian migrant communities in Turkey, and resume talks for Turkey's integration into the EU. Turkey therefore became an offshore asylum processing country. While a safe third country must comply with humanitarian requirements defined in the 1951 Convention, offshore processing countries have an administrative function independent from human rights requirements. Australia has been a pioneer in outsourcing asylum processing. Long before the EU-Turkey deal, the Regional Cooperation Agreement between Australia, Indonesia, and the International Organization for Migration (IOM) not only externalized the process but also blue-washed migration management by including a humanitarian agency. Indonesia agreed to host asylum applicants, and the IOM committed to processing applications. Between 2001 to 16, Australia paid the IOM $238 million for migration control in Indonesia for services such as detention infrastructure, return of refugees, reinforcement of migration, and information campaigns to deter people from arriving in Australia by boat. This deterrence model was hegemonic globally when the World Health Organization's declaration of a COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020 led to widespread border closures. Some scholars believe closed borders meant the de facto end of deterrence strategies. However, as people started to move again after worldwide vaccination campaigns, rich countries reactivated deterrence measures. Sources: Frelich, Keisel, and Podkul 2016, Gameltoft Hansen and Tan 2017, Gezelbash and Tan 2020. Question 1. Do Western democracies use the safe third country category as a humanitarian device or an excuse to prevent asylum seekers from reaching their borders? Question 2. Do countries have the sovereign right to externalize asylum processing, or is it a colonial practice? Law designed to tackle it so it can be analyzed as an ongoing process initiated both by the international community and private actors ranging from multinational corporations to organized crime groups. Estevez argues that forced migration is a process that starts with structural and accumulation projects, often facilitated by law enforcement or organized crime activities that displace or kill people. The forcibly displaced are further exposed to gangs, organized crime, and sexual violence while traveling to a new home. The lives of those who survive the first two stages of the process are managed by legal and administrative apparatuses such as migration and asylum systems. From this perspective, the production of forced migration is determined by three elements. 1. Geographical specificity along international lines of race, gender, and class. 2. A process starting with structural and accumulation projects that displace people who are in turn further exposed to the threats represented by gangs, organized crime, and sexual violence. And 3. The management of people by legal and administrative apparatuses such as migration and asylum systems which expel people to places of extreme deprivation where they may eventually be killed by criminal gangs or forced to live on the streets. Others believe new categories are necessary to help eliminate arbitrary distinctions made between refugees and people fleeing generalized violence, environmental threats, and crime. Alexander Betts, for example, proposes the term survival migration for persons who are outside their country of origin because of an existential threat for which they have no access to a domestic remedy or resolution. Betts 2010. 362. In addition, Michel Foucault's idea of asylum as the right of the governed is little known, although it is fundamental for understanding the subjective impact of changing forms of political power. Foucault, 1977, believed the right to asylum was essential for resisting oppression. See Chapter 12. Box 26.1 Colonial Powers and Forced Migration. Today, people who are forced to leave their home countries are not necessarily threatened by political forces linked to international conflict. The situation has changed to such an extent that if forced migration was defined by this type of political conflict, it would not be such a pressing issue. Mainstream literature argues that forced migration is produced by problems of governance and the legitimacy of fragile states. Steputat and Sorensen, 2014. In mainstream approaches, there's no assessment of the productive nature of these causes. From a decolonial and post-colonial perspective, however, forced migration is not an innocent consequence of structural forces or evil tyrannies. For instance, war and conflict are frequently linked to colonial relations or sponsorship, such as mercenaries in Syria. Furthermore, transnational corporations involved in development projects are usually based in the West. Human traffickers exist because people cannot afford papers to migrate legally or need to re-enter a Western country after deportation or denial of refugee status. Finally, the environment would not be a threat without global warming or devastation, which are generally the result of corporate activities. From a geopolitical and non-Western perspective, forced migration is a desired outcome of a series of policies, laws, and omissions intended to create extreme deprivation, violence, and deadly forms of life in poor or middle-income countries subordinated to the hegemonic and colonial power of the West. For instance, Mexican scholar Guadalupe Correa Cabrera, 2017, has established empirically the link between killings, forced disappearances, femicides, displacement, and hydrocarbon extraction. Correa Cabrera argues that in the case of northeastern Mexico, elites have produced violence to force corporations to hire private security. She claims there is a spatial coincidence between global fluxes, the global mobility of people, capital, and crime, and economic inequality. In this geographical area, she identifies at least 4 such global fluxes: the maquila industry, sweatshops, extraction and sale of hydrocarbons, migration, and transnational organized crime. The impact of these fluxes has led to increased income inequality in the region, since internal dynamics broaden the gap between rich and poor while reinforcing social inequality. Source: Correa Cabrera, 2017. Key points. Determining who is and who is not a refugee, who is worthy of international protection, is a political decision made by nation-states. The scope of this political decision has been marked by the legal categories established in international human rights and humanitarian law. There are 2 positions as to the meaning of the recent shift from refugee to forced migrant in law and policy. 1. A new humanitarianism that makes categories more inclusive, forced migration, while making borders stronger. And 2. The multiplication of categories for forced migrants to restrict their access to refugee status. Certain scholars, including some in the Global South, are working to include human rights content in the category forced migration. Some see it as a process of production and management, while others believe new concepts are needed. 26.3 Types of forced migration. Policy and legal discourses of migration establish 2 basic types of migration: voluntary and forced. Voluntary migration implies a voluntary decision that is usually based on economic calculations, the subject seeking better opportunities abroad. In contrast, forced migration, also known as displacement, implies the subject's involuntary response to existing political, environmental, and violence-related threats. Reed, Ludwig, and Broslow, 2016. However, Stephen Castles, 2003, believes the line dividing these 2 types is increasingly blurred, since the decision to leave somewhere in search of better opportunities is usually linked to poverty, environmental hazards, generalized criminal violence, international or internal conflict, or failed development projects. For policy purposes, forced migration is defined as migratory movement in which an element of coercion exists, including threats to life and livelihood, whether arising from natural or man-made causes. International Organization for Migration. IOM, in Reed, Ludwig, and Broslow, 2016, 605. Forced migration has subsumed the definition and the policy of the so-called International Refugee Regime, S. Martin, 2010, see Box 26.2, which is part of the modern system of sovereign territorial states. Steputat and Sorensen, 2014. The core of the refugee regime is Box 26.2 Chronology of International Law in the Refugee Regime. Within the UNHCR and is ruled by its statute and the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees. There are also regional refugee systems with wider mandates in accordance with their conventions. In the refugee regime, policymakers classify forced migrants according to 1. geographical boundaries, and 2. The causes of displacement. This classification has implications for both policy and protection. See Figure 26.1. 26.3.1 Classification according to geographical boundaries. 26.3.1.1 Asylum seekers. These are individuals who cross international borders seeking protection but whose claim for refugee status is still pending. Asylum seekers are often subjected to forms of detention such as those arriving in Australia by boat or people who claim asylum in the United States while not holding a valid visa. 26.3.1. 26.3.1.2 Refugees. Asylum seekers who have proved before a judge or immigration officer, depending on the country, a well-founded fear of persecution receive refugee status under the terms of the Convention relating to the status of refugees, its 1967 Protocol, the African Convention, and the UNHCR Statute. See Box 26.2. Even though states have no obligation to grant asylum or admit refugees, they do have the obligation not to forcibly return asylum seekers to the countries where they are facing persecution. This is known as the right to non-refoulement. See Opposing Opinions 26.1. States may relocate people to countries where they are safe, and states are willing to accept them. These are known as safe third countries. The Convention allows states to establish their own terms for admitting refugees. Some countries have an extremely limited interpretation of the Convention and grant asylum to people who have a well-founded fear of persecution based only on the 5 protected categories and if the state is unwilling or incapable of protecting them. Asylum seekers who are granted refugee status by a sovereign state according to the Convention have several rights that other forced migrants do not, including the same civil rights and liberties as citizens, the right to work, and access to social services for themselves and their children, including education and health. In some countries, such as New Zealand, Canada, and Australia, refugees may become citizens. 26.3.1.3 People in refugee-like situations. These are groups of persons who are outside their country or territory of origin and who face protection risks like those of refugees, but for whom refugee status has, for practical or other reasons, not been ascertained. UNHCR 2013. These groups include stateless persons and those who have been denied protection in their own country, like the Bedouin in Kuwait and the Rohingya in Myanmar. 26.3.4 Internally displaced persons, IDPs. In 1998, the UN issued the Guiding Principles on Internal Displacement, which define IDPs as persons or groups of persons who have been forced or obliged to flee or to leave their homes or places of habitual residence, in particular as a result of, or in order to avoid, the effects of armed conflict, situations of generalized violence, violations of human rights or natural or human-made disasters, and who have not crossed an internationally recognized state border. UN Commission on Human Rights 1998. IDPs remain in their home country and have the same rights and duties as other citizens. For example, they enjoy the right to health but are also responsible before the law if they commit crimes. More importantly, IDPs especially. Figure 26.1 Number of forced migrants. 2020 Source. UNHCR 2021. Global Trends. Forced displacement in 2020. 2021 United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Total forced migrants, 82.4 million. Opposing Opinions 26.1 The non-refoulement principle should prevail during health emergencies. 4. The non-devolution principle means that no one seeking asylum can be returned to a country where they suffer from persecution and face serious harm, murder, torture, ill-treatment. It is absolute and applies to anyone claiming asylum. It applies to asylum seekers with claims still pending, people with refugee status, and anyone fearing persecution, serious human rights violations, torture, inhumane and degrading treatment, and punishment. Anyone claiming asylum must be protected from devolution. This does not necessarily apply to convention refugees or people suffering persecution based on the 5 protected categories. This interpretation comes from human rights law. The non-devolution principle is just Kogan's, a fundamental principle of international law. Even if the state has neither signed nor ratified the Refugee Convention and other refugee-related agreements. Non-refoulement is a general principle of international law and customary law for the international community. Humanitarian and human rights laws indeed recognize the right to flee and seek asylum, but states are not obliged to grant it. However, obligations under human rights treaties, including the Convention Against Torture, establish that no one can be returned to a country where they could be tortured or subjected to punishment and inhumane and degrading treatment. The COVID-19 health emergency led to sealed borders and suspended asylum processing. Safe third country agreements and offshore processing were obstacles to asylum and neo-refoulement practices, but asylum seekers were able to claim asylum. Rich countries encourage and apply neo-refoulement measures to dump refugees. However, refugees still find asylum in poor countries. We should not abandon the right to asylum, but force rich countries to enforce humanitarian and human rights law protecting the right to asylum and non-refoulement. Presuming migrants are COVID-19 carriers is discriminatory based on race and nationality. The state should facilitate tests and vaccinations for anyone seeking asylum before deciding to deport them. Against. The non-devolution principle applies to already recognized refugees living in the country of asylum. This means people claiming asylum who live in the country but have not been granted asylum yet could be deported. Only people threatened with persecution for reasons of race, nationality, political opinion, religion, and membership of a particular social group should be protected from deportation. These are the real refugees. States with no binding obligations to the 1951 Refugee Convention are not obliged to respect the right to non-refoulement. States have a right to exclusion. Humanitarian and human rights laws guarantee the right to claim asylum. However, there is no corresponding obligation for states to grant asylum. Before COVID-19, the non-refoulement principle was already in crisis. States used neo-refoulement techniques to prevent asylum seekers from reaching their territories. These techniques included rigid requirements for visas, sanctions on commercial flights, dissuasive land and sea patrols, and offshore processing. COVID-19 facilitated further neo-refoulement practices. New barriers mean the end of the right to asylum. Chapter 32 of the Refugee Convention establishes that states can override the non-refoulement principle in cases of national emergency. COVID-19 is just such an emergency. 1. Is it fair to say that international refugee law guarantees the right to non-refoulement even during health emergencies such as the COVID-19 pandemic? Should a refugee's right to non-refoulement be suspended if they possibly carry a virus or suffer from an illness? 3. Instead of debating suspension of the non-refoulement principle in the context of COVID-19, should rich countries guarantee widespread vaccination in poor countries? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Women, children, and the elderly have the right to enjoy civil liberties and receive humanitarian aid. The guidelines recommend that governments ban arbitrary displacement such as that caused by war, conflict, or forced displacement, and that affecting indigenous peoples. It should be noted that environmental and development-related displacements are not banned, although governments are called on to protect peasants and indigenous people in cases where development projects evict local communities. 26.3.1.5 Groups or people of concern. These include refugees and IDPs who have returned to their home countries spontaneously or in an organized fashion that guarantees safety and dignity, with the help of the UNHCR, UNHCR 2018. People who have been denied asylum and need humanitarian assistance are also included in these groups. 26.3.2 Classification according to the causes. There are at least 4 types of forced migration as determined by the causes of displacement. 26.3.2.1 Conflict-induced. This is the typical forced migration, and the most studied in international relations, since it is displacement national or international, caused by international or civil war, or other This is the typical forced migration and the most studied in international relations since it is displacement national or international caused by international or civil war, or other political or social processes that lead to persecution under the categories protected by the 1951 Convention. Within 10 days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, more than 1.5 million refugees had fled the country, and the UN warned that the combined total of refugees and internally displaced persons could reach more than 10 million people or approximately 25% of Ukraine's pre-war population. UNHCR 2022. UN 2022. Most UNHCR efforts concentrate on this type of displacement, which produces the type of refugee protected under the 1951 Convention. However, in new types of conflict such as drug and gang wars that often entail widespread sexual violence against women, the terms of refugee status according to international law may be insufficient for individuals who have a well-founded fear of persecution either because they do not belong to any of the Convention's 5 protected categories or because conflict is assessed as generalized violence. An example of this type of conflict is in Mexico, where drug cartels and law enforcement officials sometimes collude in cases of forced disappearance, kidnapping, execution, torture, persecution, femicide, rape, and massacre. While the government claims criminal gangs are solely responsible for these brutalities and invests important resources in security as well as in judicial and constitutional reform among other normative changes, it has failed to tackle impunity and corruption. Although the Mexican government claims to have taken measures to combat these crimes, they continue to occur. Consequently, by 2018 there were 329,917 people internally displaced by 25 violent episodes, with 60% of them being women and 92% families. CMDPDH 2018. From 2006 to 16 there were 98,547 asylum claims. Estevez 2018. In recent years, criminal, gang, and sexual violence have become so serious and widespread in some regions that they have led to humanitarian crises and large-scale national and international displacement. Those who flee conflict or generalized violence could be specially designated refugees by the UNHCR, Martin 2010, or as part of geographically specific legal instruments like the African Convention and the Cartagena Declaration, see Box 26.2. Policy for refugees recognized by the UNHCR in these terms is intended to address a temporary crisis, since it is considered an emergency movement of people who are placed in temporary camps. However, after years of displacement, these camps develop into cities with economic activities dependent on international aid. One such example is the Kakuma camp in Kenya, which was established in 1992 for people fleeing the war in Sudan. By 2017, it was populated by over 164,000 people, a population slightly larger than that of Curacao Island, 160,000. There is a local paper-based economy, since people live on vouchers that can be exchanged for access to schools and meals, among other things. Anzalati 2017. When the crisis is resolved, people return to their homes, although sometimes the seriousness of the crisis leads to people being resettled. For example, Hardashai camp in eastern Ethiopia closed in 2004 after its 230,000-strong refugee population returned to Somalia, where an ongoing civil war had expelled thousands of people since 1988. Healy and Bradbury 2010. 26.3.2.2 Environmental or natural disaster-induced. This type of displacement includes the forced mobility of people affected by natural or human-made disasters related to climate change, environmental degradation, and other natural forces such as hurricanes, floods, earthquakes, and drought. By 2017, there were 18.8 million people internally displaced in 135 countries due to natural disasters. The most affected nations are in Asia, the Caribbean, and, more disproportionately, small Pacific islands, small island developing states, or SIDS. There is no specific legal protection for people who cross international borders fleeing human-caused environmental problems, including climate change, disasters, or degradation. Protection for environmental refugees depends on sovereign states who have no binding obligations to take them in or to grant them basic rights. For example, in 2017 the Immigration and Protection Tribunal of New Zealand ruled against two families from Tuvalu, a 2.5 square kilometer SIDS in the Pacific, who claimed protection under the 1951 convention because the island's exposure to rising sea levels and storms makes life unsustainable. Bonnet 2017. 26.3.2.3 Development induced. According to Reed, Ludwig, and Braslow 2016, economic development projects are the most important cause of displacement in the contemporary world, even though the UNHCR focuses on conflict displacement. Projects include population redistribution, urban development, mining, dams, irrigation schemes, transport, expansion of agricultural areas, and even conservation projects. These are often funded by the World Bank Group, but also by corporations. In this type of displacement, forced mobility is the result of land and territory becoming contested spaces, leading to people being evicted, losing their property, jobs, shelter, and even their sense of community. Development projects are often justified in terms of economic progress. Terminsky 2012. From 2004 to 2013, 3.4 million people were displaced by 7,200 World Bank projects, and 97% of these are in Africa, Vietnam, China, and India. Chavkin et al. 2015. For example, in India, 388,794 people have been displaced by 24 projects alone. One of these projects is the coal power Tata Mundra Ultra Mega Power Project in Gujarat state, where entire fishing communities have lost their main economic activity because of the plant's heated wastewater. Yeoman 2015. In Honduras, where thousands of people fled the country in late 2018 as an immediate consequence of rampant and widespread violence, World Bank-sponsored palm oil producer Dinand is suspected of ordering its private guards to kill a local activist and preacher, Gregorio Chavez. who complained about the corporation disputing land ownership with a farming community in Panama Village. Another 132 activists have been killed in a civil war between farmers and corporations disputing land ownership. The Honduras case shows that development-induced displacement also occurs in the form of conflict and violence generated by corporate interests, Chavkin 2015. In other cases, such as that of Venezuela, state/criminal-run mining projects are forcing people, especially indigenous people, to flee to neighboring countries. See Case Study 26.2. 26.3.2.4 Human Trafficking. According to the United Nations Trafficking in Persons Protocol, Article 3, Paragraph A, trafficking means the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons by means of the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, of abduction, of fraud, of deception, of the abuse of power or of a position of vulnerability or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation. Exploitation shall include, at a minimum, the exploitation of the prostitution of others or other forms of sexual exploitation, forced labor or services, slavery or practices similar to slavery, servitude, or the removal of organs. It is evident in the transfer and use of force for exploitation purposes. Victims of trafficking are not simply displaced and may claim asylum because they belong to a particular social group and face persecution for this reason. B. Anderson 2014. Sexual trafficking victimizes mostly women and children who are exploited in developed countries where consumers are often males from the developed world. Sex tourism. For example, Dubai is known as the capital of human trafficking since over 100,000 people are trafficked into the country every year. The victims are from Asia and Africa, lured from their home countries with the promise of jobs as domestic servants. Once they are in Dubai, criminals retain their passports and force them to work as prostitutes or domestic servants in conditions of slavery and sexual and physical abuse. Boycott UAE Team 2017. 26.3.2.5 Mixed migration. Mixed migration refers to the flux of voluntary and involuntary migrants who take the same routes to the same destinations. Mixed Migration Hub 2018. A good example of mixed migration is the Venezuelan case, since less than 145,000 Venezuelans have been granted refugee status while 3.5 million Venezuelans have fled state persecution, criminal violence, and widespread poverty. See Case Study 26.2. Mixed migration from Asia, Africa, South America, Mixed migration from Asia, Africa, South America, the Caribbean, Haiti, and Cuba and Central America towards the US and Canada seemed likely to intensify in the 2020s due to Europe's de facto shutdown of borders. Migrants from all over the world and of all ages and genders, adults, unaccompanied minors, mothers with babies, refugees suffering persecution that matches the 1951 Convention standards, young people seeking a better future, queer people. Transgender people arrive in Colombia, head to Panama to cross the rainforest of the Darien Gap and walk through Central America to the militarized southern border of Mexico. Thousands are held in detention centers or are forced to wait there until the American government grants or denies asylum. Estevez 2021. New anti-COVID-19 biosecurity policies will target this type of migration. See Box 26.3. Forced migration, criminal/state violence, and corporations. Venezuela. While 1.8 of the 3.5 million Venezuelan refugees have fled to neighboring Colombia, mass migration also occurs amid state-sponsored criminal control of gold mining on the border with Brazil. Gold is crucial in finance and the electronics and jewelry industries. The most important gold mines are in South America. Gold corporations, refineries, and buyers are, on the contrary, in the global north. Until 2008, the American-Canadian company Gold Reserve Inc. and Canada-based Crystalex had a vast gold mining monopoly. However, the Venezuelan government seized their assets and criminals took over in the states of Amazonas and Bolivar, indigenous and ecological reservations. Since the U.S. imposed sanctions on Venezuelan gold, the state-run Minervencia has bought gold from criminal groups and sold it to Venezuela's central bank. Buyers from Dubai and Turkey rechannel gold sales to avoid U.S. sanctions. Roughly 90% of Venezuelan gold mining is in criminal hands, but that does not mean that corporations are out of business. Instead, they get cheaper deals to ensure that armed groups or the state control social unrest. For instance, while the U.S. imposed sanctions on Venezuelan gold, Gold Reserve enjoyed access to Las Brisas, Las Cristinas, the largest gold deposit in Venezuela through the Empresa Mixta Ecosocialista Siembra Minera, in which the Venezuelan government owns 55% of the shares. GR Mining, a gold reserve foreign subsidiary based in Barbados, holds the remaining 45% of the shares. Las Brisas, Las Cristinas is in Bolivar State, the heart of the Orinoco mining arc and the state with the second highest level of violence. Criminal groups control gold extraction, charging small miners a quota or part of their gold. Refusal to pay could end in death. Thousands of Venezuelans facing state criminal violence in gold mining have fled to the Brazilian state of Roraima, where there are 13 refugee camps. Thousands of these refugees belong to the Wario indigenous group, robbed of their land after the government allowed gold mining in the Orinoco. Those who refuse to leave are threatened and killed. Brazil has granted refugee status to 224,000 of the 900,000 Venezuelans who have crossed the border. Indigenous Venezuelans in Roraima, however, are having a challenging time settling down. Over 100,000 Venezuelans live in Roraima under precarious conditions with no access to health care and other services. In the state's capital, Boa Vista, and the border city of Pacaraima, they live in parking lots and on the street, facing xenophobia. Source: Turan Mantovani 2019. Question 1. To what extent is the West responsible for forced migration since corporations find a way to access gold mining despite criminal involvement and U.S. sanctions? Question 2. Is it possible to tell the difference between criminal and state violence for the purpose of determining refugee status? Shelter installed for Venezuelan refugees in Brazil. Photo Arena LTDA/Alami stock photo. Box 26.3. What is the future for forced migration amid COVID-19? Biosecurity protects humans, animals, and plants against biological, chemical, bacterial, and viral threats through policies and regulations. Biosecurity policies aim to assess and manage risks in the food safety, flora and animal life, and public health sectors. Weapons and war technologies that destroy and cause physical damage are not standard measures for biosecurity as they are for, say, national security. Benton and Papadimitriou 2021 believe the COVID-19 pandemic marks a turning point like that of 9/11 in terms of the securitization of borders and migration. However, new securitization policies do not entirely rely on war technologies but those guaranteeing biosecurity. According to these authors, in the post-9/11 world, security was characterized by stricter visa policies, tighter regulation of air travel, expanded border intelligence, and heavier investments in border management. The unintended consequences were the strengthening and further professionalization of smuggler and trafficker networks along borders, particularly the U.S.-Mexico border. Similarly, during COVID-19 confinement, many migrants were stuck between closed borders, and those who continued their journey hired smugglers, leading to greater prosperity among smugglers and consolidating human smuggling markets. While 9/11 securitization addressed individual migration, potential terrorists, and criminals, it failed to anticipate mass migration, the so-called mixed flows that include refugees and unaccompanied minors seeking asylum. Benton and Papadimitriou 2021 claim that in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, the securitization of borders shifted from preventing the entrance of individual terrorists to preventing masses of people potentially infected with COVID-19 from reaching the global North's borders. The scope of securitization is being expanded and redirected towards two areas: migration and mobility management and public health priorities. On the one hand, securitization will impact the administration of spontaneous flows, not because migration is a risk per se, but because political biosecurity discourse will link COVID-19 infections to spontaneous flows. Securitization will focus on migrant groups traveling overland from the Caribbean and South and Central America. In terms of public health, the securitization of borders will include a combination of tests before and after traveling, vaccination records, risk assessment algorithms, quarantine measures, and new logistics involving staff management at ports of entry to avoid crowding. Tazioli 2021 argues that COVID passports will be an exclusion device based on race and class because the poor and ethnic minorities have little access to health services. Martha Lincoln 2021 contends that, given the exclusion caused by the biosecuritization of forced migration, it would be more accurate to talk about necrosecuritization. Although biosecurity does not aim to potentialize disease or death, necrosecurity exposes specific populations to threats and harm, ensuring fewer human losses within specific favored population sectors, such as the upper classes and the white majority. Necrosecurity refers to a calculated attempt to enhance the pathogenic and epidemiological properties of the disease for social, political, and economic benefit, promoting the death of some social groups, the poor, ethnic minorities. In the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, necrosecurity policies had already targeted migrants. Justified by the worldwide shutdown of borders, rich countries have deported thousands of migrants en masse, exposing them and poor countries to the virus. Lincoln 2021. Migrant detention centers and policies guaranteeing the functioning of priority and essential sectors, slaughterhouses, meatpacking plants, industry, have further exposed migrants and refugees to crowds and poor health conditions. In addition, thousands of migrants and refugees lost their jobs and had little access to health services. These necrosecurity policies are likely to continue. A COVID-19 passport photo by Jeremy Bizanger on Unsplash. Key points. There are two types of migration, voluntary and forced migration. The former is usually referred to as economic migration. The latter refers to international and national displacement caused by existing or potential threats such as global warming, labor and sexual trafficking, and development projects, among others. Forced migrants are classified according to geographical boundaries and the causes of their displacement. Classification according to geographical boundaries includes asylum seekers who become refugees if they are granted that status by a national migration court or office. People who cannot comply with the legal requirements of refugee status are in a refugee-like situation. Those who stay in their country are internally displaced persons, IDPs, and those who are deported or returned to their homes of their own will are returned refugees and IDPs. Classification by cause includes migration that is conflict-induced, environmental or natural disaster-induced, development-induced, human trafficking-induced, and mixed. 26.4 The international refugee regime and institutionalized racism. The refugee regime was established in the early 20th century by the League of Nations, which founded the High Commission for Refugees. The refugee regime was established in the early 20th century by the League of Nations, which founded the High Commission for Refugees, the first organization designed to address displacement, caused at that time by the Russian Revolution, the First World War, and the disintegration of the Ottoman and Habsburg empires. Martin 2010. The commission was replaced by several other offices before the modern UNHCR was established in 1950 to deal with mass displacement from communist countries. Martin 2010. In 1951, the UN issued the Convention relating to the status of refugees. Neither the Convention nor its 1967 protocol, which removed the Convention's temporal limitation, forced states to grant refugee status to every person claiming asylum. It provides the core international definition of the refugee as a person who, as a result of events occurring before January 1, 1951, and owing to well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality and is unable or, owing to such fear, is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country. Or who, not having a nationality and being outside the country of his former habitual residence as a result of such events, is unable or, owing to such fear, is unwilling to return to it. Article 1A2. Note that the Convention lacks a gender perspective. It was not until 1995 that the UNHCR recognized that women's rights are human rights and issued guidelines stating that sexual and gender violence were considered persecution. The 2002 guidelines go beyond this, stating that while perpetrators of persecution are mostly state agents, in the case of discrimination and sexual and gender violence, perpetrators could be non-state actors often tolerated by the state. See Box 26.2. Furthermore, only the 1969 Convention governing the specific aspects of refugee problems in Africa and the 1984 Cartagena Declaration on Refugees consider generalized violence as a valid cause for seeking asylum. The 1951 Convention does not. However, the Convention did establish persecution as the main cause for asylum. Eventually, persecution as the core criterion for granting refugee status became problematic because of the complexities of the phenomenon. Almost 70 years after the regime was established, and with multiplying refugee crises around the world, international policy and law are failing to broaden the scope of protection for refugee status. Recent legal and policy changes confirm the scholarly hypothesis that fractioning the term refugee serves the racist objective of keeping third-world nationals out of rich countries, since 9 out of 10 refugees live in poor countries. The European Union (EU) is a good or terrible example of this. For policy and legal purposes, the EU adopts the UN definition of a refugee as its regional instruments do not include the right to seek asylum. This failure to recognize asylum at the regional level has allowed anti-immigrant groups and parties to impose their views on the EU's approach to the issue. In 2004, the EU issued a directive establishing temporary, subsidiary protection for people who are not convention refugees but would face a real risk of suffering serious harm if returned to their country of origin. Nevertheless, the EU's response to ever-increasing refugee crises in its areas of influence Asia and Africa is becoming increasingly repressive, with a series of measures intended to prevent third-country nationals from entering the Schengen area. These measures include removing legal alternatives for reaching Europe, i.e. overseas embassies no longer accept asylum claims, preventing ships from setting sail for Europe, and imposing penalties on transport companies that allow people to travel without documents. The EU's racist approach to migration and refugees became institutionalized. In other words, bureaucracies are used to enforce racist policies, with the Dublin III regulation, which entered into force in 2014 and builds on the Dublin Convention of 1990, or Regulation I, and the Dublin II regulation of 2003. The Dublin III regulation requires asylum seekers to request asylum in the first European nation they arrive in, preventing them from choosing the country they wish to go to, which is often determined by colonial ties, previous migration, family networks, and cultural affinity. In addition to placing most of the burden on border countries, usually Greece and Italy, the regulation is inefficient since it clogs the asylum claim processing system. Sadly, racist institutional approaches to refugee crises help to determine European attitudes towards migrants and asylum seekers, with Brexit being an example of this. European refugee policy has also generated a backlash from populist, anti-immigrant, and even neo-fascist political parties. Institutionalized racism towards migrants and asylum seekers is becoming an international trend, taking over the UN system, as shown by the process for the adoption of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, a process started in 2001. To mark the 50th anniversary of the Refugee Convention, and due to the increasing number of refugees and the multiplication of causes leading to national and international forced displacement, the UNHCR called for global consultations on international refugee protection, 2001. This process led to the UNHCR issuing guidelines that recommended governments define refugee in a broader sense and use protection mechanisms in addition to those of the 1951 Convention, also known as complementary protection. Complementary protection covers non-convention refugees who receive non-convention protection. This includes UN General Assembly resolutions and also regional declarations, conventions, and jurisprudence expanding the definition of the refugee and the scope of protection. Complementary protection also includes human rights and humanitarian law that helps to support non-refoulement measures. See Opposing Opinions 26.1. The deterrence model has systematically undermined the non-refoulement principle. However, since 2015, the West has consistently violated the non-refoulement principle by enhancing legal, policy, and police measures that some scholars have termed neo-refoulement measures since they are disguised as border control procedures. Safe third country and offshore processing measures are two examples. Frelich, Keisel, and Podkul 2016. See Case Study 26.1. After the COVID-19 pandemic-related shutdown of borders, the West returned refugees, using biosecurity and public health justifications. See Box 26.3. While extending refugee protection to include core human rights treaties aided recognition of the complexities of contemporary forced migration, the process took a turn towards institutionalized racism with the 2015 New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants. As a result of the consultation process and adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015, the UN General Assembly adopted the New York Declaration. In this declaration, state parties invite the private sector and civil society, including refugee and migrant organizations, to participate in multi-stakeholder alliances to support efforts to implement the commitments we are making today. Preamble 15. The declaration shifts the regime's focus from state responsibility to the cooperation of non-state actors. Also, while emphasizing the UN commitment to human rights, the declaration calls for policy designed to prevent refugees from fleeing to or seeking asylum in rich countries. This can clearly be seen in calls to ease pressure on host countries, enhance refugee self-reliance, expand access to third-country solutions, support conditions in countries of origin for return. While the declaration was supposedly intended to tackle the shortcomings of hardcore refugee laws, it called on governments and civil society to work together while trying to prevent refugees from reaching rich countries rather than doing anything to save lives. This racist perspective was finally reinforced with the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, both adopted in December 2018. The goal of these non-binding instruments is to prevent asylum seekers and migrants from reaching the West. Global South countries are requested to receive asylum seekers. Global South countries are requested to receive asylum seekers. In exchange, rich countries and the private sector will invest in services and infrastructure. There is no indication of how this responsibility will be shared regarding the economic, political, and ethnic roots of international displacement, such as climate change, development, and crime. Rich countries will only accept refugees and undocumented migrants through legal and limited means such as family reunification, student scholarships, or humanitarian visas. Key points. According to the UN definition, a refugee is a person who has a well-founded fear of persecution because of their political opinions, ethnicity, nationality, religion, or membership of a social group with specific characteristics. Africa, the Americas, and Europe have included indiscriminate violence and threats to life and security, either as legitimate causes of persecution or as the basis for granting subsidiary protection. While states have legally binding obligations when they become party to international and/or regional instruments of the regime, they are not obligated to grant refugee status to every individual claiming asylum. State sovereignty allows them to establish national institutions and criteria for processing asylum claims individually and for making decisions. The recent legal approaches, especially the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees, are non-binding instruments intended to prevent asylum seekers and undocumented migrants from reaching the West, while transferring the responsibility for refugee crises to Global South countries and ensuring benefits for international business. 26.5 Conclusion. Mainstream discourse constructs migration as a phenomenon that is either voluntary or involuntary. Involuntary migration has been grounded on the legal category of the refugee, which describes people who have a well-founded fear of persecution because of their political opinions, ethnicity, nationality, religion, or membership of a specific social group. Those who claim protection under international refugee law in a country other than their own are asylum seekers. Nevertheless, because the refugee definition is a response to the political context of specific international wars and conflicts, such as the First and Second World Wars, many now argue that the category has become inadequate to grasp the policy and legal needs of contemporary involuntary migration, the causes of which range from environmental and development phenomena to new types of conflict such as widespread criminal violence and sexual trafficking. Today, involuntary migration also includes internally displaced persons, people in refugee-like situations, and people receiving subsidiary protection. This trend also has implications for how we study the phenomena, so there has been a recent shift from refugee studies to forced migration studies. However, there are different opinions regarding the extent to which it is convenient to replace a muscular legal category such as the refugee with a social and generic concept such as forced migration. Questions. 1. What is the political advantage of differentiating between voluntary and involuntary migration? 2. What are the policy and power implications of the shift from refugee studies to forced migration studies? Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss this question. 3. Who benefits from fractioning the refugee label? 4. How does the forced migration typology, asylum seekers, refugees, people in need of protection, mixed flows, people of concern, etc., fail to protect people fleeing for their lives? 5. How are the causes of forced migration linked to economic interests? 6. How are the institutions informing the international refugee regime related to post-colonial power relations? 7. What are the most important international legal instruments addressing forced migration today and tackling its root causes? 8. How are the global consultations on international refugee protection institutionalizing racism at the international level? 9. Why are most refugees from Global South countries? 10. If 9 out of 10 refugees live in developing countries, why is the West so reluctant to take refugees at all? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. Betts, A., and Loescher, G., eds. 2010. Refugees in International Relations. Oxford. Oxford University Press. The most complete study of the refugee phenomenon from an IR viewpoint. It considers IR theories, security, sovereignty, regions, and international cooperation. Davies, T. and Isaac G. A. 2019. Ruins of Empire, Refugees, Race, and the Post-Colonial Geographies of European Migrant Camps, Geoforum, 102, 214-17. Examines how refugee camps in Europe are a continuity of post-colonial power relations, marked by racism and othering. Elinani, N. 2021. Bordering Britain, Law, Race, and Empire, Manchester, Manchester University Press. A post-colonial historical legal account of Britain's asylum system and its relationship with poverty and extractivism in its former colonies. Fidian-Kazmia, E., Loescher, G., Long, K., and Sagona, N. 2016. The Oxford Handbook of Refugees and Forced Migration Studies. Oxford. Oxford University Press. The most complete study on forced migration. It provides an overview of how different disciplines have addressed the phenomenon and assesses distinct types of forced migrants, the problem of camps, institutional and legal responses, social issues, gender, race, children, health, religion, etc., and possible solutions. Gattrell, P. 2015. The Making of the Modern Refugee. Oxford. Oxford University Press. A historical view of the phenomenon from a social constructivist perspective. It looks at the causes, consequences, and meanings of the phenomenon from an international viewpoint. Hinman, J. and Mounts, A. 2008. Another Brick in the Wall? Neo-refoulement and the Externalization of Asylum by Australia and Europe, Government and Opposition, 43, 249-69. Mablin, L. 2020. Migration Studies and Colonialism, Cambridge Polity. A Historical Sociology of the Development of Asylum in the History of Colonialism. Sasson, S. 2014. Expulsions, Brutality and Complexity in the Global Economy, Cambridge, Massachusetts. The Belknap Press of Harvard University Press. A critical approach to the causes of contemporary forced migration that helps us to locate international responsibility beyond political persecution. Tazzioli, M. 2020. The Making of Migration, London, Sage. The book analyses how forced migration is produced through processes of subjectivation and subjection. Walia, H. 2021. Border and Rule, Global Migration, Capitalism, and the Rise of Racist Nationalism, Chicago, Haymarket Books. Examines how international institutions administer forced migration through racist laws and policies. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. If the eradication of poverty was achieved, would the capitalist world order survive? Can we justify current high levels of hunger in a world of plenty? Is the focus of development anything more than the globalization of materialism? Poverty, Hunger, and Development. Tony Evans. Chapter 27. Reader's Guide. The development of mass and social media, characteristic of globalization, has helped propel poverty, hunger, and development to the top of economic, social, and political agendas. While many welcome this attention, disagreement remains on how we define and understand. Disagreement remains on how we define and understand key concepts that throw light on the causes of hunger and poverty, the task of finding solutions for feeding the world and mechanisms for achieving economic security for all remains elusive in the face of such disagreements. Added to this is the COVID-19 pandemic, which all the major institutions of global governance agree challenges existing policies to tackle poverty and hunger and will continue to do so for the foreseeable future. This chapter looks at poverty, hunger, and development through the lenses of orthodox and alternative approaches. It also illustrates the current dimensions of global poverty and hunger. 27.1 Introduction. Our social, economic, and political relations have undergone considerable change during the last few decades. From the 1980s, it became clear that globalization represented a new set of issues and a shift from state-centric politics to people-focused politics. Interest turned to the environment, gender, refugees, poverty, hunger, and development. While it was once useful to describe world order through the realist, CCH9, or liberal, CCH7, language of international relations, today the idea of globalization, CCH2, seems more appropriate. Of course, interstate conflict, war, and security remain important aspects of world order, but globalization has added new, global agendas, see box 27.1. The shift to a globalized world order has generated enormous profits, with corporations now measuring their worth in trillions of US dollars, R. Davies 2018. The generation of wealth has not benefited everyone, however. In all countries, both rich and poor, the income gap continues to increase, see most notably in sub-Saharan Africa, and for women and girls in all parts of the world, Unwider 2018. Globalization, it seems, enriches and impoverishes simultaneously. In recognition of these new agendas, the UN created the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs. These set time-limited, quantifiable targets across 8 areas, ranging from poverty to health, gender, CCH 17, education, environment, CCH 24, and development. The first goal was to have the number of people living on less than $1.25 a day by 2015. Claiming success in reaching this target, the UN continued its efforts by setting up the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which sought further reductions in poverty and hunger, using for this a baseline of $1.90 a day. In line with most international organizations, the UN adopts what we will call here an orthodox approach to solving social and economic problems. This means accepting, unreflectively, the principles and values described by the globalized neoliberal world order, for example, the free market, individualism, consumerism, and the monetization of all aspects of our lives. This approach is not without its critics. An alternative, critical approach argues that neoliberal ideas exclude important aspects of poverty by focusing on money and material wealth. Most of this chapter will be devoted to examining the differences between these two approaches. The chapter concludes with an assessment of whether the desperate conditions in which so many of the world's citizens find themselves today have improved and are likely to continue to do so in the future. 27.2 Poverty. Poverty is not easy to define, even though we often think we know it when we see it. Those international organizations and NGOs focused on poverty have adopted one of three approaches: absolute poverty, relative poverty, and social exclusion. The first of these sets a standard for satisfying basic human needs, e.g., food, fresh water, healthcare, shelter, etc., below which no individual should fall. Following the practice of giving a monetary value to all aspects of social life, this is usually expressed in terms of the minimum daily income a person needs to achieve basic needs. The UN, for example, used a rate of $1.25 a day for many years, increasing. Box 27.1 The rise of poverty and hunger on the international agenda. Traditionally, the discipline focused on issues relating to interstate conflict and regarded human security and development as separate areas. Mainstream realist and liberal scholars neglected the challenges presented to human well-being. Dependency theorists noted persistent and deepening inequality and relations between North and South, but they received little attention in the discipline. During the 1990s, debate flourished and several subfields developed or emerged that touched on matters of poverty, development, and hunger, albeit tangentially, e.g. global environmental politics, gender, international political economy. In the 1990s, poverty and hunger received greater attention through the contributions of post-colonial theorists, Marxist theorists, scholars adopting a human security approach, and the few concerned with development. Issues like global warming, human rights, and a global pandemic, and global media reporting on instances of poverty and hunger have added new agendas for scholars and government leaders alike. This for the Millennium Development Goals to $1.90 a day. This is the approach adopted by the UN and other official agencies. The second approach looks to define poverty by comparing social outcomes, particularly life expectancy, child mortality, years in education, and food energy. The United Nations Development Programme's UNDP Annual Human Development Report takes this view, providing statistical analysis on these issues for every country. The final approach is concerned with social exclusion, such as an inability to participate in defining aspects of the society in which people must live their lives. Broadly, the poor are identified as those denied the social and citizenship rights enjoyed by other members of society, for example, access to health care, underfunded social services, poor housing, and access to good schools. There is, of course, considerable overlap between these three approaches, making the possibility of a clear definition even more complex. In today's globalized world order, ideas of the global free market and the monetization of all goods and services act as a central guide for contemporary economic and social thought. The failure to find work that pays sufficient money to provide for basic needs is seen as the root to poverty. From this orthodox perspective, poverty eradication depends on engaging with global markets through cash transactions. The alleviation of poverty is dependent on development defined as stable economic growth measured as monetary value, which provides paid jobs, see Table 27.1. Utilizing this approach leaves significant numbers of people living in the developed world defined as poor, even though, compared to those in the developing world, they may have better access to food, water, and the other necessities of life, POG 2005. Critics reject the mainstream image of poverty and development defined in monetary terms. Instead, they argue that many communities have the ability to provide for their families and neighbors through the practices of cultural traditions, spiritual values, community ties, and the availability of common resources. As an International Monetary Fund (IMF) survey revealed, the poor fear the threat of globalization and its monetizing approach to all social issues. Respondents stressed a lack of voice, a weakened ability to preserve social norms, decreased opportunities to participate in community festivals, vulnerability to exploitation, a lack of power, and threats to cultural identity above material wealth. As one participant in the IMF survey argued, future happiness and freedom from poverty are found in peace and harmony in the mind and in the community, none of which can be monetized. IMF 2000. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, questions were raised about progress towards achieving the SDGs for reducing poverty. Once the pandemic took hold, levels of poverty rose sharply once again. The UN estimates that an additional 119 to 124 million were pushed into poverty in 2020, with the poorest and most vulnerable suffering the worst. UN 2021a. Table 27.1 selected countries with percentage of population living under $1.90, $3.20, and $5.50 a day, purchasing power parity, PPP. The existing deep divide between rich and poor states is amplified by the pandemic. The less developed already suffered from inadequate social welfare, weak health systems, and inadequate levels of nutrition to sustain resistance to infection. While the short-term consequences of the pandemic have brought a reversal of past achievements in poverty reduction, the long-term outlook remains even more serious. With the largest reduction in economic activity for nearly a century, household incomes are reduced, non-pandemic health issues are neglected, health prevention programs, mental health, AIDS, malaria, yellow fever are suspended, school closures reduce access to education, and efforts to provide wide access to the benefits of the internet are thrown into disarray. Overall, the UN remains pessimistic about the prospects for poverty reduction in the next decade, even without factoring in the economic consequences of climate change. CCH 24 and Bach. Overall, the UN remains pessimistic about the prospects for poverty reduction in the next decade, even without factoring in the economic consequences of climate change. CCH 24 and Box 27.2. Key points. The monetary-based conception of poverty has been universalized among governments and international organizations. The $1.90 poverty line includes people who do not have sufficient income to satisfy their basic material needs in the marketplace, leaving out non-material poverty. Box 27.2 Development, a contested concept. Although chronic hunger is expected to affect over 800 million people globally by 2030, food shortage is not a central cause. According to Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO estimates food production, which has increased by 17% since the mid-1980s, remains more than sufficient to support the growing world population of 7.79 billion, 2020 figure. In July 2021, the FAO's monthly World Food Report reported that the world grain harvest for the year was expected to be the highest ever. The same report noted a 33.9% rise in the cost of its basket of food compared to the same time 12 months earlier, FAO 2021. However, by 2050 it is estimated that food production will have to increase by 60% to feed a population of 9.3 billion, Graziano ND. While most countries are expected to experience a population increase, the greatest increase is expected in the countries of Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to have brought an immediate reduction in birth rates in many countries. Whether this indicates a global trend remains unclear. Table 27.2 gives the projected world population by level of development and income for the remainder of the 21st century. While famines may be exceptional phenomena, hunger is not. If the world produces sufficient food for everyone, why is this so? Broadly speaking, there are two schools of thought with regard to hunger: the orthodox, nature-focused approach, which identifies the problem largely as one of overpopulation, and the entitlement, society-focused approach, which sees the problem more in terms of distribution and access. 27.3.1 The orthodox, nature-focused explanation of hunger. The orthodox explanation of hunger, first mapped out by Thomas Robert Malthus in his essay on the principle of population in 1798, focuses on the relationship between human population growth and the food supply. Malthus 2015. Malthus asserts that population growth naturally outstrips the growth in food production, so that a decrease in the per capita availability of food is inevitable, until eventually a point is reached at which starvation drastically reduces the human population to a level that can be sustained by the available food supply. This approach therefore places great stress on human overpopulation as the cause of the problem and seeks ways to reduce the fertility of the human race. Once the natural balance between the supply of food and the population is re-established, instances of hunger decline. 27.3.2 The entitlement, society-focused explanation of hunger. Critics of the orthodox approach to hunger argue that it is too simplistic because it takes no account of the socio-economic context in which the hungry must live their lives. Most importantly, the unequal distribution of wealth characteristic of the global capitalist order. Pete 1975, Pister 2019. Critics note that there is more than enough food in the world to feed everyone, although over 800 million people go hungry every day. FAO, IFAD, UNICEF, WFP, and WHO 2017. This suggests that the cause of hunger is found in the inequalities that are a functional component of the capitalist. Projected world population for selected countries by level of development and income in billions. Socioeconomic order. No matter how high-minded the values expressed in programs like the SDGs, no solution focused on increasing food production will be successful without reform of the structural conditions that generate poverty and hunger. In 2020, 9.9% of the world's population was undernourished, up from 8.4% in 2019. Women suffer disproportionately compared to men. Children suffer in both the short and long term, with 149 million stunted, 45 million wasted, and nearly 39 million underweight. See Case Study 27.1. While rich, developed countries consume most of the world's food, the majority of the global population live in less developed countries, which produce much of the world's food. With price increases of 30% during 2018 to 20, the poor will suffer even further. UNICEF 2021. See Table 27.3. 27.3.3 Globalization and Hunger. There is, of course, a globalization dimension to hunger. In their book, Refashioning Nature, Food, Ecology and Culture, Goodman and Redliff, 1991, argue that we are witnessing an increasingly global organization of food provision and access to food, with transnational corporations playing the major role. This is seen in the incorporation of local systems of food production into a global system of food production, Sandler, 2015. In other words, local subsistence producers who have traditionally produced to meet the needs of their families and communities may now be involved in cash crop production for distant markets, often located in the richer countries, leaving less land available for the local production of food. In response to these issues, UN's Secretary-General Antonio Guterres convened a Food Systems Summit 2021 in recognition of the growing hunger crisis and with the aim of getting the SDGs back on track. The IMF and World Bank's involvement in globalizing the production of food is seen in structural adjustment programs, SAPs, which have encouraged the less developed to invest in agricultural production for export as a way of achieving rapid economic growth. See CH 16. Fertile land previously used to grow food for local consumption is turned to export crops to meet the demands of the wealthy. This is exacerbated by the increasing demand for meat from countries that have experienced rapid economic growth, notably China and India. The increased demand for meat has meant that 1/3 of the world's grain production is used to fatten animals, further reducing the supply of grains on which the poor depend. Furthermore, there has been a shift in land use from food production to crops for the biofuel industry, UNCTAD 2009. Critics of the orthodox approach point to these issues as evidence for the need to take an alternative approach that includes the social, political, and economic factors that determine access to food. Environmentalists also point to global agribusiness contribution to carbon emissions that bring global warming, see CH 24. The United States has been the most important actor in the development and expansion of this global food regime. At the end of the Second World War, the U.S. was producing large food surpluses. Many developing countries welcomed these surpluses, for the orthodox model of development depends on the creation of a pool of cheap wage labor to serve the industrialization process. To this end, local subsistence farmers were encouraged to leave the land and move to new wage jobs in the developing industrial sectors. The promise of regular wages for those lucky enough to find work and the shift to a modern lifestyle meant the abandonment of traditional family and village social and economic structures and a move to an urban way of life. Consequently, the production of locally grown food became unprofitable. Bennett and George 1987, 78, Lang, Barling, and Caraher 2009. While world leaders often acknowledge the crisis of those living with hunger, as the 2009 World Summit on Food Security demonstrated, concern does not necessarily turn into action. FAO 2009. Table 27.3 Percentage and number of those living with hunger. 27.4 Development. Now that both the mainstream and the alternative views on poverty and hunger have been discussed, see sections 27.2 and 27.3. This section examines ideas of development as solutions for these global problems. This will be done in 3 stages. 1. Examination of the orthodox approach to development and Case Study 27.1 The state of the world's children. Although children make up about 1/3 of the world's population, they represent half the world's extreme poor, of which 20% are under the age of 5. Even before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, 1 in 6, or about 365 million children lived in extreme poverty. How is it that so many children under the age of 5 suffer hunger in a world of plenty, while instances of obesity, particularly among the poor, are increasing? And why, according to UNICEF Executive Director Henrietta H. Ford, 2019, are healthy diets becoming more expensive while unhealthy, non-nutritious diets are becoming cheaper? The failure to understand such questions and to find answers leaves vast numbers of children without hope of a future that allows them to achieve. The failure to understand such questions and to find answers leaves vast numbers of children without hope of a future that allows them to achieve an active and fulfilling life. Many aspects of globalization are implicated as the cause of childhood poverty and hunger: military conflicts, global food markets, environmental degradation, and poor access to healthcare. Poor diet during pregnancy has lasting consequences for children and their future adult life, including a higher level of disease, heart disease, premature death, and problems with body structure, physiology, and metabolism. If malnutrition is present during the first 1,000 days between conception and 2 years, stunting, inadequate physical and cognitive health is likely to bring very poor outcomes throughout life. Even if stunting is avoided, poorer children may encounter wasting, a rapid decline in physical and cognitive development when acute malnutrition strikes over a short period of time. As of the early 2020s, 77% of food production globally is controlled by about 100 corporations. The foods that these corporations market are often high in sugar, fat, and salt, and low in nutritional value. Aggressive marketing has focused on ideas of modernity and convenience, which are sold as progressive and forward-looking. Breast milk substitute, often known as milk formula, is one of the foods that falls into this category, with marketing often suggesting that it is better than breast milk. In some countries, leaflets on breast milk substitution headed infant nutrition and written in quasi-medical language are distributed in maternity wards. Staff are encouraged to recommend milk formula as an essential purchase. Social media like Facebook is used extensively as a central promotional tool. Partnerships are entered into with mummy blogs, government lobbyists are used, and follow-up milk product campaigns are implemented to encourage the move from baby to toddler foods. Mason, 2018. In low and middle-income countries, it is common practice to extend breast milk substitutes by using a half measure to save money, thus diminishing nutritional value. In 1981, the WHO negotiated a code of practice to regulate breast milk substitute advertising. However, this code is poorly monitored and seldom invoked. Save the Children Fund estimates that 823,000 child deaths could be prevented annually if milk formula campaigns were banned in favor of supporting breastfeeding. Mason, 2018. Question 1. What moral arguments can be found for feeding the world's children? Question 2. What are the obstacles to holding the big transnational corporations to account for their marketing practices? Children in Analakely Village, Tanambeo Commune, Madagascar. Image broker / Alami stock photo. Key points. In recent decades, global food production has burgeoned, but, paradoxically, hunger and malnutrition remain widespread. The orthodox explanation for the continued existence of hunger is that population growth outstrips food production. An alternative explanation for the continuation of hunger focuses on lack of access or entitlement to available food. Globalization can simultaneously contribute to increased food production and to increased hunger. The shift to a modern, industrial economy changes traditional ways of life, including agricultural production. Its consequences for less developed countries. 2. The critical alternative approach to development, which looks beyond a singular economic dimension, taking a broader view that includes such factors as empowerment and democracy. And 3. Consideration of the ways that the mainstream view of development has responded to criticisms. Before continuing, however, it is important to remind ourselves, first, that the term development has no universally accepted definition, see box 27.2, and second, that all conceptions of development necessarily reflect a particular set of social and political principles, norms, and values. Put simply, all conceptions of development are constructed within an ideological framework. 27.4.1 Development, the orthodox, mainstream approach. In the decades following 1945, development orthodoxy played a central role in the international economy. During the Second World War, the Allied powers believed that the protectionist trade policies of the 1930s had contributed significantly to the outbreak of the war. The US and the UK drew up plans to create a stable post-war international order with the United Nations, UN, its affiliates, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank Group, plus the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, providing its institutional spine. The latter three provided the foundations for a liberal international economic order based on the pursuit of free trade, but allowing an appropriate role for state intervention in the market in support of national security and national and global stability. Rapley, 1996. This has been called embedded liberalism. Although the UN General Assembly is formally conducted through democratic processes, the constitutions of the World Bank and the IMF establish decision-making powers that favor developed Western states, see ch4. As the Cold War emerged, both East and West sought to gain allies among the less developed and recently decolonized states by offering economic support for development. For the US and its allies, this assumed a link between rapid economic development and integration within the emerging global liberal, free market, capitalist order, while for the USSR it meant support for a centrally planned socialist order, see ch8. These opposing approaches, which recognized the important, if different, role for the state as the agent of development, suffered a major setback in the early 1980s. The developing countries had borrowed heavily in the 1970s in response to the rise in oil prices. The rich countries' strategy for dealing with the second oil price hike in 1979 resulted in massive rises in interest rates and steep falls in commodity prices in the early 1980s. As a result, the developing countries were unable to repay spiraling debts. The Group of Seven, G7, leading developed Western countries decided to deal with the debt problem on a country-by-country basis. Their goal was to avoid the collapse of the international banking system by ensuring continued debt repayment. Towards this end, the IMF and the World Bank pursued a vigorous policy of structural adjustment lending throughout the developing world. They worked together in an unprecedented fashion to encourage developing countries to pursue market-oriented strategies, open their borders to foreign investment, and adopt a small-state culture that saw reductions in spending on such things as education, health, and welfare. Exports were promoted so that these countries would earn the foreign exchange necessary to keep up with their debt repayments. Following the collapse of the socialist bloc in 1989, this neoliberal economic and political philosophy came to dominate development thinking across the globe, see ch16. Neoliberalism, in both its economic theory and public policy forms, asserts that an unregulated, free market capitalist system not only delivers economic development, but also promotes important political and social values such as freedom of choice and the rights of the individual. According to the neoliberal view, these values are best served by the state adopting non-interventionist policies in social and economic affairs and treating all calls for state support with suspicion. The role of the state should be to protect the existing order and to promote neoliberalism further through policies designed to dismantle any remaining regulatory structures. This includes the deregulation of business, the privatization of any remaining publicly owned services and industry, a reduction in or abolition of welfare programs, and minimum taxation, particularly on businesses. These policies must also be promoted at the international level to support the free movement of capital around the world and the global reach of neoliberalism, Harvey 2005. The championing of neoliberal economic values heralded a major ideological shift and played an important role in accelerating the globalization process. The embedded liberalism of the early post-war decades gave way to unadulterated neoclassical economic policies that favored a minimalist state and an enhanced role for the market, the so-called Washington Consensus. In the future, all economic planning would be directed at further enabling an economic environment for capital growth. Maximum welfare, it was argued, was best achieved through the liberalization of trade, finance, and investment. Such policies would also ensure the repayment of debt. The former Eastern Bloc countries were understood as in transition from centrally planned to market economies. The free market became the major engine of growth and associated development, an approach reflected in the strategies of the IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, WTO. By the end of the 1990s, the G7 and associated international financial institutions had begun to realize that in the new neoliberal order there were over 1 billion poor and hungry people. In response, they adopted a slightly modified version of the neoliberal economic orthodoxy labeled the Post-Washington Consensus, which stressed pro-poor growth and poverty reduction based on continued domestic policy reform that included more trade liberalization and further state withdrawal from economic and social policy. Henceforth, locally owned National Poverty Reduction Strategy Papers (PRSP) would be the focus for funding. Henceforth, locally owned National Poverty Reduction Strategy Papers (PRSP) would be the focus for funding, CAMAC 2002, IMF 2016. The purpose of PRSP was to encourage less developed states to orientate their domestic policies towards poverty reduction programs focusing on outcomes, the engagement of civil society, and partnerships with external investors and local stakeholders. These papers quickly became the litmus test for funding from an increasingly integrated lineup of global financial institutions and donors. Developing countries have made significant gains during the post-war period, at least as measured by the orthodox criteria for economic growth, GDP per capita and industrialization. The UN claims that the proportion of people living on less than $1.25 a day declined from nearly half of those living in the less developed world to 14% between 1990 and 2015. Globally, the number declined from 1.9 billion people to 836 million over the same time period, UN 2015. 4. However, these gains have not been spread uniformly across all developing countries, with much of the reduction attributable to economic growth in China and India. Sub-Saharan Africa, East Asia, and some parts of Latin America continued to record high levels of poverty, although these regions had also achieved small improvements by 2015. 27.4.2 Development, Alternative Approaches. An alternative view of development has emerged from a few governments, UN agencies, grassroots movements, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and some academics. Their concerns have centered broadly on entitlement and distribution, often expressed in the language of human rights, ch 32. Poverty is not identified as the inability to provide for family members and one's own material needs through subsistence or cash transactions, but by the absence of an environment conducive to human well-being, broadly conceived in spiritual, social, and community terms. These voices of opposition have grown significantly louder as ideas polarize following neoliberalism's apparent universal triumph. The language of opposition is changing to incorporate matters of democracy such as political empowerment, participation, meaningful self-determination, protection of the commons, the preservation of culture, and an emphasis on pro-poor growth. Since the early 1970s, there have been numerous efforts to stimulate debate about development and to highlight its contested nature. Critical ideas have been put forward that can be synthesized into an alternative approach. These have originated with various NGOs, grassroots development organizations, individuals, UN organizations, and private foundations rather than from the policy decisions and actions of states. Disparate social movements not directly related to the development agenda have contributed to the flourishing of alternative viewpoints. For example, the women's movement, the peace movement, movements for democracy, environmental movements, and cooperative movements. Thomas 2000. Critics of the orthodox approach to development note that although many poorer states do post increasing rates of GDP growth, there is little change in levels of poverty. While the number of millionaires globally rose during 2020 by 5.2 million to over 56 million, poverty rose sharply. Credit Suisse 2021. The IMF has questioned the idea of trickle-down, noting that wealth created at the top rarely finds its way to the bottom layer of society. IMF 2014. Yet according to the World Economic Forum, in the post-COVID-19 era, poverty must be addressed by making even further efforts to promote neoliberal principles rather than abandoning them. World Economic Forum 2020. From the neoliberal perspective, economic and social polarization is not a problem, provided discontent does not turn to political action that threatens to derail the liberalization project itself. According to the orthodox view, discontent can be mitigated by offering what Robert W. Cox has termed famine relief through aid and poverty reduction schemes. Riot control, the use of the police and the military remains a second option when famine relief fails to quell the threat of social unrest. R. Cox 1997. A UNDP report recognized the risks associated with inequality, noting that between the 1990s and 2010 inequality in developed countries increased by 9% and in less developed countries by 11%. UNDP 2014. The majority of those who pursue alternatives for poverty alleviation do so within the framework of the current neoliberal political economy. A more radical approach argues that poverty is an important and necessary characteristic of neoliberalism. To find alternative solutions for poverty within an order that accepts poverty as one of its defining characteristics is therefore futile. Put simply, if poverty is a necessary component of neoliberalism, then neoliberalism cannot be reformed. As evidence, radicals point to the growing gap between the richest and poorest that globalizing neoliberalism is creating. In all regions of the world, inequality has increased over the last 3 decades, with the richest 1% now twice as wealthy as the poorest 50%. World Inequality Lab 2018. The radicals remain unclear about just how the structures of neoliberalism might be dismantled and replaced by a new structure that favors the poor, although social solidarity, care of our planet, and a new ethical politics are central ideas. Samatamore, Kohler, and Pog 2016. From the 1970s, various NGOs, such as the World Development Movement, have campaigned for a form of development that takes aspects of this alternative approach on board. Grassroots movements have grown up around specific issues, such as dams, Nirmada in India, or access to common resources, the rubber tappers of the Brazilian Amazon. The worldwide growth of the Green Movement in the 1980s gave a great impetus to such campaigns. The preparatory process before the UN Conference on Environment and Development (UNCED) in Rio in 1992 gave indigenous groups, women, children, and other previously voiceless groups a chance to express their views in a parallel NGO forum, a move that received wide approval, see CH24. Today, most major UN conferences follow a similar strategy. The 2021 Climate Change Conference, COP26, held in Glasgow, has shown some interest in engaging with issues of poverty, although this engagement is largely built upon existing neoliberal principles. The 2008 global financial crisis gave focus to existing policies on poverty and hunger. It became clear that the conditions of globalization, where the lives of all of us are more closely tied to global rather than the local or national markets, raised questions about the power of the state to ensure social and food security. That financial markets represented a threat to global stability, including the potential to pitch many more millions into poverty and hunger, came as a shock to most economists. The shock of the crisis meant that developed countries were somewhat reluctant to engage further in poverty reduction programs. Perhaps the most important questions arising from the crisis concerned the continued power of the state to manage global problems that flow from the processes of globalization, where financial transactions seem beyond the reach of national control. 27.4.3 Resistance, Empowerment, and Development. Democracy as an instrument for the voice of the poor is at the heart of the alternative conception of development. Grassroots movements are playing an important role in challenging entrenched structures of power in formal democratic societies. In the face of increasing globalization, with the erosion of local and national community control over daily life and the extension of the power of transnational corporations in the global market, people express their resistance through the language of human rights, Evans 2005, Stammers 2009, CCH 32. They are making a case for local control and local empowerment as the core of development, rejecting the national and global. Beginning in 2011, the Occupy movement, for example, stressed the social and economic unfairness of power relations in society under the banner "We Are the 99%", Wolf and Barsamian 2012. Discontent over inequality also fueled the Arab Spring, which swept across North Africa and parts of the Middle East, Debashi 2012. During the COP26 Climate Conference of 2021, more than 200 events were organized worldwide, from Paris to Sydney, Nairobi to Seoul. While it might be argued that recent discontent is a reaction by the young to foundational values of the previous generation, the consequences of globalization must surely play a role. As the relentless forces of social, economic, and political exchanges characteristic of globalization continue, existing institutions are exposed as lacking sufficient authority, power, humanity, and respect to sustain stable communities, Dodson 2015. Rather than placidly accepting the Western model of development and its associated values, these protests symbolize the struggle for identity and substantive democracy that communities across the world crave. This alternative conception of development therefore values diversity above universality, and seeks to promote a different understanding of human rights and world order from that described by the relentless shift to global. This alternative conception of development therefore values diversity above universality, and seeks to promote a different understanding of human rights and world order from that described by the relentless shift to globalization as neoliberalism, Evans 2011. Although these movements have often been seen as coming from the left of the political spectrum, globalization has also been taken up by the right. For example, President Donald Trump's policy of America First and Brexit in the UK suggest that the right are increasingly aware of current socio-economic movements that challenge established power relations. 27.4.4 The orthodox response to criticisms. The relationship between economic growth and development was recognized as early as 1987 in the publication of the influential Brundtland Commission, which championed the concept of sustainable development. Brundtland et al. 1987. This was continued in the 1992 UN Conference on Environment and Development, UNCED, and the 2015 UN Climate Change Conference, both of which stressed ideas of sustainable development. Central to this concept is the idea that the effort to achieve greater development in one generation should not be at the expense of future generations. In short, measures taken today to reduce poverty through economic development must not damage the environmental resources that will be needed equally by future generations. Exactly how economic growth, which demands ever more natural resources, can be achieved without depleting environmental resources is an issue that remains unclear, see Case Study 27.2. This is the limits to growth question that remains at the heart of development debates today, Meadows 2012. While organizations like the World Bank and the IMF have taken some measures to incorporate environmental issues in their development planning, critics argue that the policies of these organizations and most states continue to focus on market-based development as the Tool for achieving sustainable development with self-regulation for transnational corporations. The expansion of the global economy comes first and continues to consume the planet's scarce natural resources at the expense of protecting an environment in which future generations must live their lives free from poverty and hunger. The UN Millennium Development Goals were an attempt to answer earlier critics. The first of the 8 goals had 3 objectives. 1. To have the proportion of people living on less than $1.25 a day by 2015 as compared to 1990 numbers. 2. To achieve decent employment for women, men, and young people. And 3. To have the proportion of people who suffer hunger by 2015 as compared to 1990 numbers. The UN's Millennium Development Goals Report 2015 claims that these targets were largely met. UN 2015. Efforts to achieve these goals focused on debt relief and further support for poverty relief programs throughout the world. The process of incorporating ideas from critics into current policy continues. Shepard and Leitner 2010. It is seen in the language of poverty reduction appearing in World Bank and IMF policies. Participation and empowerment are the buzzwords. Cornwall and Brock 2005. Yet the underlying macroeconomic policy remains unchanged. An examination of the development orthodoxy's contribution to increasing global inequality is not on the agenda. The gendered outcomes of macroeconomic policies are largely ignored. Despite promises of new funding at the UN Monterrey Conference on Financing for Development in 2002, new transfers of finance from developed to developing countries have been slow in coming. The UN expectation for developed countries to provide at least 0.7% of gross national income, GNI, has been followed by very few. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, some states have taken the opportunity to reduce their development funding. In addition to new finance, the Monterrey Conference gave a commitment to write off $40 billion of debt owed by the heavily indebted poor countries, HIPs. However, the commitment was not implemented with immediate effect, did not cover all needy countries, and received a lukewarm reception in some G8 countries. Table 27.4 gives 2020 estimated figures for official development assistance, ODA, which for most states is considerably below the 0.7% guideline set by the United Nations. Despite the aim of the Rio+20 conference in 2012 to continue the struggle to reduce poverty without causing further environmental degradation, critics argued that the pursuit of national interests had undermined this strategy. They suggested that the only people dancing in Rio following the conference were those who benefited from an economic model that puts profit ahead of people and the planet. For NGOs, the only outcome was justifiable anger that the scale of the problem remained unacknowledged. The UN's Sustainable Development Goals, formulated in 2015 and intended to follow the MDGs, are the most recent move that expresses concern for the alternative approach to development. Critics of the MDGs observed that there was no consideration of the root causes of poverty, that gender inequality was not included, that human rights were not mentioned, and that the holistic nature of development was not understood. Of the 17 SDGs, the first and second, ending poverty and ending hunger, are of direct relevance here, while others can be seen as a response to the critical alternatives discussed. Table 27.4 Official Development Assistance 2020 for selected countries. Case Study 27.2 The Ugandan Family. Although Uganda made some steady progress in tackling poverty and hunger during the years of the UN's Millennium Development Goals, estimates in the early 2020s suggested that 1.4 million Ugandans were living with food insecurity. Policy for the alleviation of poverty and hunger is usually built upon data that attempts to draw a picture of national needs. Populations are seen as homogeneous. This is despite the fact that poverty and hunger are experienced within families that are often located in otherwise well-off districts. The reality of climate change, which has altered weather patterns in Uganda as elsewhere, has meant that harvests are poorer than in the past. In response, farmers have sought to compensate by bringing under cultivation more land in less fertile areas, particularly wetlands. Deforestation to create more agricultural land has also increased rapidly. In the early decades of the 21st century, Uganda experienced one of the highest rates of forest cover decline in the world. These attempts to maintain sufficient levels of agricultural production to sustain families and communities only add pressure on an already fragile environment. The shock of the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated an already complex situation, as poor and well-off families are equally vulnerable to loss of production and income. When this happens, family members, most likely women, miss meals, the quality of life declines, children miss school because of costs, and instances of domestic violence increase. The supplementary income earned by family members away from the farm is lost as the economic situation declines. Unemployment has risen as many businesses have closed or laid off workers in the face of market decline and rising costs, setting off a trend for workers to return to the family farm. It is estimated that the pandemic has caused households to suffer a 60% loss in non-farm income. Families have responded in several ways, eating less food with reports of a 40% decrease in food expenditure, drawing on savings, increasing their borrowing, and relying more heavily on homegrown produce, which is increasingly difficult given environmental change. This new economic environment has affected children's life chances significantly. Ugandan children born in 2021 will be 38% less productive as adults because poverty and hunger deprive them of completing their education in full health. 83% of children leave primary school without basic literacy skills. 5 in 100 will die before their 5th birthdays. Stunning affects 29% of Ugandan children under 5. The return to family farms in response to COVID-19 and environmental degradation highlights the need to support sustainable land management practices that protect soil, water, and biodiversity so that families can look to a more secure future. To achieve climate-smart agriculture will require access to expertise and financial incentives that encourage productive land management. Source: World Bank 2021c. Question 1. Can the conflict between the environment and land use be resolved? Question 2. What, if any, lasting changes will the COVID-19 pandemic bring for supporting the poor and hungry? A family in the village Kayamagwa in Uganda near Ginge, Victoria, NoblockDreamstime.com. Earlier, for instance, ensuring health and well-being for all, gender equality, fresh water supply. Calculating the cost for achieving the SDGs is a complex and less exact science, although many UN agencies and NGOs have attempted the task. In 2020, the Asia-Europe Environmental Forum compared some of these attempts and found that to lift the world's people out of extreme poverty would require $62 billion annually, falling to $26.60 by 2030 as demands on the program decline following expected early successes. To eliminate world hunger by 2050 would require $83 billion annually beyond the $142 billion on average that is already spent in developing countries, an amount that includes public and private investments. To achieve all the SDGs, the world must find $5 to $7 trillion annually. Current expenditure is $1.4 trillion. Asia-Europe Environment Forum 2020, 44, 46, 51. 27.4.5 An appraisal of the orthodox approach's responses to its critics. The large UN conference remains the central tool in international programs for reducing global poverty. These are often followed by +5 mini-conferences intended to assess progress and to further promote and refine agreements made earlier. However, whether these conferences provide a genuine opportunity for progress is often questioned. For example, the 2009 Copenhagen Conference on Climate Change ended in disarray, producing only the weakest of accords as a political fix, rather than achieving the aim of a legally binding treaty. In addition, the 4th UN Conference on Women, held in Beijing in 1995, produced only limited steps by global financial institutions, like the World Bank, to integrate women into the prevailing economic order. 2 central planks in the program from this conference were to improve women's access to economic opportunities and to increase women's voice and agency in the household and society. The World Bank accepts that improvements in the lives of women are patchy. Most importantly, to achieve such goals within the existing economic order would require systematically mainstreaming gender in all development projects, rather than regarding it as an add-on, which critics argue does not achieve lasting results. Critical voices are growing in number and range, even among supporters of the mainstream approach. This disquiet focuses on the maldistribution of the benefits of neoliberalism, which is increasingly seen as a threat to local, national, regional, and global order. Moreover, some regard the social protest that accompanies economic globalization as a potential threat to the neoliberal project. Thus, supporters of globalization are keen to temper its most unpopular effects by modifying neoliberal policies. Small but nevertheless important changes are taking place. For example, the World Bank has issued guidelines on the treatment of indigenous peoples, resettlement, the environmental impact of its projects, gender, and disclosure of information. It is implementing social safety nets when pursuing structural adjustment policies, and it is promoting microcredit as a way to empower women, although the efficacy of this is now questioned. Rudman 2012. In addition, the IMF has developed the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries (HIPC) initiative to reduce the debt burden of the poorest states. However, whether these guidelines and concerns really inform policy, and whether these new policies and facilities result in practical outcomes that impact the fundamental causes of poverty, particularly in the wake of the 2008 global economic crisis and COVID-19 pandemic, remains unclear. There is a tremendously long way to go for the core values of the alternative model of development to gain credence in the corridors of power, nationally and internationally. Nevertheless, the alternative view, marginal though it remains, has had some noteworthy successes in modifying orthodox development. These may not be insignificant for those whose destinies have been largely determined by the globalization of neoliberal values. The important question remains, is it possible to reform the deep structures of the neoliberal order, or must it be overthrown to achieve lasting improvements for the poor and hungry? See Opposing Opinions 27.1. Key points. There remains disagreement on what we mean by development. Development policies since the mid-20th century have been dominated by the mainstream approach, embedded liberalism, and, more recently, neoliberalism. Recent decades have seen some movement towards alternative conceptions of development emphasizing participation, empowerment, and sustainability with NGOs, grassroots movements, and some UN organizations taking the lead. It is questionable that lasting change can be achieved through the adoption of some of the ideas and language expressed by the alternative approach. An active debate revolves around whether we can rely on amendments and additions to existing neoliberal order to solve issues of poverty and hunger, or whether that order must be replaced. 27.5 Conclusion. Considering the competing conceptions of poverty, hunger, and development explored in this chapter, it is clear that no consensus exists on definitions, causes, or solutions. We are faced with an awesome development challenge. Although there have been some successes, doubts remain about the appropriate way to measure poverty and hunger and about the accuracy of the statistics. Much of the claimed success can be attributed to the rapid growth of the Chinese and Indian economies during the 2000s and 2010s, while other developing countries seem to show little improvement. Globalization, as the developing world order, has brought problems that do not respect the old national boundaries. Our failure. Opposing Opinions 27.1 The neoliberal world order will ultimately deliver on its promise of development and the abolition of poverty and hunger worldwide. For neoliberalism places human freedom at its center. The values represented by neoliberalism underpin the core idea of universal human rights, understood as civil and political rights. This idea, expressed in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, has gained an authority through which people can express their discontent with authoritarian and totalitarian forms of government. Neoliberalism promotes free market enterprise. The freedoms promoted by neoliberalism offer individuals an opportunity to engage unhindered in free market relations, to develop their creative business skills, and to create wealth for the good of the community. Neoliberalism will eventually abolish poverty through trickle-down. The term trickle-down describes the benefits that all will eventually enjoy as wealth creators freely exercise their creative talents. While wealth may be generated at the top of the social order, the lives of the poor and hungry in the community will also be improved as wealth is invested to create jobs and improve wages. Minimum government and taxation are an expression of human freedom. The state's activities should be minimized so that the individual can get on with the important business of making wealth. Taxation must be kept to the lowest possible level so that the maximum amount of capital is available for investment. Neoliberalism's success can be shown empirically. The success of the neoliberal world order is demonstrated by wealth creation in all successful countries, including the less developed. As the success of the MDGs shows, even in times of economic depression, the poor and hungry benefit from the existing neoliberal world order. Against, the neoliberal definition of human freedom is limited. Civil and political rights comprise only part of the values we call universal human rights. Economic, social, cultural, and group rights are often missing from neoliberal thought, although such rights are an essential part of what makes us human. Wealth and the community. Enterprise and wealth creation require a stable social context. Since the vast majority of individuals contribute to this context, it is only fair that all should benefit through a redistribution of wealth. Trickle-down does not work. The wealth of the rich does not trickle down, but amasses in sheltered tax havens to avoid taxation. The growing gap between the wealthiest and poorest in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a decline in the real incomes of working people, and rising income inequality all point to the failure of trickle-down. Declining state social and welfare provision have damaging effects. Both developed and less developed states have reduced social and welfare provision under neoliberalism, including spending on education, health, social welfare, housing, and the environment. For less developed states in particular, a reduction in these forms of spending is a condition for acquiring development aid. Low taxation means low levels of social benefits. Claimed declines in global poverty and hunger are questionable. The MDGs pay little attention to the causes of poverty and how it can be addressed sustainably. What change has been achieved has relied on external innovation and funding rather than community initiative driven by local culture and knowledge. 1. Will the global reach and intensity of neoliberalism reduce poverty and hunger? Does the greater wealth generated by globalization accumulate at the top or trickle down to the bottom of the social order? 3. Is there a human right to food? Who has the duty to fulfill it? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. To recognize the need to develop a new politics and our tendency to deceive ourselves that world order has not changed will mean the failure to deal with future issues that present challenges similar to the 2008 financial crisis and the COVID-19 pandemic. As UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed has said, a diverging world is a catastrophe for all of us. It is both morally right and in everyone's economic self-interest to help developing countries to overcome the new dangers that face us all. UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs 2021. Most recently, in some parts of the world, social unrest has turned to violent conflict that directly affects levels of poverty and hunger. As of 2018, 155 million children under the age of 5 were considered stunted, of whom nearly 75% were living in countries affected by conflict. In these countries, women and children of all ages suffer from hunger. The UN Security Council has acknowledged that ongoing armed conflicts and violence have devastating humanitarian consequences, often hindering an effective humanitarian response, and are therefore a major cause of famine. UN 2018a. As Ambassador Jonathan Allen has argued, although we live in a world of abundance, hunger is used as a weapon of war. UN 2018b. The orthodox model of development is being held up for closer scrutiny as we become more aware of the risks as well as the opportunities brought by globalization and neoliberal economics. The key question is, can globalization develop a human face? The current development orthodoxy is following a reformist pathway. History will reveal whether this pathway bears the seeds of its own destruction by delivering too little, too late, to too few people. As students of international relations, we must bring these issues in from the margins of the discipline and pursue them as central to our study. Questions. 1. Define poverty. 2. Explain the orthodox approach to development and outline its measurement criteria. 3. Summarize and assess the critical alternative model of development. 4. In what ways has the neoliberal approach to development responded to its critics? 5. Outline the advantages and disadvantages of the neoliberal approach to development. 6. What can we expect to achieve from large UN international conferences, particularly those on poverty and hunger? 7. Critically explore the gendered nature of poverty. 8. Do the Millennium Development Goals on poverty and hunger take account of the alternative approach to these problems? 9. In what ways has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted measures to reduce poverty and hunger? 10. Can the current neoliberal order be amended to favor the poor and hungry? Visit the online resources to test your understanding by trying the self-test questions. Further reading. General. Baroche, P. 2013, The Economic Development of the Third World, London, Routledge. Offers a history of policies to bring development to the less developed world, including a critique of attempts to implant Western ideas of development. Thomas, C. 2000, Global Governance, Development, and Human Security, London, Pluto. Examines the global development policies pursued by global governance institutions, especially the IMF and the World Bank in the 1980s and 1990s. Assesses their impact on human security and analyses different paths towards the achievement of human security in the 21st century. Development. Furtado, C. Furtado, M. T. and Jones, J. B. 2020, The Myth of Economic Development, Critical South, Cambridge, Polity Press. Argues that the drive for economic development in Latin America was designed for the accumulation of capital in the rich, developed countries. Sun, A. 1999, Development as Freedom, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Asks why, in a world that has seen spectacular growth, many in the less developed countries remain unfree. United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, Annual Human Development Reports, Oxford, Oxford University Press. The reports focus on a particular issue each year, e.g. human rights, democracy, equality, women, and include a wealth of statistical information on many aspects of social and economic life. Poverty and hunger. Caparros, M. 2019, Hunger, The Mortal Crisis of Our Time, New York, Other Press. looks at the paradox of poverty in a world of plenty. Sun, A. 1981, Poverty and Famines, Oxford, Clarendon Press. A groundbreaking analysis of the causes of hunger that incorporates detailed studies of a number of famines and convincingly challenges the orthodox view of the causes of hunger. Von Grebmer, K. et al., 2010, Global Hunger Index 2010, The Challenge of Hunger, Focus on the Crisis of Child Undernutrition, Washington, D.C., IFRI. This edition of the Global Hunger Index, GHI, focuses on child malnutrition. The GHI is published by the International Food Policy Research Institute. It was first published in 2006 to increase attention on the hunger problem and to mobilize the political will to address it. Visit the online resources to access the latest updates in the field of international relations. Framing questions. How has the COVID-19 pandemic changed the experience of global trade and global finance? Given the recent rise of populist nationalism and the associated retreat of liberal globalism, are the political premises on which economic globalization has been managed for so long now in terminal decline? As the global economy is so good at allowing some people to own untold riches while many others have too little money to meet basic subsistence needs, is the historic record of global economic governance institutions one of conspicuous failure? Global Trade and Global Finance. Matthew Watson. Chapter 28. Reader's Guide. This chapter introduces students to important issues in the conduct of global trade and global finance. It shows that the two spheres are regulated by different governance institutions, but that disturbances in one can result in related disturbances in the other. This corresponds to one of the most widely cited definitions of economic globalization, in which globalization is understood as the increased sensitivity of one part of the world economy to events originating elsewhere. However, such increased interconnectedness does not mean that everyone everywhere experiences the global economy in the same way. For some, globalization has increased their access to consumer goods and provided higher standards of living as a result. For many others, it bears down upon them as an additional pressure to perform basic low-paid work. The chapter reviews the extent to which these asymmetries can be said to be deliberate design features of the global regulation of trade and finance. The pattern of prevailing regulatory norms reflects a hierarchical structure in which some countries are systematically better than others at successfully imprinting their interests. The desire of the rich and powerful to enhance their advantages has generally overridden the search for systemic regulatory coherence, increasing the degree to which difficulties in either trade or finance create knock-on problems in the other sphere. The recent rise of populist nationalism has challenged the dominance of global elites, but its victories will do nothing to enhance systemic regulatory coherence. 28.1 Introduction. Global economic governance institutions appeared to be much less visible during the COVID-19 pandemic than at any time in the previous 4 decades. Governments around the world were placed in unprecedented circumstances in which they were required to restrict which businesses could remain open, encourage everyone who could to work at home, and create furlough schemes in which those who could work but now had no job to go to were temporarily paid using public money. Global governance institutions have become accustomed to playing a coordinating role, writing a series of rules to define the context in which economic Global governance institutions have become accustomed to playing a coordinating role, writing a series of rules to define the context in which economic activity takes place, both within and across national borders. Yet as the pandemic drove a hole through previous standard operating procedures, it was left to national governments to come up with their own solutions to see them through the disruption the pandemic had imposed on everyday economic life. Most countries enacted an avowedly Goid-alone approach, and a genuinely global response to a global public health crisis never materialized. The Western response to Russia's February 2022 invasion of Ukraine largely followed the same pattern. The European Union attempted to maintain a united front for as long as possible, but was always conscious that the foreign and economic policy interests of its member states were likely to promote different national preferences for the joint response. The United States attempted to play a coordinating role through NATO, but also came up against limits on what it could do because of the divergent opinions of its members. Western countries did vote en masse at the United Nations to condemn the invasion and insist upon the immediate cessation of hostilities. It was noticeable, however, just how many other countries chose not to endorse the resolution, thus preventing it from becoming a genuinely global denouncement of Russian aggression. It was therefore left to individual countries to decide how much defensive military hardware they were willing to donate to Ukraine's war effort, as well as how much damage they were willing to inflict on their own economies when targeting Russia's. Western countries did all enact an economic sanctions regime, yet once more a go-it-alone approach prevailed in terms of which Russians got sanctioned and to what extent. In both instances, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, WTO, were reduced to a largely watching brief. They devoted a considerable amount of their own financial and human resources during the pandemic to observing, scrutinizing, and comparing a wide range of national responses. Their data analysis experts played an important role in tracking both public health and economic trends as countries chose their own solutions about how best to balance the competing imperatives of protecting lives and protecting livelihoods. However, they were denied the political space to foster a truly global response, even if there had been the will within the institutions to attempt one. As regards the invasion of Ukraine, the institutions of global economic governance had no mandate to act unilaterally against Russia. The case for compulsory withdrawal from any of the institutions is difficult to pursue within the established legal framework if the member continues to abide by its financial obligations, as they were set up to regulate cross-border activities in normal times, not in times of war. The most they were able to do was warn the Russian leadership about the extent of economic damage it was inviting upon itself and the future difficulty it was likely to face in discharging its dollar-denominated debts, having had its access to international financial markets revoked. The Russian invasion of Ukraine came hard on the heels of COVID-19, which itself followed a surge in populist nationalism. While its specific content has differed from one country to the next, wherever in the world right-wing populist nationalism has made headway, it has harked back to the country's perceived golden age. This is a time before globalization, when national society was supposedly a more authentic version of itself than it has subsequently become under the influence of globalization's homogenizing forces. The populist nationalist instinct has been to place significant restrictions on people moving freely between countries in an attempt to protect the perceived purity of the national community. Government's economic response to the pandemic was focused on how to support workers and businesses whose normal activities had to be suspended once controls on population movement were enacted to help limit the spread of the virus. The public health emergency therefore reinforced the cultural and political turns that populist nationalists had already taken away from liberal cosmopolitanism as borders were closed to international travel. It is when those who were outsiders by birth seek access to the national community that populist nationalists' performative interest in sovereignty is most readily manifested in practice. See CHS 18 and 26. The pandemic required borders to be shut to people if not to capital or goods, and they were slow to reopen to their pre-pandemic levels. Russia's invasion of Ukraine complicated this picture somewhat. The re-emergence of an external threat to national self-determination seemed to fit well with populist nationalists' deglobalizing project of rebordering, but many such leaders found that their prior praise of Russian President Vladimir Putin was now being used against them politically. They were often shamed into declaring their commitment to Western liberal values they had previously opposed, and the public's demand for Ukrainian refugees to be treated with cosmopolitan hospitality was a source of considerable embarrassment. From the general economic crisis of the 1970s to the overlapping financial crises of the 2010s, developments within world politics seemed only to be heading in one direction. We were told that the momentum behind economic globalization was unstoppable and that the more people experienced the benefits that a global economy could deliver, the greater the likelihood that they would elect parties that wished to see more of the same. However, this was always something of an overstatement. For at least a decade from the mid-1990s, significant numbers were mobilizing politically in favor of an alternative economic globalization to the one on offer. Pro-development progressives rejected the prevailing model of globalization because of its tendency to foster ever greater inequality both between countries and within them. They asked instead for a more humane globalization that put need satisfaction above profit-making, long-term planetary survival above short-term economic growth. This was always only secondarily a challenge to the institutions of global regulation and primarily a challenge to the neoliberal ideology that determined the content of their regulatory output. Since the mid-2000s, however, we have seen an increasing challenge to the system itself, with populist nationalist leaders seeking to repatriate policy-making powers that had sometime previously been delegated to global governance institutions. Former U.S. President Donald Trump is perhaps on the extreme edge of populist nationalist political opinion in routinely questioning global governance institutions' right to exist. But their bullishness about their successful transformation of the world economy and their more general aura of self-assurance are nowhere near as noticeable today as they once were. Putin, it should be noted, is also not a fan. Where economic globalization was once presented as a one-way process without end, now we see a much more complex pattern of globalization and deglobalization existing side by side. 28.2 The globalization of trade and finance. The political cleavage between today's populist nationalists and the liberal globalists who were dominant until the global financial crisis is activated by different answers to the question of who has benefited from economic globalization. Populist nationalists will say that only a global elite has profited, whereas liberal globalists will argue that economic globalization has allowed everyone to bask in new wealth, as it has created opportunities for increased production and increased consumption around the world. There is no denying the fact of globalization, only disagreement over the way that it touches down in people's lives. Populist nationalists depict a global elite disconnected from the national community and seemingly owing no allegiance to it, but liberal globalists counter with the image of a rising tide lifting all boats. However, it remains an unresolved issue in the academic literature just how prevalent the trend towards genuine economic globalization actually is. The word globalization has become synonymous with the time period of enhanced national market integration since the 1970s, but it also tends to be used with varying degrees of analytical precision to describe the pattern of interdependent economic flows which has resulted, see CHS 2 and 3. There have certainly been large increases since the 1970s in the integration of national markets for both traded goods and financial flows, but this does not in itself mean that the ensuing market arrangements incorporate all countries of the world in any way evenly. In fact, when we disaggregate the data at hemispherical, regional, national, and local levels, it becomes clear that we are looking at a complex geographical picture on a spectrum between significant globalization hotspots and areas that have been almost completely bypassed by globalizing trends. It is therefore important to differentiate between the intensity and the extensity of supposedly global flows of trade and finance held at all 1999. Intensity measures reveal the degree to which national borders are now traversed by such flows. They indicate whether there are higher volumes of flows than previously but remain silent on their geographical character. Extensity measures, by contrast, focus on the geographical dispersal of contemporary trade and finance. They ask not simply about overall volumes of flows but also whether they systematically incorporate more countries of the world, as well as more areas within those countries. The distinction then is between the speeding up and the spreading out of flows of trade and finance. Somewhat confusingly, the single word globalization is frequently used to describe both phenomena, even though it would clearly be preferable to keep them analytically distinct. The post-pandemic period will provide an interesting case in this regard. Politicians from virtually every country went public at an early stage in the pandemic with their yearning for normality. But what will post-pandemic normality look like, especially with the fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine to factor in on top? Will it be an attempt to recreate what was actually there before, a globalization that seemed to privilege the experiences of consumers who are already able to enjoy living standards considerably higher than the global average? Will it be an attempt to create for the first time what liberal globalists have always said was the ultimate promise of globalization, a structure of global economic rewards from which nobody is excluded? Or will it be an attempt to further embed the populist nationalist agenda, a strategic deglobalization that seeks to assure the domestic in-group that it is making gains at the expense of outgroups? Only in the second of these scenarios can extensity measures of globalization be expected to win out over intensity measures, but the prevailing configuration of global politics makes it seem least likely, see Case Study 28.1. Partly this is an issue of development because the organization of cross-border economic activities has historically tended to focus only on the most advanced sectors of the world economy, see CH 27. Partly it is an issue of political asymmetries in the regulatory system for global trade and global finance, with the advanced industrialized countries keeping most of the economic gains from globalization for themselves. The rise of populist nationalism in those countries is likely merely to enhance such dynamics, but the fact that they exist at all has helped to trigger the rise of populist nationalism in other countries. Watch the video on the online resources to see the author discuss the political impact of populist nationalism on governing the global trade system. The most frequently cited indicator of economic globalization is the dramatic increase since the 1970s in world trade, see box 28.1. Liberal globalists paint this increase as evidence of how the reduction of economic barriers between countries has helped to lift huge numbers of people out of poverty. But populist nationalists are happier citing selectively from beneath the headline figures to argue that the gains from trade are being monopolized by foreigners and that the domestic in-group is losing out by comparison. The political interpretation of the same economic data can therefore lead in very different directions. But what do the numbers themselves say? Taking the 2000 figure as the baseline number of 100, which itself corresponded in value terms to approximately $8.6 trillion of world trade. This compares with standardized annual numbers of 22 for 1970, 37 for 1980, and 54 for 1990. In other words, in this takeoff and early maturation stage of economic globalization, the volume of world exports grew by roughly a factor of 4.5 between 1970 and 2000, a factor of 3 between 1980 and 2000, and a factor of 2 between 1990 and 2000 alone. However, this accelerating trend has not survived the fallout from the global financial crisis and the dawning of an era of new uncertainties. The aggregate annual value of world trade on merchandise goods stood at $17.6 trillion in recorded exports in 2020, or $17,582,919,000,000 when written out in full. This is up from $16.2 trillion in 2008, immediately before the fallout of the global financial crisis impacted trade volumes, and also up from $16.0 trillion in 2016. Following further aftershocks of the global financial crisis almost a decade after its onset. Yet it was down from $19.0 trillion in 2014, the pre-2016 peak, and also down from $19.6 trillion in 2018, the current annual record. What we now seem to have, then, is not the promise of year-on-year increases in the volume of merchandise goods being traded across borders, but oscillations between good years and bad, and it is possible that the trend rate of world trade has already topped out. The COVID-19 pandemic has merely added a new dimension to existing cyclical effects, the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine on world energy and food prices another. The volume of world exports fell by 7.53% in 2020, which was actually much less than originally forecast. Western governments seem to have learnt at least one of the lessons of the global financial crisis when they did not intervene aggressively enough to counteract the impact on traded goods. World leaders took a laissez-faire approach on that occasion, and they watched as the value of merchandise exports fell by 22.31% in a single year between 2008 and 2009, all figures calculated from WTO 2017b and WTO 2021b. What then of financial flows? When we think of trade in merchandise goods, it is easy to picture the embedded infrastructure and the complex delivery systems that are required to transport a good from the producer to the consumer. Transport links involving airplanes, container ships, trains, and road haulage are readily summoned to mind. However, there is no direct analog in the world of global finance. Infrastructure is still required, this time fiber optic networks that allow financial markets to exist simultaneously on the computer screens of traders wherever in the world they happen to be, plus sufficient bandwidth to allow participants within the market environment to see how. Case Study 28.1 The COVID-19 Vaccination Program and Global Economic Recovery. The pre-2021 summit promotional material made much of how G7 leaders had committed their countries to working together to harness the global economy's potential to bounce back from COVID-19. They congratulated themselves on how much they had spent to prevent their economies from completely flatlining during extended periods in which their populations had been locked down. But they were mistaken if they were expecting other people's congratulations for how much they were contributing to the global recovery effort. G7 leaders hailed the first summit of the post-Trump era as the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that liberal globalism was fighting back against populist nationalism. Yet their insistence that the global economy would be back open for business as soon as the public health situation allowed seemed inconsistent with their reluctance to think globally when discussing the future of their excess COVID-19 vaccines. The World Health Organization, WHO, called repeatedly during the first 6 months of the global vaccination effort for Western nations to stop using their financial muscle to stockpile doses that they would never use in preference for diverting them to where they would have greatest effect. Its Director General, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, made it clear that a me-first approach of the richest countries vaccinating their own populations while allowing the virus to transmit freely in poorer countries ran the risk of facilitating new variants that would push the global vaccination effort back to square one. Western nations' self-interest could therefore be appealed to as a reason for taking a truly global approach to vaccinations, with the WHO's Eurasia Group putting an eye-catchingly large number on the potential gains. It estimated that G7 economies stood to be better off by at least $500 billion over a 4-year period through the restoration of global trade if they acted immediately to ensure that all countries were vaccinated at the same rate. Despite this, the 2021 summit led to the gifting of less than 10% of the doses that were necessary to bring the whole world's vaccination rates up to those at that time already displayed by the West. G7 leaders ignored a burden-sharing formula drawn up by Norway and South Africa under which the broadest shoulders would accept the heaviest costs, and they failed to agree on a temporary patent waiver through which vaccine technology could be transferred free of cost to poorer nations. Overall, then, they turned their backs on a universal vaccination plan designed to benefit the whole world. The first G7 of the post-Trump era exhibited none of the crudeness of his personal brand of nationalism, but it was entirely unsuccessful if it was meant to demonstrate the rebirth of liberal globalism. Question 1. Why did G7 leaders not fund a genuinely global approach to COVID-19 vaccinations when their economies would clearly have benefited from doing so? Question 2. Was there a moral as well as economic case against Western nations continuing to stockpile their surplus vaccines? Family photo of the G7 leaders at Carbis Bay Prime Minister's Office of Japan, CC by 4.0. Box 28.1. What is international trade? Simply stated, international trade occurs when one country's citizens, the exporters, produce a good that another country's citizens, the importers, consume. The world economy has become generally more open to trade under the influence of globalization. Trade openness increases when the ratio of growth in global trade to growth in global GDP is greater than 1.0. The WTO has calculated that, from 1945 to the present day, this ratio has averaged around 1.5 to 1 as a whole, rising to 1.77 to 1 for the takeoff. The WTO has calculated that, from 1945 to the present day, this ratio has averaged around 1.5 to 1 as a whole, rising to 1.77 to 1 for the takeoff period to economic globalization 1970 to 2000. Since 2000, the picture has been more mixed. Well above 2:1 in good years for global merchandise trade, but dipping to as low as 0.6:1 when good years give way to bad. Whenever the ratio falls below 1.0, the world economy becomes less open to trade and therefore less globalized in intensity terms. Prices are changing in real time. But there is no knock on the door that precedes the product making the final part of its journey when it is physically handed over to the paying customer. Financial trading does not require any money to be presented up front, nor any units of the commodity supposedly being traded to actually change hands. Therefore, financial trading does not have a geographical character consistent with an explicit movement across space, being at most the depositing of data within a computer's memory. See box 28.2. However, even though trading on financial markets has very little by way of an obvious geographical character, this is not to say that there are no globalization hotspots in finance. Cities like New York, London, Tokyo, Singapore, and Hong Kong, increasingly Shanghai and Beijing too, are described as world cities precisely because they are able to operate as global financial hubs. They are now home to incredibly large amounts of business. Taking just one example, the average daily turnover on world currency markets alone was $6.59 trillion in 2019. In longhand, this was $6.59 trillion of business conducted every day of that year. This was by far the largest figure ever recorded in Bank for International Settlements triennial reports. It was only in 2001 that the symbolic figure of $1 trillion per day was first passed. But it has taken little more than 3 years since then for each supplementary $1 trillion to be added to the total, BIS 2019-9. This means that the dollar value of currency trading alone is 145 times greater than that of the entirety of world trade in merchandise goods. If we imagine currency trading as a 24/7 activity conducted 365 days per year, it takes only until mid-afternoon on January 3rd to execute the same value of deals as merchandise exporters manage in aggregate in a whole year. The biggest factor in the increase of turnover on global currency markets between 2016 and 2019 was the huge increase in foreign exchange swaps. This was almost solely due to the U.S. Federal Reserve increasingly making dollars available to other central banks on the assumption that successful U.S. monetary policy now requires stability throughout interconnected global financial markets. 88% of the currency market trades that constitute an industry worth $2.40 quadrillion annually have the U.S. dollar on one side of the trade, BIS 2019-10. By statistical quirk, in 2020 88% of merchandise trade was also concentrated in North America, Europe, and Asia, with their deeply embedded regional trading agreements, WTO 2021b, 108-11. Trade in merchandise goods and trade in financial instruments have perhaps surprisingly little in common, but this is one thing they definitely share. The world's largest economies disproportionately dominate both global trade and global finance. The remainder of the chapter asks whether this can be explained purely through brute economic strength, or whether it also reflects the same country's capture of the regulatory norms that govern the character of economic globalization. 28.3 The Regulation of Global Trade. The 1944 Bretton Woods Conference brought together 44 soon-to-be victorious Allied countries. Its goal was to design a post-war governance structure for the Western world that would negate any chance of returning to the depression conditions of the 1930s. CCH 16. The new Keynesian economic theory of that. Box 28.2. What is international finance? Even though the language and economic imagery used to describe international trade and international finance are often the same, in practice their dynamics differ substantially. Financial products only very rarely flow across borders in any straightforward import-export sense. Financial trading activities typically take place through highly capitalized and reputable counterparties: banks, insurance companies, hedge funds, professional investment bodies, pension funds, asset management funds, and so on, swapping giant IOUs. These are either added to or subtracted from their paper position at the end of each day's trading. Key points. Flows of trade and finance have become markedly bigger since the takeoff stage to globalization began. Analytical care should be taken about the precise senses in which trade and finance are labeled global. The increase in world trade since 1970 is dramatic, with much of this being accounted for by the process of regional economic integration. The increases in merchandise trade may have reached a plateau since the 2010s, but increases in financial activity show no signs of slowing down. Time suggested that it was output rather than prices that adjusted to global imbalances in trade, thus forcing national economies into a repetitive cycle of reduced production and job losses. The subsequent blighting of lives through unprecedented levels of unemployment preceded the embrace of fascist ideologies in many European countries, and British economist John Maynard Keynes was determined that the structure of global trade be stabilized to prevent political history from repeating itself. His priority was to create a multilateral institution that would facilitate the continual expansion of global trade. The proposed institution was to be called the International Trade Organization, ITO. However, concerted dissent in U.S. domestic politics meant that President Harry Truman did not even bother sending the final bill to Congress for ratification. It was deemed too interventionist for U.S. politicians' tastes, because it would have introduced common standards in areas such as labor and the environment in an attempt to create a genuinely level playing field for import-export activities. In the 1940s, the United States was by far the world's largest exporter, accounting for around a quarter of total global exports, WTO 2017b, 100. And so an ITO without the U.S. was deemed unthinkable. The plans for its introduction were therefore hastily dropped, leading to the establishment instead in 1947 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT. At no stage since has the world got closer than the failed ITO proposals for genuine multilateral regulation of trade-related labor and environmental standards. Commercial actors have generally been allowed to self-regulate on these issues within the context of rather thin domestic legislation. Most recently, the asset management industry has begun to act as if it might be the most important global regulator of environmental standards. See Opposing Opinions 28.1. The GATT was always unable to provide a negotiating context in which the full complexity of trade-related issues could be considered holistically. It was largely limited to fostering technical agreements on how tariff concessions agreed bilaterally could be extended to third countries. Despite some obvious progress in this regard in 8 completed rounds, by the 1990s the GATT had become largely unsuited to the purpose for which it was designed. It became increasingly unwieldy, with each influx of new entrants into the international trade system following the process of decolonization multiplying exponentially the number of third-country agreements that had to be struck. None of the first 5 rounds took more than a year to complete, whereas the Uruguay round that began in 1986 ballooned to over 7 years. Its members subsequently passed provisions to formally shut down the GATT, replacing it in 1995 with a permanent multilateral institution designed. Its members subsequently passed provisions to formally shut down the GATT, replacing it in 1995 with a permanent multilateral institution designed to embed free trade norms in international law, the World Trade Organization. Since then, this body, with its emphasis on enhancing the extensity of trade globalization, has been formally charged with overseeing the regulation of import-export activities. However, the WTO has also proved to be a far from perfect institutional fix, with political tensions remaining high in the global trade regime and the objective of genuinely enhanced extensity of global trade remaining out of easy reach. Many developing countries' experience of a previous form of globalization involved their occupation by one of Europe's imperial powers, and the diktats handed down by global governance institutions often feel like an alternative form of colonization from their perspective. The WTO's major players themselves are constantly looking for ways to turn their political domination of its decision-making structures into further self-interested gains, each of which is likely to be interpreted by developing countries as a ratcheting up of the WTO's colonizing mission. Moreover, as populist nationalist agendas have gained a foothold among many WTO members, the whole principle of multilateralism is under attack. And we see increasing evidence of countries now seeking bilateral solutions in the sphere of global trade to what previously would have been multilateral questions. None has gone as far as Trump, the self-styled master of the deal, in describing the agreement through which the WTO came into existence as the single worst trade deal ever made by the United States, Micklethwaite, Talev, and Jacobs 2018. However, there have been plenty of murmurings about whether the whole system of multilateralism that the WTO was founded to support is compatible anymore with securing national interests within international trade. The objections from other countries seemed more perfunctory than a matter of principle when Trump signed executive orders very quickly after his inauguration to strike down legislation that paved the way for the completion of two major multilateral trade treaties: the Trans-Pacific Partnership with 11 Pacific coastline countries and the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership with, at the time, 28 EU member states. This sequence of events shows how much the tide of political acceptance seems to be moving against the WTO. The negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership had been initiated by previous U.S. administrations concerned that the WTO's formal one-member, one-vote rules introduced too many potential veto players who might frustrate U.S. commercial interests. They were then summarily dismissed as a new administration set its sights on imposing U.S. will by forcing weaker countries to negotiate with it directly in one-to-one forums. Set against this backdrop of increasingly aggressive nationalist power politics, the WTO can seem relatively impotent when all it can do in response is to restate its mission using abstract economic theory. It has always prided itself on serving the interests of all its members equally by enshrining the single economic logic of comparative advantage. This is about attempting to take overtly nationalist displays out of trade politics by encouraging countries to concentrate their economic opposing opinions. 28.1 Wealthy investment funds can be relied upon to enforce environmentally responsible global corporate behavior. 4. Asset management is a multi-trillion-dollar business with the largest 20 firms alone controlling over $50 trillion in assets. Asset management firms can thus use their substantial ownership stakes to align other companies' money-making activities to their own principles of increased environmental responsibility. Global governance institutions have worked since the 1970s to embed the market mentality as the basis for all economic activity. As this is now a pervasive economic mindset, it makes sense to try to harness it to tackle problems of climate change when state-based solutions have failed. Corporate social responsibility commitments to being good environmental citizens have proved to be nothing more than a fig leaf. With increasing evidence that the world has long since entered the climate emergency phase, asset management firms can provide global public goods by removing corporate managers who fail to respond appropriately to emergency conditions. Asset management firms have asked to be judged on their record. This will prove, they say, whether there is more to their sudden interest in environmental issues than an attempt to greenwash their own reputations. They are adamant that they are the best-placed market actors to punish through investment strikes management attitudes that are antithetical to driving out corporate-induced environmental harms. Against, it is the profit motive that has licensed all sorts of environmentally degrading economic behavior in both the recent and not-so-recent past. Is it not overly optimistic, then, to assume that asset management firms can unilaterally impose a greening of the profit motive on other companies for the first time in history? The founding manifesto of the modern market mentality was Milton Friedman's famous 1970 paper, which said that the corporation's only social responsibility was to make money. It is therefore the market mentality itself that has undermined states' environmental regulations by telling corporations that their governments have no right to interfere in their activities. High finance's sudden conversion to confronting climate change might also be viewed as a PR-friendly commitment to the principles of corporate social responsibility. Asset management firms compete against one another for scarce investment funds in a market already close to saturation. What better way to attract a new generation of investors who have grown up in an era of enhanced environmental awareness than by signaling a virtuous approach to climate change? The current environmental record of asset management firms is patchy at best. A cycle seems to be apparent. First, asset managers capture column inches for positively received announcements on climate change. Sometime later, it is pointed out that their public commitments to environmental activist investment are not reflected in their actual investment activities, and only then do they begin to inch in practice to where their rhetoric suggests they were already located. 1. Is the fact that this proposal is being taken seriously an admission that multilateral efforts coordinated by the United Nations to tackle environmental problems have failed? 2. Why might governments find it tempting to allow investment funds to impose stricter environmental standards on firms rather than doing so themselves? 3. Should the power of money be relied upon to determine the environmental future rather than reaching democratic decisions about what to do next? Visit the online resources to discover pointers to help you tackle these questions. Activities on what they can produce most efficiently. If they then freely trade their surpluses on the specialized production under the most favored nation principle, see box 28.3, the possibility exists for everyone in the world to benefit from falling consumer prices. However, it has been relatively easy for populist nationalists to ignore the WTO trying to lecture them on matters of economic theory because the WTO has long been accused of failing to practice what it preaches. Proponents of a more equitable distribution of the gains from economic globalization have said since its inception that it is much better at protecting its most powerful members' interests, showing little anxiety about leaving its less powerful members out in the cold. The more that it has moved to add further issue areas to its responsibilities including trade in services and trade in intellectual property, the louder the critical voices have grown. The WTO's scope is extremely impressive. It currently has 164 members who in aggregate account for over 96% of global GDP and global trade. It has a further 25 observer governments working towards satisfying conditions for membership, and only a tiny fraction of the world's economic activity is conducted in countries that have so far shown no desire to join. Developing countries constitute a majority at the WTO, with over 20% of members holding the United Nations designation of least developed country. Agriculture and textiles dominate the major export goods for almost all least developed countries. But these sectors show up less than any other in the WTO's free trade agreements. It has therefore been far more successful in ensuring comprehensive coverage in its membership than comprehensive coverage of its members' interests. It has failed to persuade advanced industrialized countries to expose their agriculture and textiles sectors domestically to direct competition from low-cost developing country producers. Instead, they have been allowed to retain a complex structure of subsidies and tariffs that contrasts sharply with established WTO law in nearly every other sector. By contrast, the WTO has proved to be extremely effective at removing government subsidies that artificially reduce home producers' costs of production relative to overseas producers' costs. It has been equally effective at removing tariffs that artificially inflate overseas producers' prices relative to home producers' prices. It has also been successful in preventing developing countries from producing generic versions of products whose patents are defended by intellectual property law. In all of these instances, the ensuing absence of protective national legislation works to the advantage of advanced industrialized countries. This should provide reason to stop and think about the figures reviewed in section 28.2. They show that the value of world merchandise exports rose from $3.7 trillion in 1993, the year in which the GATT-Uruguay round finally concluded before ushering in the WTO era, to $19.6 trillion at its current peak in 2018. At first glance, this more than five-fold increase in just a quarter of a century looks like a stunning achievement, but it only tells part of the story. It is necessary to be aware that the same headline figure could have been approached from many different directions. That same increase could have been secured by prioritizing the liberalization of agriculture and textiles and doing little to discourage developing countries from producing generic versions of patented products. But it was not. For all that every increase in the value of world trade looks like a good news story, the fact that it reflects in practice the further entrenchment of advanced industrialized economies' interests in the very way in which the WTO operates allows a very different counterstory to be told. Developing countries' incentives for WTO membership often lie less in direct welfare gains resulting from enhanced export earnings than in other mechanisms. Most developing countries have fragile public finances, and they depend for their continued financial viability on the capacity to source inward capital flows. Box 28.3, the most favored nation principle. The most favored nation principle provided the bedrock of GATT negotiations, being formally laid down in GATT Article 1. It states that any preferential trading agreement reached with one country should be extended to other countries. The aim, which also continues to be the case under the WTO system, was to disqualify members from using asymmetric tariffs in order to impose higher trading costs on some countries than on others. It is hoped that this will enable a higher proportion of world GDP to be traded globally because level playing field conditions will prevail. The principle has been distorted, however, by the move towards regional trading blocs, as permitted under GATT Article IV and also rolled over into the WTO's founding principles. Such arrangements allow countries to set lower tariffs for their in-bloc trading partners than for countries outside the bloc. This is why some globalization purists argue that regional trade agreements are an impediment to genuine economic globalization. From the global financial system, they consequently need to secure a positive assessment of their economic outlook in the regular country reports written by the International Monetary Fund and the global credit rating agencies. This in turn depends on finding ways of assuring global investors that the